All right, we're going to go ahead and check into a few things here. First of all, I want to make sure how I sound. I've had to do some reloading of some things here in OBS, make some changes. So before I get started, I want to make sure that all of you are able to hear my sound pretty good. Shouldn't sound hollow. It should be my usual self. So if everything is good as far as the sound is concerned, we'll go ahead and get started. All right. And people are saying that the sound is on point. That is good. Let's make sure it stays there because you're going to want to hear this. All right, folks, I'm just going to go ahead and unload tonight. Not going to hold back anything. I'm just going to go ahead and unload tonight. Man, you're in a crazy world right now. You are in a crazy world right now, and everything is focused and centered on how do we get men to make the craziest, silliest decisions. Probably at the top of that list of decisions right now is figuring out how you can get men to pay for all of these older women out here. Right now, it is a full court press to be able to pull that off. It is a full court press to get that to happen. There's a whole lot of pressure being put on. You're seeing a bunch of articles and stories, and everything is being focused towards getting men to grab all of these older females. Now, I don't mean older by they're in their 30s. I don't even mean older by they're in their 40s. I've been covering this now for the last 3-4 years, acutely. Other folks just say females when they get in their 30s or geriatric pregnancy. I'm like, oh, no. There is an active effort to discourage men from dating females who have genetic potential, i.e. they can get pregnant. And then to actively tell the females who are older, by the way, you are entitled to have a man who's going to take care of you. You're entitled to it. The first story I want to go over here right quick. This one here comes from The Telegraph. And we're talking about Estee Lauder, the makeup company. Yes, it's still out there. And this story right here is one you have to see and hear to actually believe. Supermodel Paulina Poroskova on finding love again in her 60s. That's the title of the article. At 60, Estee Lauder's newest, and she is their newest global brand ambassador, talks aging gracefully, they spell it the British way, struggling with anxiety and finding love again. There are so many things wrong with this article, so many things wrong with this, but there's a few things in particular I want to touch on here. It says here that I wonder if news of a rematch will be said back in the beauty industry has been peddling youth for decades. The beauty industry has been peddling youth for decades. Joining their ranks is a spurious, look it up. Joining their ranks is a negative stance for someone who is vocal anti-aging objector. People, the beauty industry has been peddling youth? Well, no, it is simply that youth is a prime component of beauty. Anything else is your attempt to psychologically manipulate people, but you're not making an objective analysis and statement. You're making a political one, not an objective one. They're not peddling that. It is what it is. Without blemishes, your skin, when you're subjected to the sun decade after decade, you can call it whatever you want to, but what it isn't is fresh and new. That's what it's not. They say here, to its credit, Estee Lauder hired Poroskova not to propagate the narrative, but to help change it. So this is not about what you want, because it's not about them peddling beauty. That's what the market wants. That's what the women want. And that's what the men want. Now they're trying to tell you that what you want, you shouldn't want that. This is the Telegraph, and I'm writing a whole article to tell you that what you want, you're wrong. You shouldn't actually want that. You shouldn't actually want it. You should want something else. To its credit, Estee Lauder hired Poroskova not to propagate the narrative, but to help change it. The company is focused on aging proudly, brought to life through initiatives like #BecauseOfMyAge, the strap line that underpins Poroskova's current campaign. Besides, the term anti-aging is not Estee Lauder's to cop to. It's widespread with deep roots in both beauty and medicine. Still, Poroskova is unrelenting. When Lauder approached her for the gig, she laid her cards firmly on the table. Quote, "Number one, I will not do anti-aging anything. So if you need that, I'm walking out right now." They all went, "We know. That is why we asked you," she told Vogue when recounting her first meeting with the beauty giant. Now, she worked for them. Listen to this next paragraph, folks. Being heard is validating to Poroskova. "When I worked for Lauder in the 80s. What? When I worked for Lauder 40 years ago, I was a model. And as a model, you are an object. You are a clothes hanger or a canvas to put products on to sell to other people." She wasn't complaining back then. She didn't have a single complaint back then when she was raking in the dough, stacking up the money, gobbling up the attention, and of course having her pick of men. She wasn't complaining then. As a matter of fact, this was her back at 19. By the way, this was her at 19. Her first husband was a rock musician.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
So for those of you in the millennials and Gen Z and whatnot who think chicks dating musicians or dating rappers, so-called bad boys in music, thinking that's young, baby, that's the way it's always been. It has always been this way. Always. So this is not new. When you see chicks today trying to get in where they fit in, this is not a 21st century invention. This is the way it has always been. So don't. You need to just do scratch right. Everybody you take a look at, this is what they were always doing, man. Especially, and we're talking about models from the magazine industry, not quote models on Instagram. Models from the magazine industry, they were always doing this. This is what your quote models have always done. From Marilyn Monroe on forward. So don't be deceived. If you haven't done your research, it would benefit you greatly just to do a little bit to see, oh man, this has been always been the norm. For over a century, this has always been the norm. But now, this is how she was rocking when she was 19. This is what she was doing when she was 19. Okay, now that she's 60, now that she's 3 times that age, because this was her when she worked for Estee Lauder the first time, this is what she looked like back then. Do you think she gave a damn? Do you think she thought she was anything other than a beauty object? Did she have a problem? Does this face look like she has a problem with that? Does this face down here look like she has a problem with being a beauty object and having her pick of whatever she wants? Does this face right here look like she don't like what's going on? Now that she's 60, now that she's ready for her AARP, now she's telling you that you shouldn't want that. When I worked for Lauder in the 80s, and so it was not the happiest of my time in life. Okay, this face right here is allegedly not the happiest. So I guess this one up here is the happiest. All right. I was incredibly blessed to have such a fantastic career. She's talking against herself now. But I didn't necessarily feel like I was important. That means the men didn't stick around. All that was important was the way I looked. And you know, as a young woman, it feels like half of you is being ignored. She wasn't complaining then. It's hard to reconcile that Poroskova was just 15 when she was whisked off to Paris to begin her modeling career at a time when fending off sexual advances from older male photographers was laughed off as part of the job. The PR representative sitting to my left is quick to clarify, quote, none of this happened on the Estee Lauder shoots, of course. By way of confirmation, Poroskova giggles. So she's sitting up here clowning Estee Lauder right in front of him. By 19, she met her husband, rocker Rick Okasek. He was 20 years her senior. She's 19, he's 39. Oh well, happy nuptials. And she wasn't complaining when she was the 19-year-old who had her pick of the middle-aged, highly successful, top-value men. She didn't have a problem then. Back when she was in her heyday, at the height of her beauty peddling, when she had all of her options, look what she chose. When she had all her options spread in front of her and she could actually do it. Now, back when she was in the driver's seat, look what she was happy to choose. Now that she's at 60, she's telling everybody you shouldn't do that. Y'all need to stop that. Born in Czechoslovakia to activist parents who fled to Sweden when she was 3 to escape the Soviet invasion. So in other words, she didn't have a bunch of money growing up. Okay, when she got in the driver's seat to make decisions, take a look at what she leveraged that beauty for. I'm sure he had a sterling personality. And now that she's on the disadvantaged side of 60, now she wants to tell everybody what to do. And she wants to tell you what you should and shouldn't want. And it goes even further, because here's the real reason why I wanted to do this. And by the way, this was her on Vogue back in 1990. Back in 1990. "35 years ago, she wasn't complaining then." Now, I want to read to you this next part because this is the reason I brought this to you all. It was seeing this that was the reason that I brought this to you. Because this was the thing right here that got my attention when I read this. Poroskova's formative views on aging were established early when she lived and worked in Paris. Quote, there were these women in their 40s like Jane Birkin and Charlotte Rambling on the covers of Elle or Vogue, wearing jeans and a little t-shirt, smoking a cigarette, and, you know, a little worn looking but very confident. Is she talking about the t-shirt or is she talking about the women? Worn looking. She's talking about the women. When you're 19, you haven't been worn and put away wet. By the time you 40, you've been worn, and a lot of you've been worn out. And I thought, oh, this is where I'm headed. Okay, she sounded anxious. It seemed like something to look forward to, like I'm going to level up in confidence. Oh boy. 60-year-old Russian female talking about leveling up. Who did she learn that from? Not women of her generation. I'll let that be what it is. She's anti-aging except when it comes to getting intellectual ammunition. I'm going to level up in confidence and gain the cool factor. Because at 17, I wasn't cool. I was deeply insecure. Okay, y'all, this is her at 19. Does that look like the face of an insecure female? She's going back and rewriting her history to justify where she wants to do next. But the sentiment stops this side of the Atlantic. Quote, in France, older women are seen as sexy.
What?
Not in America.
Damn!
Either they're trying hard not to look their age, or they disappear. People, fellas, if you were wondering where the current conversation stands, the corporate media, if you're looking at the corporate media, their job is to convince you that whatever they say is reality, and whatever you all are talking about, that ain't real. It's not relevant. No one else is doing it. It doesn't have any effect. They are now finally throwing up their hands and surrendering begrudgingly. They are begrudgingly admitting that the conversation in America has changed radically. She's telling you that being old and used up don't play outside of France. When you come to America, the men don't want that. You become invisible. She confirms warily, having lived in the U.S. for 43 years. This is Estee Lauder and the Telegraph and them admitting, yeah, what you men have been saying, okay, the body blows got through. They been busted our kidneys open. They tried to hang in there with the lie long as they could. And now they're just having to confirm, yeah, in America, and by the way, it's not just America. When you say America, you better say North America and South America. But this is global. Beauty is a global thing. You love your grandmother. You don't call her beautiful. Not the way you meant when you meet a 25-year-old. And what she's saying is, if you don't meet their standard here, you become invisible. And that's the point. I see some of the ladies in the chat room are starting to chafe.
Damn!
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Now we're just reviewing math. We're just reviewing math. Okay, in the chat room, Genuine, just understand something. Western culture, starting with us. In the foundational black community, starting with us, Western culture is what leads the way for the rest of the world. We were the ones who let feminism, who really legitimized it because it was trying to run at the same time the civil rights movement was going. If we had fought it then, it never would have gotten off the ground. If we had delegitimized feminism then, it never would have gotten off the ground. They found some black females who were willing to co-sign it, and that's the only reason that, quote, feminism and the women's movement was able to get off the ground. Susan B. Anthony was unable to get any black women to co-sign it. When she tried to get Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and whoever else to help her, they weren't going to co-sign it. That's why it didn't work back at the turn of the 20th century. They couldn't get it off the ground. Fast forward 6 decades, they found a group of black females because the men shut them down every time. We never fooled with it at all. The females, however, became receptive by the 1960s because they became very envious of white women's position. And they told them, hey, if y'all sell out the community and rock with us, we'll give you a seat at Master's table. And yeah, we all see how that turned out. Yeah, least wealth, most illnesses. We all see how that turned out. The white sisterhood took care of you. Yeah, took care of you like the Gambino crime family. Get your ass in this trunk. So, yeah, that's how that went. Now, we have begun changing the international conversation again. People, the reason why the Rollo Tomasis and whatnot can't get it to work is because you can't be some dry professorial individual quoting from psychology books. You got to be able to speak to the people at street level. You got to be able to speak to them directly about what the issue is and make the answer as simple as possible. Them cats can't do it. We're the only ones who can take an ideological thought and put swag on it. We are the only people who can take an ideological position and put some swag on it. That becomes that makes the medicine far easier to go down, and it makes people far more enthusiastic to spread it. So now that this is the dominant conversation among us, as the black men from the soil, it is now becoming the global narrative because we're the only people who say things unapologetically. And what we say is righteous and just. It's not from a position of trying to abuse somebody or practice injustice. Another reason why the white manosphere has not been able to succeed. It's not able to succeed because their goal is unjust. Ours is just, so it can be defended across the board. So she says the sentiment stops on this side of the Atlantic. In France, older women are seen as sexy, not in America. Either they're trying hard not to look their age or they disappear. They become invisible. She confirms warily having lived in the U.S. for 43 years. Cosmetic surgery is off the table, though Poroskova is all for self-improvement. Quote, I'm a big believer in exercise and, healthy living in moderation. Now, by the way, she has said that she lost her husband of 28 years. Lost her husband of 28 years in 2023. Lost her husband of 28 years in 2023. Okay. This photograph is circa 1990. So, okay. She hung in there for a good long while. But then again, he was 20 years older than her. So she went back to the sexual marketplace and she's found somebody, and good for them. Good for them. That's cool. Oh, wait a minute. The blows kept coming. Poroskova had been left out of Okasek's will.
Damn!
They were separated. They were separated, but still living together, and in Poroskova's eyes, they had remained the best of friends. Quote, then it was COVID, and I was in menopause, she adds. The perfect recipe for the aforementioned breakdown. Huh. All right. So, hurry, step right up. All right. What she's saying is, yeah, she got left out the will. She got to go find somebody who's on a pension somewhere because she's just an old model who was married to a rock dude. I guess he took care of his kids, but yeah, he's like, oh, baby, I don't really fool with you. So I want you to understand that that's the dynamic. There's a tremendous amount of pressure right now on men. There's a tremendous amount of pressure on men right now to gather up all of these aged out females so that the society that told them to ignore men, now the men will circle back around when they're no longer genetically viable and make sure that the government doesn't have to take care of it. So the government can use that money instead to give it to billionaires and launch wars around the world. You know, important things. You know, the important stuff. But yeah, these are a bunch of females who don't have a retirement, don't have a retirement plan. Even all they can right now, most of the females, when they get to senior citizen age, they are net negatives and burdens on the system. Men put in the overwhelming majority of money into the economy. I didn't just say Social Security. I said the economy. So the females don't really put that much in. By the time the women get to the end of their working lives, they put in far less than men. They did it far shorter than men. And the men don't take as many resources because the men generally die sooner. So the women cost more, use more, and stick around longer to liquidate more. The men are where the sweet spot is. The women are a net negative mathematically. From a mathematical perspective, the women are a net negative in this system. So what are you going to do under these circumstances to ease the burden? And the solution that they've settled on is that we're going to get these men. We need to start trying to figure out if we can propagandize and promote to the men the value and the virtue of coming back and getting you a granny baddie. What? We need to start promoting to the men and figure out if we can popularize among the men the virtues of circling the block. Now I'm talking about the block around the senior citizens home, and see if you can grab you one of them granny baddies. This is literally what the topic of conversation is, being smuggled in and smashed into your face. We need the men who have worked their lives to build up the resources. What's happening is what Poroskova was telling you. What she was telling you is that the most valuable men are taking their assets with them. That's what she's trying, what this point of the story is. The men who are the most valuable, they are now getting wise to it. They're getting divorced or whatever. They're getting a trust. They're locking off the resources when things get bad, and they're taking the resources with them. That is now the conversation that is happening amongst all men, is taking place across the board. This is not isolated in one or two small areas for that. This is the normal conversation that men who aspire to make $350,000 a year or more, this is the normal conversation that they're now having. They've witnessed enough cautionary tales of men getting taken to the cleaners for the last 40 years, and now they are going to work to protect themselves. And with a 50% divorce rate, everybody's anticipating how this could go wrong. This is starting to get more and more common. So the men are doing more to protect their assets. And what that really means is at the end of this, the females are not going to have anything to mooch off of. They will simply be pushed back out into the workforce. Now, she's 60 years old. If she's in America, she's not really, she could get Social Security, but you're not really old enough to max it out just yet. So it's not going good. And if you live in California, you can't do nothing with that. So the bottom line is, yeah, that's not going to work. Financially speaking, that's not going to work. Mathematically speaking, this is a non-starter. Never mind the fact that she talking about she coming to old dude with menopause. So Halle Berry and dry, achy, uncomfortable. Now imagine being a rock star your whole damn life. He met her when he was almost 40 years old. That means he'd been around the block and had the baddest of the bad. You get with this little 19-year-old chick and figure you done gave yourself a runway. He's heading toward what? At that point, he was in his mid-70s. And she coming to him with menopause. He figured he had solved that problem by getting a 19-year-old. He figured, okay, I got that taken care of. He got 20 years of mileage. After he got the 20 years of mileage, it's all downhill. Okay, baby, you got to be on your P's and Q's. You cannot make that man upset about nothing. We've been together 28 years. I figured that's enough. He said, separation. Separation. We're going to do it like this. We're going to do it like this. So people, there's a lot of force being brought to bear to pressure men. If you want to know what the society's plan is for all these old females, hard-headed, difficult to deal with, don't have any resources, talking garbage on Facebook while they go to their damn jobs in their 50s and 60s. If you want to know what the end game plan is, it is to encourage, coerce, pressure, badger, bully men into coming back and picking up these chicks in their 50s and 60s and 70s to try to normalize the conversation to men so that you'll ignore your actual biological instincts, much less your preferences. We just had this conversation. Now, who cares if it's a kamikaze run? They're just like, okay, hey, fellas, somebody got to go get her. Now, they're not saying how she's changed or how anything's going to be better. How could it be? But this is what they're telling you. And we're going to get into the psychology of this and how this becomes devastating here. But if you all agree that this is the society trying to pressure and coerce men into picking up these chicks after they aged out from their 2 decades of sexual globetrotting, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's almost 2,000 people in here live right now. But if you agree that this is the society's plan, that the society is putting a lot of pressure, the society, the media, corporate America is putting a lot of pressure on men now to popularize the idea of getting a granny baddie, that you don't need to be looking at a female with a biological future. You need to get something your own damn age, what you need to do. Who cares if she's a disciplinary problem and hard-headed and difficult to deal with and a drain on resources? Who cares about that? Who cares if she's Tina Knowles? Who cares about that? You men need to, quote, step up. Everything's about men, quote, stepping up, which means men need to sacrifice. Nobody ever talks about what the women need to sacrifice. No one ever tells them, by the way, you women need to step up. No conversation anywhere about what the women got to do. Is for you men, you ain't real men till you step up. And step up means getting your ass knocked out. So that's what all that means. Well, folks, in case you thought I was just getting started here, no, I'm just getting started. Let me go ahead and take you over here to Miss Jennifer Lopez. Oh, man, Miss Lopez, she wants you all to know. She just did an interview with Howard Stern. Yeah, he's still alive and amazingly still on the air somewhere. Was he still on Cumulus or Sirius, whatever? Satellite radio. All right. She did an interview with him, and I want you all to look at this headline because she's made a few headlines. I want to show you this first one here. Jennifer Lopez says her divorce from Ben Affleck was, quote, the best thing that ever happened to her. If you want a fantastic explanation, rationale, example of why men shouldn't get married in the first place today, this right here. This shows you this is the attitude after divorce. So he gets divorced and he gets hassled. She gets divorced. Best thing ever happened to me. Now, fellas, if you seriously thought that the woman that you were getting with, that in the back of her head, she is saying, by the way, if we ever break up, I'm going to tell people it's the best, getting rid of you is the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm not going to say I'm heartbroken and broke down and it's the worst time of my life. I'm going to tell people that getting back single was the best thing ever happened to me. Okay, but when you all take a look at the females in your family, the females you used to date, the females at your job, the females on social media, you want to talk about why the men are upset? Now the women can sit up here and leave you over lunch. They got a whole bunch of folks sitting around and will pat them on the back and say, you go, girl. When she was getting married, you go, girl. Great idea. When she divorces and leaves you, you go, girl. Great idea. If she cheats on you and breaks your heart and you can't stay, great job, girl. You go, girl. So, fellas, by the way, if you knew that this was the way she was thinking about your, quote, marriage, would you do it in the first place if you knew that this is what she feels about ending the marriage? Getting married to you is but getting married to you is not the best thing that ever happened. Do you understand the logic here? She didn't say getting married was the best thing that ever happened. She said getting divorced is. Think about that for a few moments. Her happiest day was not marrying you. Imagine if your wife told you, you know what, if you and I got divorced, that would be the best thing that ever happened to me. Not marrying you, not the life you've given her, and her leaving you would be the best. And then you wonder why it is we got that situation. Now, there's a clip from Howard Stern here. Hopefully you all can hear this pretty well. If y'all have any trouble hearing this, let me know. I'll just read it instead. Just making sure the audio comes through properly.
As soon as you hook up with a guy,
yeah,
I don't know how a relationship could survive.
It's difficult to be under that, microscope. Yeah.
Does it seem like everything is doomed from the beginning? You know what I mean?
No, I don't feel that. I feel that I live my life very out loud, even though I was in the public eye. And I wanted to share my life with someone.
Right.
I want someone to be there when I'm having my big important moments on the red carpet. I want someone to be there, when I'm doing whatever, or when we're going to the store, whatever it is. Like, I wanted to share that. And so I didn't hide from it, and I spoke about it. And I think now, after what's happened in the past few years to me and to my children, I just feel like I want to keep that part so much more quiet in my life. And it's hard because these are big moments in your life. You want to share them with everybody, right? And you think that's okay. But the truth is, when you're in this type of career and you have the type of level of fame that we're talking about, there is a compromise. There are adjustments that you do need to make.
Folks, she was already with Ben Affleck years and years ago. She spun the block to get back with him because Alex Rodriguez wasn't biting. So she fought to get back with Ben Affleck. You got back with him after years and years. So it's not like she didn't know. And look how she's characterizing her decision to chase him and get back with him. This is how she's characterizing the story now.
Because it is a very blessed life.
Do you think you've truly been loved?
No.
No. And do you think you really have experienced?
Oh, please.
Ladies, I gotta say this, in the 21st century, to every female in the sound of my voice, both domestic and international, I need you women, ladies, I need y'all to stop this. This is a very sick, contaminated way of doing things. You all know the truth. She was chasing this dude, and then she says she doesn't feel like anybody has ever loved her. These are the men she chose, and she's saying they're the ones who are all rotten, but she's a great person.
Loving someone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very blessed life.
Do you think you've truly been loved?
No.
No. And do you think you really have experienced loving someone?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
And when you can't get that love back?
What I learned, it's not that I'm not lovable. It's that they're not capable.
They can't love.
They don't have it in them. They need to appreciate the little person inside of them.
They have little
need to love
give.
them. Yeah.
You've been in relationships.
Oh, please.
Yeah, see, this is the way it goes. From Halle Berry on, when they get by themselves, they go out and immediately start dirtying up your name. And she doesn't just take shots at one person. Please understand this. When a female has been run through the ringer and she's been put out to pasture, she wants to get even with everybody. So when she has an opportunity, fellas, if you want to know about imprinting yourself, Diddy and everybody else, they imprinted on Mark Anthony. And now she realizes that she didn't mess them over. She messed herself over by leaving. And she's angry about it. So notice she didn't limit that to Ben Affleck. That was a shot at everyone. And for those of you who remember, Halle Berry did the same thing. And when they do sit these females down, when they talk about their relationships, they don't just hit one dude, they hit everybody. They say a statement that basically is a blanket condemnation of every man they ever been with. When they have their chance to talk, they try to take down everyone. And so she's talking about they don't love themselves. I've never been loved. I love them, but I never been loved. I was the good one. I didn't do anything wrong. I just keep hooking up and getting married to all these bad people. So you see, I love so much that I like people who don't love. They're not even capable. Who the hell would get with someone who's not even capable? And to the women out there, ladies, you know what you do. You know this is you. So to the women listening both live or recorded here and around the world, please start correcting this. It's become a poisonous, contaminated, toxic culture in female society. When you are asked to do a post-mortem on your relationship, you tell everybody the problem is that I'm just so loving and caring and believing, and these men are just evil and lying, manipulative monsters. So you didn't do anything. You were just a perfect princess and you were a model citizen and you didn't do anything wrong at all. The whole time you were there, you were just a paragon of virtue and these men are just psychotic lunatics. Yep. Then why do you love psychotic lunatics? I don't. You have a serial repeat pattern of it. I was bamboozled. These guys had histories before they met you. You didn't look at the way they were living before they met you. I want to talk to somebody else. So to the ladies, if you want to know why it is that 90% of you can never get anything corrected and you jump from one relationship to another looking for someone to victimize and take advantage of. And I'm going to get to that here tonight too, because you all know me. I don't bring receipts, I bring invoices. But you're going to go bouncing around, and if you will not take responsibility for it, then that becomes problematic. And it becomes problematic because you never fix the problem. Because you told yourself there's nothing wrong with me. He's always the problem. So every man you're with is the problem. And you over and over and over, even though you are the only common denominator, nope, the problem is just the men. So you don't have to examine yourself. You don't have to review yourself. You don't have to take an inventory of your behavior. You don't have to say, you know what? Let me look at me. If you all want to know why men always make more progress intellectually and emotionally than females, it is not just so much that men are just logical, because we are. It's also because of that logic, we also become introspective. When things go wrong, we start analyzing. We start inward. We say, hey, what could I have done differently? What could I have fixed? We start looking at what we have power over and how we could make adjustments. We don't point the finger first and say, what could them hoes have done differently? If they had just did it different. We don't start there. Now, the conversation might go there at some point, but that's not where we start. We start by examining ourselves. The entire existence of the red pill or manosphere or whatever you want to call it, even here with the black book, the whole existence of it is based on the philosophy of men examining themselves. Now, I deal in power dynamics, so I deal with people examining themselves, both male and female. But if you want to know why the men make so much more progress, it's because we look at ourselves first when something goes wrong. We examine what we did. Did we make a mistake? Is this something I thought was right? Am I sure that that's right? So we question everything. Females try to shield themselves and say, no, I didn't make no mistakes. And that's how they end up making the same dumb mistake over and over and over and over. And then you're Jennifer Lopez and you wake up and you're what, 56 years old? Streaking towards 60 like Halley's Comet and still saying how great she is. Now, I want to go back to this article over here where she says that divorcing Ben Affleck was the best thing that ever happened to her. I want to go down here because I want you to see what she said here. It says here, when asked about the heartbreak she felt for not receiving love in return, she said, what I learned is that it's not that I'm not lovable, it's that they're not capable. They don't have it in them. They need to appreciate the little person inside of them. They need to love them. So it's not that she's inadequate. The problem is you. Then she says, and they gave me what they had. They gave me all of it. If you want to hear her say it, I'll let you hear her say it.
They have little to give.
Them. Yeah.
You've been in relationship with
and they gave me what they had.
Right, but
they
it's
gave
not
me
enough.
all of it every time.
But it's this much. It's
all the
little bit.
rings, all the things I could ever want.
Right.
They tried to give me the houses, the rings, the marriage, all of it. But
they didn't love you.
They didn't.
And didn't know you.
And I didn't love myself.
They gave me all of the things, the houses and the rings and stuff, you know, but Jennifer Lopez ain't gonna fool with you for real if you can't do that. So, okay, she's gonna require that of you and then tell you, but that's not enough. Ben Affleck, remember, him and her famously went shopping as soon as she got with him. Oh, we need to go house shopping for a mansion. She's already got a mansion. I need another one. Make sure you don't go nowhere. Okay, they did everything that she demanded that they do. She ain't gonna fool with you if you ain't got the bag like that. And then when they did it, she said, I need more. That's not enough. I need even more. So you have to have all the finances, all the look, all the swag, all the style, all the popularity, and you've got to be completely emotionally doting on me to the level that I need me, I, bottomless pit. And this is the ideal that female society today is chasing. So yes, she sat there to give y'all the business like that. And she said here that now, when she reflected on her relationships with Ben Affleck, the divorce was finalized in 2025 after she filed in August 2024. When I got divorced this last time, it was the best thing that ever happened to me, she revealed. It really made me journey into, I had a religious coach. What? Watch this list, y'all. I had a religious coach. What? A therapist. What? A couples therapist. What? An individual therapist. What? I had a coach to understand addiction. What? I had everything. What? 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 Damn! Folks, remember Gisele Bündchen? We've covered, the reason why I've covered these stories is so that you have a ready archive here. I covered all these. Remember Gisele Bündchen? I covered this. Remember she got divorced when she was divorcing Tom Brady because she was sleeping with the jiu-jitsu instructor. And remember she had the little chick out there burning sage around her car. This is what she wants all this money for. And fellas, you've never seen a chick with a therapist who came out straight. If therapy worked, men would be demanding that women get it. The problem is women pay for therapy and the therapist is in there straight bull jiving, telling her whatever garbage she wants to hear. That's the reason why men don't get stoked when a woman says she needs therapy. We're like, yeah, you do. We just don't trust the therapist. Therapy does not work. And it doesn't work because women go therapist shopping, like drug addicts go doctor shopping for a doctor who'll write bogus pain medication prescriptions. Women go therapist shopping. They go shopping for a therapist who's going to feed her back the words she wants to hear. You better not tell her she's the problem. You better not tell her that he was right. And you damn sure better not tell her that she's in a good position. She needs to stay where she at. If she feel like she want to get out there and run these streets again, she's going to drop the therapist that she has and go find one that tells her the answer she wants to hear. She'll be quick to come back and tell you, I don't like this therapist. She doesn't have a good bedside manner. She's not very good. I don't know. I just don't like them. And that's why most females go and get a female therapist. They get a male therapist, and male therapists tend to, at least they are more reliable than female therapists. The female therapists just tell females what they want to hear. So ladies, I don't know why my man don't want to go to therapy, because it didn't do anything for you. If therapy was, folks, I mean, you've never heard men say you shouldn't go get a personal trainer. Ladies, how many women have had a man say, you shouldn't have you say, I want to get a personal trainer. No, you don't need no personal trainer. They don't work. You as a woman, you have never heard that. You have never heard a man tell you, don't get a personal trainer because that don't work. Okay. Right. You don't hear that because things that work, we encourage it. Stuff that bull jives, we know all you're going to do is the therapist is going to tell you whatever you say, they're going to go along with it. So there's the reason. But take a look at this laundry list of people here. Take a look at this laundry list of folk. Now, I want to go back here, and I want to play this one more time for you all, because there's something else here that I want us to review.
As soon as you hook up with a guy,
Yeah.
I don't know how a relationship could survive.
It's difficult to be under that, microscope. Yeah.
Does it seem like everything is doomed from the beginning? You know what I mean?
No, I don't feel that. I feel that I live my life very out loud, even though I was in the public eye. And I wanted to share my life with someone.
Right.
I want someone to be there when I'm having my big important moments on the red carpet. I want someone to be there, when I'm doing whatever, or when we're going to the store, whatever it is. Like, I wanted to share that. And so
I wanted someone to be there with me when I'm going down the red carpet.
Important moments on the red carpet. I want someone to be there when I'm having my big important moments on the red carpet. I want someone to be there.
My big important moments on the red carpet. She wants a man who is an accessory. She wants to be adored. She wants to be pedestalized. And what I'm saying is that ain't no man gonna go off and go make himself worth $100 million, $200 million so that he can hand you the keys and hand you the spotlight. He's gonna go off and become the bag for a 56-year-old, and then he's gonna just hand you the keys. Here you go. Why don't you lead us? So J-Lo is on her way. She is on her way now. She is on her way to seeing if she can figure out how to make it through to 60. She's in the middle of figuring that out. And she's not the only one, folks. She's not the only one. This is just in. Well, this is mostly just in. This is just in from the New York Post. In case you all thought that tonight's program was going to be light on statistics and validation, oh, hell no. This is Jason Black. You know how I do. Dating for dough. Florida and Nevada have the most gold diggers, study reveals.
Damn!
Yeah, Yes, sir. Says here, Florida and Nevada top a list of states whose residents are most likely to marry for money. A new study revealed. Yeah, folks, Florida and Nevada are at the top of the list, but they're far from the only ones. By the way, what's the number one state for retirees? Oh, they wasn't ready for it tonight. They were not ready for it tonight. Oh, they just thought they were ready for it, but they weren't. Now, we're going to go over some of the methodology here right quick, and then I'm going to show you more. The divorce coaching app Split Up looked at factors such as concentration of millionaires and billionaires, population, average annual income, hourly wage, and cost of living in each state in compiling the data. Dating app behaviors and online searches for phrases such as sugar daddy, sugar mommy, sugar baby, and marry rich were also tallied. The bottom 5 states which are least likely to be populated with gold diggers are Maine, I guess it's too cold, Wyoming, pretty cold there too, Montana, Nebraska, and Vermont. So I guess if you're in a place where it gets frigidly cold, she's like, okay, this ain't glamorous enough. Jackson Hole, Wyoming, I guess. Then again, that's a bunch of old dudes out there, so digging up their money gonna be hard. Emily Loves, dating and relationship expert and co-founder of M Loves, said it wasn't surprising that states like California, which has the most billionaires in the U.S., followed by New York, Texas, and Florida, top the list. They combine high concentrations of wealth and lifestyle-driven dating cultures. So the pursuit of love and luxury often goes hand in hand, she said. Where luxury lifestyles are visible and accessible, the line between affection and ambition gets even blurrier. Okay, but folks, here's the issue here. You're talking about sugar mommy. Okay, but it's not a bunch of young dudes who can come up on a sugar mommy, though, is the problem. So when you say sugar daddy and sugar mommy, the sugar's going to the females. Females ain't taking care of dudes on no level. You have never driven around Miami and seen a dude who was driving his girlfriend, his 50-year-old, 60-year-old girlfriend's Bentley, his 50-year-old, 60-year-old girlfriend's Range Rover. You don't even see celebrity females doing that. Celebrity females don't have a male sugar baby. You can't name a single celebrity female who got a male, I'm talking about balling all the way out, 7 figures off of her. If he with her, he at least got to meet where she's at. You can't name a single female, a 7-figure female, who's taking care of a 6-figure or 5-figure male, and he's living a lifestyle unparalleled in the 1%, and she's happily grinning and financing it. So just stop the lying. This is financed by the men. Now I'm going to go even further into it because I don't want you all to miss anything. This is the spreadsheet of the results of the survey itself. You can see the top 10 states here: Florida, Nevada, Texas, California, New York, Colorado, Georgia, Tennessee, Maryland, Indiana. That's your top 10. So if you live in those states, you're in the top 10, but these top 5, 6 really run the yard, to be totally honest. When you take a look at the score that they gave them, the total gold digger score that they gave them was from 824. Florida and Nevada tied at 8.24. Texas was right behind them at 8.23. So states with no income taxes. California, where billionaires and millionaires dwell. New York, where billionaires and millionaires dwell. Colorado, where the rejects from California flee. So then you got Georgia right below that. So you see what's happening there. So we know who's fueling that one. We know who's fueling that. But by the way, these are also a number of states here that old folk are going to, man. A number of states that older people are starting to try to settle in. Florida, Texas, Colorado. So I started off tonight's program telling you all about who it was that was trying to get in where they fit in. And also, by the way, did you notice that these are a number of places here that, okay, folks, a number of places here that have sunshine culture. Damn! Oh, I'm connecting all the dots of all the data so you don't have to. Take a look at this top 10 list. Florida, Nevada, Texas, California, Colorado, give and take, Georgia, Tennessee. You take a look at that. Fun in the sun, beachside. You want to talk about the fun in the sun and the beachside places. I just couldn't help but notice in that top 10. In that top 10, these are not places where they just got nice cars. These are places where you got to have a boat or a plane. People, fellas, I've been talking about this now for a decade. I tried to tip the game for a decade. I've been beating the drum heavy for the last 5 years since the pandemic to say, hey, man, having a Bentley is not a status symbol in Miami. I mean, it is, but it's not top of the food chain. If you don't have a boat in Miami, you still got to get your weight up. If you are a fella in Miami, your money ain't really straight. Your status ain't really straight till you have a boat. And folks, by the way, go listen to that Rick Ross song, Yacht Club. What? By the way, one more thing. Go listen to that Rick Ross song, Yacht Club, because he kicking the game to you. By the way, it can't just be no little dinghy. So you're going to go pick up a boat somewhere for $50,000 or $100,000. That's not really it. Bring your ass on down to Bayside one weekend. You can hear the music, the disco lights, yachts with their own pool on it. What? I mean, if you really want to know what's happening, your boat really needs to have its own pool, its own dance deck. On New Year's night, to everybody in here, I can personally endorse this. On New Year's night, go on down to Miami. Go on down to Miami, 2nd Street, Bayside, Brickell. Go down to Miami on New Year's night. You'll see the boats all out there in the bay. When the fireworks go off, it's a bunch of boats with a bunch of music playing, a bunch of disco lights. So if all y'all got is little captain's chairs on the boat, I need to let you know that's not really what's kicking. These chicks want to be able to sunbathe on the deck of the boat, so you got to have a large front and a large back. You can't just have a regular boat. They want you to have the whole damn yacht. When I say yacht, I mean what I said. I mean what I said. Kaya trying to get chose up on. Damn. Okay, just slow down, baby. Side chick applications later. Just don't be so blatant. There aren't any good girls anywhere, TJ. Anyway, y'all catch them up. In any case, man, you can't do that. You can't do that. I mean, hey, yeah. To be totally honest, yeah. I mean, if you're not talking $500,000, $1 million, I mean, and then we add no marina fees and stuff. I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm just talking the acquisition of the boat itself. If you really want to have status, that's what you got to be doing. You know, your retired uncle who's sitting up here driving his cruiser around. That's cute and everything. Don't get me wrong. But folks, I'm talking about boats that got an upstairs and a downstairs. I'm talking about boats that got sleeping quarters upstairs, downstairs. You know, the transparent bottom on it so you can see down into the water. And yeah, on the upper deck, they want you to have a pool and a dance floor and enough space so the females can lay their towels down and put their thongs on in the sun. Anybody who's been down there has seen it. Anybody who's been down there, anybody who's been to the Bahamas, you've seen it. If you've been to Nassau, you've seen it. If you've been to Jamaica, you've seen that. If you've been off the coast. So, by the way, That's what you got to do now to get your weight up. In Texas, you got to have a plane. I've been telling you all about this for years and years. In Florida, it's about boats. In Texas, it's about planes. So don't get me wrong. You can have an Aston Martin. You can have a Ferrari, but your status is not platinum plated until that Ferrari drives to the marina or that Aston Martin drives to the airport to get your plane out the hangar. When you got that, as far as the world is concerned today, that's the upper status right there. Right there. If all you have is a 1%er car, in Florida, Texas, New York, California, you're really half of the equation. No disrespect. I mean, you're certainly better. You're certainly in that top 5%, 3%. But if you really look to make that untouchable area where it doesn't matter who you meet, celebrities or anybody else, you're up to code all the way across. That's what the standard is now. And that's not what it's on its way to being. It's been this way now for at least the last decade. It's been that way at least for the last decade. For those of you who didn't know. So now, y'all are not going to want me to kick the ballistics. So now you got your granny baddie. Oh, she been run through, run by, and run over. She thinks she's a Jennifer Lopez. She thinks she's in competition with Jennifer Lopez because she remembers what J-Lo was like 30 damn years ago, and even Diddy don't look like that no more. And she remembers when she used to get run through and slutted out in the back of a Rolls Royce at a Keith Sweat concert. She remembers what that was like back when she used to be able to get that attention. Back when she used to be able to get that kind of shine. She remembers what it was like back then. And yeah, she wants to go back to that. So she'll be 50, 60 damn years old and she'll be looking down at you. She's like, nigga, where your Aston Martin? How the hell you gonna come pick me up in this Cadillac XTS?
Nigga, what?
But folks, it's true. Just because she got older does not mean that she is going to gladly step down on what she expects. She's like, hey, it ain't my fault I got older. Y'all niggas was out here playing around. I've been sitting right here. Y'all need to meet the standard. Folks, if she been getting flued out for 30 years or 20 years at this point, because internet dating is really about 20, 25 years old. If she been getting flued out for 20, 25 years, she's not letting that go. The fact that she's 60 years old is not divorcing her from the expectation that she should still be getting top shelf treatment. What you mean you gonna take me to damn me, what's his name? Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Nigga, we need to go to the Sundial. We need to go to Emerald's. We need to be at the Epic Grill. Damn! What y'all know about the Epic Grill? I'll give you 5 seconds to very quickly say where the Epic Grill is. I'm only gonna give it 5 seconds. I'm not gonna even give you time to go Google it. Oh, okay, there they go. There they go. I got a few of them up in there paid attention. I got a few of them like they've been stealing my advice. They've been stealing my advice. They've been stealing my tips. I've been throwing tips out there. I got a few folk out there. They've been stealing my tips. They said, oh, wait a minute now. Jason dropped the game. Yes, sir. You walk out the White House, is right down the street. You walk out the White House, right down the street. Oh, man. What'd you say? They don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that. It's one thing for just somebody to sit up here and tell you something. It's another thing to know it. So, oh, man, they hate that. Oh, boy, they hate that. All right, but she going to tell you she got to have that. By the way, the duck is good. If any of you ever go to the Epic Grill, duck's good. Go ahead and try that. I'm not really great for duck, though. It's kind of oily. But in any case, Yeah, she looking at you talking about, oh no. Well, I gotta go there. So, fellas, she does not think that she should have to diminish a damn thing. She expects you to take up exactly where the last one left off at. And if he wasn't doing it, she expects to be able to raise the price for you. And I want to explain to you all where the real panic is coming in. I want you all to understand where the real panic is coming in. You see, what we are in right now is the middle of a paradigm shift in society. And the world is panicking. The world is panicking. The picture on your screen is meant to be illustrative. It is meant to make a point. You have somebody who had her chance, had her shot. She's lived her life. And even at her advanced age, she is standing in the way of the females who actually do have a runway, didn't mess off their years, and still have some time in front of them to get some wins and take some chips off the table. And she's standing in the way. She's standing between the men with resources and the females that resources get invested in. The society is now making a full court press to tell men that we shouldn't do that. That we need to invest so we can lighten the load for other people. Not to do what is in our best interest, but so that we lighten the load for other people, even if they screwed up and messed up. And by the way, as a man, you share collective guilt. I'm not guilty of a damn thing. Baby, when you were 20 years old or 25 years old, I was right there and watched 20-year-olds and 25-year-olds screw off their 20s. I've been watching it now for 30 years. I have seen 3 straight decades. I'm talking about my adult life. We're not even counting my teenage years. 3 straight decades now, going on 4 straight decades of females screwing off their prime years. Gladly, proudly, defiantly, nastily looking down their noses at males who, oh, he's a bookworm and he studies and he doesn't get in no trouble. She's like, baby, look here, these draws are a gold-plated ticket to have as much excitement and thrill-seeking as I want, and I ain't gonna take nothing serious until I've finished having my fun. And that has been the slogan of female society now for 4 decades. And then we're supposed to swoop in like nigga Tarzan after everybody done ragged them out and put them on the roadside for pickup. And we're supposed to come swooping in to come take care of it. Problems that we didn't make. Choices that she made with people that we sat there and watched her making bad decisions, and she figured, don't worry, you niggas are so desperate, you'll be sitting there when I get through getting run through and having excitement. You'll be there. And please understand, that's been the assumption. That the worthwhile men would simply be waiting around, and then when she got older and ragged out and you were her last option, she's like, all right, get your dumb ass over here and come take care of me. Well, yes, I've ignored you all this time, but you get over here and come take care of me. And the reason why they're panicking is because the national conversation among men has begun to change. It has begun to change, and has begun to change radically. Because the men are making it very clear what it is that they don't like. They're making it very clear what it is that they object to. And when you have your most valuable men, when your most valuable men of your society have made it clear that, listen to the next words I'm about to say. So when your red pill YouTube gurus steal this sentence or steal this concept, you all have never heard this before tonight. You're going to hear it tonight for the first time, and then you're going to hear everybody else say it later when they think you all have forgotten where the source said it. The problem right now is that when the most resourceful men, the most valuable men of your society now consider it to be a rite of passage to avoid being with women their own age, your establishment is in trouble. Your establishment is lost and your establishment is in trouble. When the most valuable men in your society, the men with all the resources, the men who are most desirable, the men that everybody's competing to be with, when those men, the men who are most stabilized, the men who have the most pull, when those men have now adopted a national culture that it is a rite of passage that you do not take a woman, quote unquote, your age, because she's not the best investment, your establishment is in trouble. When the men as a group have settled upon this as their new national code of conduct, that the men are still paper chasing, the men are still bag chasing, the men are still status chasing, the men are still competitive, but they become more discriminating in who the beneficiaries will be. Now that's when societies change. When the men are now saying that this is their goal, this is their social accomplishment, that they're aiming for a specific candidate, but more importantly, they are distancing themselves from specific candidates. Somebody in the chat room said, like Tia Mowry. Y'all notice something, by the way, aged out females. Tia Mowry dancing in front of the camera, aged out. Stacey Dash dancing in front of the camera, aged out. Brittany Renner dancing in front of the camera, game's over. You start noticing that? Between that and chasing other chicks or getting with other chicks, although they tend to be doing that, I want you all to understand how that works. So I'm doing tonight's program as a wake-up call. It is a wake-up call and a clarion call. Please be very clear about this. The situation has changed. And now the society, I'm telling you all this heavy pressure coming in from these publications, all this heavy pressure coming in from the media, doing interviews with J-Lo, all this pressure to not highlight the young, nubile females, the fertile females, and to instead keep shoving age in front of you. This is so that the men, when they think about females, will automatically gravitate to something older, and so that you can spread the resources around. Do you understand that? This is resource distribution, wealth distribution. Only they're trying to pressure men into doing it voluntarily. Now they're resorting to psyops in order to psychologically manipulate men into doing these things, quote unquote, voluntarily. Your wealth is still growing. Your status is still growing. The female that you have is a depreciating asset. And there's one more thing I want to let you all know about here tonight to remind you one more time. Beauty is a depreciating asset. What? I said beauty is a depreciating asset. The man that you're with is getting more valuable day after day, and you might be a bad broad when he met you, but the bottom line is the clock is ticking, and bit by bit, day by day, your beauty is depreciating. It's not holding still, and that is what the man is investing in. If he wanted to start with an old female, he could start with an old female. He is investing in your youth and your beauty because youth is viability. Youth has several things it can do. Why would a man get a bunch of resources to go to a female who is limited? It doesn't matter what psychological tricks you want to play on yourself. When you get 60 years old, baby, you got a bunch of limits. Hell, when you get 40 years old, you have a bunch of limits. Oh, man, they don't want to hear this. I'm going to hurt their feelings tonight. They don't want to hear this, but I'm going to hurt their feelings. They can say whatever in the world they want to, but it's the truth. It's the truth. When females are out here competing, that is what motivates men to compete. When females are actually competing, that motivates men. Okay, but if you're not giving them anything to be motivated by, now what? Now what? The psychological mind game is not going to work. Men are not going to work their asses off. He's trying to become a 1 so he can be with a chick who's a 100. He's trying to be in the 1%. That's not the way that's going to work. So you have to be competitive. You have to be competitive because that's what you expect. And beauty is a depreciating asset, which means that he's investing and he's putting his best in. You're expecting him to have more tomorrow and to do more tomorrow. Okay, but what's balancing it? And shaming tactics and shaming techniques, period. Folks, listen, the debate is over. The shaming tactics ain't gonna work. Ladies, the men trying to use shaming tactics on you to get you to overlook his deficiencies, that doesn't work on you all. Well, guess what? All the attempts at shaming tactics in 40 years of Oprah's weird, wacky, way out, crazy ass, that hasn't influenced or broken the men either. Men are not swayed by shaming tactics. That works on the weaker betas. That does not work on the built men that you actually want. And right now, those men are making it very clear what they expect. The men haven't stopped competing, but what they expect now is much higher. So going forward, there's going to be a lot of chicks out here looking to try to get in where they fit in after the train has left the station. I was the guy who coined the phrase pinching pimping, because what's happening now is that the females, once they hit a bad age, once they get over the age of 40, that's when they start looking for a pinch and pimp. They start looking for the dude who's drawing a pension from somewhere. What that also means is that she has permanently punched her card out of competitiveness. She's permanently punched her card. She's done. She's done competing. She doesn't want to compete anymore because she can't compete anymore. When females go pinch and pimping and salary simping, which is the gateway to pinch and pimping, that's it. She's done. She's done. Time to pack up and call it a life. You see, as men, here's the point I want you to understand, ladies. Get this through your heads. Shaming tactics do not reverse biology. When you are in your 20s, when you are young and nubile, that puts a light in your eyes. That puts a light in your eyes, man. That puts a light in your eyes when you got that. When you're a female and you are young, a young female, you all don't even understand what y'all look like in your 20s. You think that men are looking at your breasts and your behind, and maybe they are, but there's one more thing they see. Oh, you're not ragged out. You look like you have a zest for life. You don't look jaded and cynical. Your eyes, I can look in your eyes and see you're not hostile. You're not hostile. You're not broken. You're not dealing from the baggage of all of your sexual slumming. You are still looking for a man to lead, and you're looking for a program to be a part of. You're not some difficult, stubborn donkey who's upset because you weren't really worth investing in. So women don't like to hear this, but you all understand, when you are younger, baby, you got a light in your eyes. You have a light in your eyes that ignites competition in a man. Younger females, they ain't broke down. She's still out here in her own right competing to be a go-getter. A female who gets aged out and she's ready to get her damn walking cane and go settle on the damn front porch in her rocking chair. She's trying to trap a man so that he'll make up for all the competitiveness and resourcefulness that she failed to do. That's all she wants a man for. Which means she doesn't want a man, she wants a bag. But when it comes to a younger female, they're going to be tending to look at this differently. She's still trying to go somewhere. She's still trying to do some things. She's still trying to make some stuff happen. Old women are tired.
What? Damn!
I gotta say it like it is. Old women are tired, man. Old women are tired. They're not in the game. They're not in the hunt. They're not really trying to make nothing pop off. Old women, older women, baby, ladies, I gotta tell you the truth. Y'all know it's true. Y'all know it's true. You get to a certain point here, you're putting on them great big ass, welder sunshades the optometrist gives you. What I'm saying is you're out the game, you're out of the field, you're not competing. Older women are tired, man. They don't want to move around. They want somebody to take care of them, but they ain't out trying to get out here in the streets and get it, and they're not trying to justify their position. So imagine getting with a chick and from day one walking in the door, she doesn't think she has to do anything. Well, yeah, because she gave all of her energy and her vitality. You know that stuff that Estee Lauder was trying to criticize in that article? She gave her youth and her vitality and her energy. She gave all of her energy to other men. Men decades before she ever met you. She gave her energy to them. That thing that ignites you and gets your motor going. So you get out here 16, 18 hours, 80 hours a week out here getting it. She doesn't have that. I need you to understand, ladies, I need you to understand why it is that all this badgering the men to take all the old ladies off the market ain't gonna work. Baby, when you was a bad little broad, you had a strut to you. Just like you females like seeing Denzel Washington. Man, a younger female, she has a strut to her. She has a swag to her. She's not fighting with a pair of damn heels. So she's got a confidence. Older women don't have confidence. They have bullheadedness and belligerence. Belligerence ain't confidence, baby. Belligerence is not confidence. You have a younger female, she's dressed to the nines, she's walking, her legs are solid when she walks, her strut, her gait is solid when she moves step after step, her heels are walking in time. You know when the old lady is walking up in heels because it sounds like horse steps tick-tocking. It's all out of damn me rhythm. When a young female is walking in heels, I mean, it's like music. It's like the lead in to a song with drums. Like Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. Like Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, y'all. Y'all know it. Like the drums leading in on Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. It's like that. When a young woman got them heels and she want to keep that tempo going. All right, you go get her. She's 40, 50, 60. The arthritis setting in. The knee surgery for when the knee went out. Oh, her hips starting to do some things. If she had kids, oh boys. Oh man. You start getting wider. Either sounds like elephants or horses coming down the hallway. It's just, ain't nothing in time. It's just the feet fall when they fall. She coming down the hallway and the feet fall wherever they fall. It's just hope she don't fall over. And another thing, ladies, as y'all get older, heels go out the damn window. Oh, first they get their wedges, then they get some platforms, then they got some little old pumps. Oh, then they just got some flats. Next step, tennis shoes everywhere. She wearing tennis shoes all the time. There's a bunch of you fellas in here. You fellas who've been married more than 10 years, you ain't seen your broad in a pair of heels in forever. Especially if she's over the age of 40. She's like, nigga, please, I wore heels before I met you. So, yeah, y'all don't get none of that. Oh, y'all don't get. She used to be a classy thing, came in the door, style, swag, grace, stunning. Man, look here, you couldn't buy her enough heels. You get to a certain point, her arches are gone. You get to a certain point now, her arches done flattened out. She talking about sciatica.
Nigga, what?
Talking about her Achilles tendon. Oh, it's rough on her Achilles tendon now. I'm not supposed to say all this. All right. See, nobody talks about the real cost of these things. Everybody's playing around. Everybody's joking. Everybody wants men to just subsidize it. They're not talking about what the hell do you get? So, no, there are literal physical things that the man used to get that literally no longer gets done. And I'm not talking about when she gets to 60 either. I'm talking about when y'all get older. Let's just keep it real. When y'all get about 40, it's like, okay, she starts hollering about her ankles and she can't wear no heels. And it's, okay. Then what the hell is he investing in? So this naked attempt by the society to badger men and bludgeon men and beat men and bully us into just taking whatever in the hell you slop off the plate, and now telling us that we have to take all the granny baddies out here. We got to go get all of them. Her attitude, if anything, it's not that it didn't improve. It's worse than it was. What the hell? What the hell? So it's a full court press. It is a full court press by the society, by the government, by the media, by the publications. The men have gotten older, but the men have gotten more valuable. The wealth is moving into the men's hands. The fellas are still out here competing because competition is what we do. Truth be told, women are not trying to be competitive in the first damn place. Fellas, there is not a single 45-year-old female who got up this morning and said, I'm going to outwork the 45-year-old guy at my job.
And deal with it.
There is not a single 45-year-old female. There's not a single female in here listening to me tonight who said this morning when she got up for work that she can't wait to get to work so she can outwork the men. There's not a single female in here. There's not a single creature with ovaries that is thinking that that's her goal. Not a single one. None of them. And damn sure ain't thinking that at 50. There's not a single 50-year-old female you can find anywhere who is thinking about competing. She's not trying to compete with women. She damn sure ain't trying to compete with men. She's ready to quit. Okay, so you have one car that's ready to quit, and then you have another one you expect to be running at 10,000 RPM. And they want to shame you if you say, yeah, let me do something different. They want to shame you and tell you, you need to do that. Man, there's aspects of the game that women don't think about because they don't want to think about it. Should I go a little bit deeper? Think I'm going to go a little bit deeper with it. They ain't going to like it, but I'm going to go a little bit deeper with it. Ladies, y'all remember when you were in your 20s and 30s Do you remember when you were in your 20s and 30s and we used to take you perfume shopping? Remember that? Man, the perfume y'all wear when you 20 and 30 is radically different from what y'all heifers choose when you 50 and 60. Oh man, it's just, I don't know what happened to y'all's olfactory sensors, but man, by the time y'all get in your 50s and 60s, they got the damn Geritol perfume. What? I mean, the good stuff go out the window. It's just she ain't got no need for bond number 9 and then what in the world? Starting to get the hiccups. And that's okay. We're going to power through. But yeah, man. They go off and go get this stuff here, and you talking about perfumes and stuff, and the women go off and sit up here and let me go see if we can go grab this bug spray. I don't know where that comes from either. Is it because they can't see it? I don't know if they get older and it's like they can't see the perfume straight anymore, so they just grab whatever bottle seems to be easiest to pick up. But you can tell how old a woman is by smelling what she wears. You can get it. Okay, ladies, y'all don't do that when you're young. Y'all don't do that when you're young. When you all are young, y'all aren't doing that. When you all are young, y'all don't do that. Because you don't feel entitled in that way. When a woman gets 40, 50, 60 years old, she looks for a fella that she thinks he should be grateful that she showed up. This nigga ought to be glad I'm here. So she's doing him a favor. Fellas, that's why you have to be competitive and why everything got to be together so that you just make it clear. It's like, yeah, baby, I ain't worried about it. Is somebody going to be on the yacht? Somebody going to be in the Aston Martin? Somebody's going to go on the vacation? Somebody going to do that? And it is becoming a terrifying wake-up call right now. It's becoming a horrifying wake-up call. As a matter of fact, while I was researching tonight's program, I was thinking I need to do an update to the wealth killer. I was thinking about that earlier this week while I was putting together tonight's program, and it occurred to me that I need to do an update of the wealth killer. I need to do an update of the wealth killer so that you all can compare that program and the stats that we had in that program and what's required of you, what it is that puts a man in the top 10%, 5%, 2%, 1%. You can't keep regurgitating the same stats that you gave when Kevin Samuels was alive, people. I had to correct those stats while he was alive to tell y'all you're already behind. By the time he was saying it, he was saying stats that I had been talking about for 5 and 7 years. And that's why I said, hey, the stats are moved, man. Y'all got to keep up. This is obsolete information you giving. I said the numbers are now double what they were. So, by the way, I'm thinking I need to do an update to the wealth killer. I want to go back over the stats about how much money black women make, black men make, white women make, men make, Social Security, who's got savings and who doesn't. I'm thinking I need to do a program so we can go ahead and review that and see where things actually stand. How much it costs to buy a house, what's the median price for it, how much it costs to retire. Man, their eyes were bugging out of their heads over there on the Young Turks. They're on the Young Turks on YouTube. They were talking about how much it costs to retire now. And Cenk Uygur was like, well, man, what the hell? Who can afford to retire now? And I'm just saying, hell yeah, these chicks are tapping out, man. They're tapping out. They just, I mean, you're seeing the numbers are, what they're telling you is the numbers of queries to be a sugar baby, sugar mama, all these kinds of, the search results, those things are increasing, man. They're increasing, and what do you know? They're looking in places where you have the most millionaires and stuff. Marrying rich, that's not a man. Those aren't men Googling that. Men aren't Googling sugar daddy, sugar baby, marry rich. Those aren't men. Those aren't men. And you know it. So I've been telling you for the longest time, the competition is stiff. And what is going to happen for all the chicks who aged out? They're going to get a pension pimp, salary simp. It will be strange. It will be awkward. Oh, yeah, and he's not going to be much different from where you were before. So that's the other thing. The divorce rate is going to stay where it is, by the way. For anybody stupid enough to think the divorce rate's going to go down, no, the divorce rate is not going anywhere. It's not going nowhere. It's going to be right where it is. If anything, it's going to go up. If anything is going to go up. I want to address one more thing here. For all the folks out there, and forgive me if I'm hiccuping a little bit. I'm trying to control that. But for all the folks who are regurgitating outdated slogans, people, marriage isn't for the rich. Owning a house isn't. Marriage is increasingly becoming for the affluent. And buying a house is for the affluent. Let me tell y'all, the best of everything is for the rich. The best of everything is for the affluent. The best of everything is for who can pay for it. The best health, the best car, the best food. Man, if you want to have a fully organic diet, you better get ready to drop a bag. They ain't just giving that away. The processed food is cheap as hell. The good food costs you an arm and a leg. I want y'all to understand something. It was $18 for 2 pounds of extra lean ground beef.
Nigga, what?
I was at the store early today, went to Walmart. It was $18 to get the 2 pound package of extra lean ground beef. So the healthiest, leanest ground beef you can get is the most expensive damn thing in the meat rack. The more fat that was allowed into it, the cheaper it is. And I'm not going to get into fish. I'm not going to get their seafood right now. It's radioactive. What? Yeah, I mean, in other states, it's even more. I'm in Louisiana, a cheap state. A bunch of the rest of y'all are paying even more. Now, I'm talking about at Walmart. I ain't talking if you go to Whole Foods or something. But, you know, Walmart has the best prices nationwide. So you're not going to get anything cheaper than them unless you go to Price Low or something. And hopefully the rickets don't get you. But the bottom line is that I'm in a cheaper state. There's a bunch of you out there are in places where Walmart's selling it more expensive than what I pay here. So just think about that for a few moments, man. The more healthy you need to eat, the less you can afford it. The less you can afford it. Period. So the bottom line here is there are a lot of folks who are going to try to pressure you, badger you. They're going to tell the men that we need to do a whole lot more and expect a whole lot less. And I'm just giving everybody the heads up. Man, the game done changed. The game done changed, man. It's changed. It's not going to be the easy pickings that it once was. Even for the chicks who do find a place to land, baby, you're going to have to be ready when you get there and on the nose. That's what it's going to have to be. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because the women have adopted a intellectual, psychological standard of living. They've developed a psychological standard of living. And as such, they are telling themselves that that's what they're supposed to have, and they're not going to give up on that. But also a more dangerous thing has snuck its way in. And they're thinking, by the way, and I shouldn't have to do a damn thing to get it. The other thing is I shouldn't have to do a thing to get it. So they're not looking for anybody to sit up here and tell you anything here, man. They ain't saying that. They ain't doing any of that. They want you to know what it is. It's like, that's all. That's all. However, you might disagree. Maybe I'll open up the Zoom link for it here tonight. I might do that. Might do that so you all can go ahead and weigh in. It'll be your opportunity to do that. In the meantime here, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Young Investor. I appreciate that. The BS is real. Jasmine, Ivy Holistic, Logic Before Emotion, Ozzy Edwards, Cameron, and everybody else here. Thank you very much for your support tonight. Man, you know what they say, man. First you laugh, then you cry. First you laugh, then you cry. And there are a bunch of folks out here going to be crying before it's over. Can y'all believe they still out here fighting over child support money? Can you all believe they are still out here fighting over child support money? They're fighting over that, man. They're fighting to see if they can get that. And I bring this up because Darius McCray, you heard about him from Family Matters. He was out there. He's been moving around. He's been out there and he's been moving around. And folks are saying he got arrested here trying to go down to Mexico. He got arrested going into Mexico, and boy, most of these websites didn't even say what it was that they didn't even say what it was that he was arrested for. Most of them just said felony arrest. You can go to YouTube. I mean, you can go to Google and look it up for yourselves. Most of them just said felony arrest. That was it. Most of them didn't tell you it was for child support, for failure to appear. And back in 2019, they said, folks, 2019, the kid's 18 now, he said. But they're like, look here, we coming to get you. Do you realize how serious that is? Do you realize how serious that is? When they're sitting here telling you that, by the way, if a man does not pay the state, because that's what that's about. I'm a guy and I know that. If a man doesn't pay the state, they coming to get their chips. Now, if a woman does not handle her business, anybody gonna hold her accountable for that? I know this. You don't hear the females talking about that privilege. They like, oh, this privilege pretty good over here. But by the way, yeah, nobody's yelling and complaining when they getting preferential treatment. I mean, it's like, oh, everything's good over here now. Everything's good. Everything's great. That must be nice. But for the men, that's not what it is. If you don't take care of your business, man, they're done. If you don't take care of your business, that's it. That's it. This is where they're playing things now. And then you wonder why it is that the men are saying, you know what, I'm all right on that. You really want to play dumb and pretend like you don't know why that is? You want to know why it is that men are checking out sooner than ever? That's for a reason. Men aren't doing it because they're bored. They're doing it because, yeah, this is the terrain that they find themselves in. That's the reason that they're doing it. The men are doing it because this is where they're at. Okay. Let me go ahead and drop the Zoom link here. I won't keep you all on too long, but I definitely wanted to make an appearance tonight so that we could touch on this. Definitely wanted to make an appearance tonight so we can touch on this. So assuming we don't have any issues with it, we'll go from there. Yeah, man, they are determined to get us by any means possible. They are determined to get us now. And fellas, I want you to understand, even if you're a fella in your 30s, they are now going to be putting the pressure on you to get out here and obligate yourself so that they can keep this machine going. Right now, man, it's all about keeping the machine moving. It's all about keeping the machine going. It's all about making sure that everybody is fed in and everybody's done everything they need to do. It's all about that now. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. I think I got Elijah up here on Zoom.
Yes, big brother. How you doing, big brother?
All right, brother Elijah.
Hey, big brother. How you doing? Excellent broadcast. I know you're not gonna be on too long, and I gotta be considerate of the other callers, and so I'm gonna land my plane with this question. What you just said tonight, big brother, it kind of there's a hypocrisy there, not on your end, but what you exposed to us directly last week with the Aisha Curry. Now, a lot of us guys will get our money up, this and that. And my biggest fear, or can this happen all over again? We give these women out here what they want, and then it's the same thing all over again. They're unappreciative, they're unhappy, and then it goes right back to nothing. That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that's the format.
Yes, sir.
That is basically what the format is being. So fellas have to be wise, you know?
Yes, sir.
It used to be, I think men have gotten so used to being dummies.
Yes, sir.
I'm just being brutally honest. I think a lot of men have just gotten used to being dummies, and slowly over time, the dynamics changed.
Yes, sir.
And because they did, it's not as safe for a man to be dumb anymore as it once was.
Yes, sir.
And what fellas have not accepted is that, by the way, the females have had time to sit down and compare notes. Now, that we will say, women did become students. They became students of what they wanted to get.
Of course.
And as a result, they have started looking at, okay, what moves men, what makes them move. That's why women want youth and beauty, as Day Law the City has now.
Yes, sir.
Women want youth and beauty because that's when you get the most benefits.
Of course.
You have the most influence, you have the most power, you have the most benefits. It's the women who demand it. because they see a look in men's eyes. They get a reaction from men when she's young and everything is sitting where it's supposed to be. She's like, she remembers what the hell that's like, and she will never forget it. She will never forget how easy it used to be to deal with men. Dealing with men used to be a breeze.
Yes, sir.
And every woman wants to retain that. Nothing makes a woman's life easier than men who are readily willing to come and stand up for her interests. Nothing does more than that. Nothing. So
Yes,
their being is really concentrated towards that.
Yes,
that
sir.
becomes the issue.
Yes, sir. Look, brother, thank you so much. Oh, just this one with Darius McCrary. Can you further touch? I'm gonna get off, but can you further touch on that? Like, what can we do to start fighting these states for these unjust child support laws? And let's just see what we probably what we can do and get together or something like that. Well,
men, the first step is we talk about these things.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the first step. And then the next step is, you can't have. The reason why we have to lead this is because, quite frankly, the white guys have given up. But then again, the system, they set up the system to get child support to penalize us.
Yeah,
what they didn't think was that they were feeding a beast that was going to gobble them up. That's what they didn't think they were doing. They thought they were penalizing us and holding us back, and it was going to be a tripwire for us, and we would be held down, and they would be able to, it would make things easier for them. And at the beginning, it did. But
Yes,
over
sir.
time, what you realize is government is not an entity that protects the people. Government's an entity that protects itself.
Of course.
And it's in government's interest. Like, man, look here, them niggas ain't where the money at. You white dudes are where the money is. So next thing you know, they start easing their way on over there. And once the law is in place, it takes a while before people start to realize that, hey, this thing isn't penalizing us anymore. It's not. I mean, this thing is starting to gobble us now.
Of course.
That's where they're at with it now. They're finally recognizing, hey, this thing is gobbling us.
Right.
So now that they've gotten to a point of acceptance, it's like, I'll be damned, it's too late. The system is on you now. Mm-hmm. The system got you now. And so they've basically given up. So that's all you hear about them. They're saying stupid stuff like enjoy the decline. Or, brother, you know us. We don't flee, we don't run, and we don't back down.
No, of course
So
not.
it's going to take a critical mass of men, and they're nibbling around the edges, but as men, we can no longer take it for granted. We're going to have to accept the brutal reality. Though, just like the world isn't run by the A students, it's run by the C students.
Yes, sir.
Because power is gained by those who push for it, not those who study for it.
Yes, sir.
The folks who study the most think this will have the most power, and that's not the way power works. Power is gained by the guy who walks in and gets it, regardless of how much studying he did. Smart people have difficulty wrapping their heads around that.
Of course.
As men, we're going to have to also recognize that it is not the alphas that run the world, it's the betas.
Yes, sir.
Or should we say that there are certain areas that the betas went into because we used to not have a world overrun by simps and suckers and betas.
Yes,
now you do. And what happened is you have a bunch of weaselly, smarmy, mousy, little simp idiots out there. They couldn't make it in the areas where we are. So in the competitive job environment, in sports, in economics, in finance, them dudes don't have a place.
Right.
So where did they go? They went into government and government adjacent sectors.
Tony Busby.
Politics, judges, police officers. Oh, I said it.
Yes, sir. Of course.
That's not where your alphas are. That's actually overrun by the class or the hallway, the classroom monitors and the hallway monitors. If y'all want to know where they went, that's where they went.
Yes.
They went into places where they would be given authority over others. Now, in reality, they're really just supposed to be bureaucrats, is what they're supposed to be.
Yes, sir.
What they did, however, was we didn't figure they were all putting their heads together. And they made these into enclaves for themselves. So just like the LGBT community cut out an enclave for themselves in entertainment and academia,
yes,
the betas cut out an enclave for themselves in the bureaucratic sector. So politicians, lawyers, judges, police, we left that alone because we out here doing real stuff. You just figured that was going to take care of itself. Well, it has for the previous 150 so years. It took care of itself for the most part.
Yes, sir.
The last 60 years have opened the Pandora's box. The beta saw an area where there weren't any alphas. The beta saw an area where there weren't any assertive males. The beta saw an area where the fellas who throw elbows and hook them ribs we don't go there. Why not? We all say the same damn thing, which is really what got us in this damn mess. Well, Jason, was the same thing. Why don't you run for politics, man? You realize how much of a pay cut I take? So you see, there have been deterrents for us. Oh, I'd have to do what somebody else says. I have to take a huge pay cut. I don't have autonomy. It's bureaucratic. Oh my goodness, government politics is ick. You left the door open. That
right.
left a vacuum, and we all know power tries to rush to fill vacuums.
Of
and
course.
That is what has happened. So we are going to have to take the betas to task, and that's at every level. City, county, state, fed. While we've been out here bull jiving, they have been taking everything that's not bolted down and some of the stuff that is.
Yes, sir.
And what you find is from betas like Trump, his little lackey, Stephen Miller, but you can go on the Democrat side, Joe Biden, Cory Booker, Barack Obama. At best, you have another corporate beta, Elon Musk, who tells them what to do, but the alphas, for the most part, are absent. We stayed away from those areas because we felt we had better things to do. Okay, but then we left it alone to allow these bastards to make the laws.
Yes, sir.
Because they were just supposed to be minding the store, okay? It's like we're on vacation and they're just minding the store. You work the cash register, restock the shelf, sweep the floors, rinse and repeat. Oh, lock the door when you leave. Rinse and repeat. That's what they were supposed to do. And instead, what they came in and took power for themselves, specifically for the purposes of penalizing us.
Yes, sir.
Stephen Miller, you all should go take a look at it. There's a YouTube channel that did the biography of Stephen Miller. I mean, they brought all the invoices from the time back when he was in high school, a little squeaky, little nerdy, scrawny, big head, weird looking little dude. But he made it clear then that he wanted to go into government because it would give him power over other people.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm talking about in high school. He was saying this in high school.
Right.
Okay, and then you find out Barack Obama wanted to be president since he was in elementary school. Yikes. He's not the only one. Him, Reagan, and then those are just the few that get in. There's 20 times that amount of people who think they should be president and didn't make it.
Right.
So I'm telling you, you're surrounded. And their job is to give us the lesser of two evils. Now we've got a more formidable challenge in front of us. Because what happens now is you are dealing with a political apparatus that funds the worst options. So they put money behind it. They don't put talk behind it. They put money behind it for the purposes of drowning out anything else. So you only hear one name, and then you think that's all you got to choose from. So the conversation is going to have to be different. As men, we're going to have to talk differently. We're going to have to put our issues front and center. 2024, the media kind of broke on that, but we can't let them lead the conversation because they're going to just lead it back into consolidating power into the dominant society's hands, and that's not the answer.
No, of course.
We're also going to have to put money behind it. as men, we are going to have to put money behind these things. It is cool as hell to get up and ball out, but when I'm showing y'all Darius McCrary and Shannon Sharp and all these cats and whatnot, and I'm like, hey, man, the time to be putting money on people's books is before them laws come after you. Man, the time to be throwing the bag at the DA's office is before they show up at your damn door. Y'all sitting up here getting active on TV and active on podcasts, and you ain't doing a damn thing about the prosecutor and the U.S. attorney over here. You know who is? Oh, I'm going to say this. Y'all don't have to like this. You can go to hell. True is true. Our Jewish friends do that.
Of course.
Deal with it.
Our Jewish friends, they moved the bag.
Of course.
They stay doing that. The lawyers, the judges, the DA. You can complain all you damn well want to. If there's somebody running for office, they pass the bag. They pass the hat and they start throwing dollars and say, hey, there's a bag in it for you. If you go ahead and get this thing over here moving, there's some votes and there's a bag in it. All right, as men, and we're supposed to be the ones with the damn money. Okay, and please understand something. I am not the guy who tells you all to be the antithesis of doing well. I want you to do well in life. I want you to focus on the good things in life. I want you to enjoy some things in life. I am never going to tell you to do something. I'm never going to advise you that you should not do that. But damn it, we better handle some business.
Yes, sir.
So that we can keep enjoying this stuff, because these guys have consolidated together to take it from us.
Yes, sir.
I mean, because they can never do it on their own. You show me a bad boy with a thong who wants to hang out with Stephen Miller.
Nigga, what?
Show me a bad broad with a thong who's trying to hang out with Ben Shapiro. Name a one. Hell, and them guys don't even want him. I already showed y'all. Nick Fuentes raised his ass. Who was he? He was criticizing all the females at Turning Point USA and Candace Owens. He said these are for political nerds. To those guys, that's the hottest thing that shows up on their side of the fence. But it's like, in the real world, those women are all sixes. Okay, I'm not going to speak on that necessarily, but he said it. So the bottom line is, dude, come on now. The baddest of the bad ain't trying to hang out with a Ben Shapiro and a Matt Walsh or a Nick Fuentes. The baddest of the bad ain't trying to hang out with that. They ain't trying to do that. So what I'm saying is, that's their incentive for downing us.
Right.
Them chicks will come talk on this side of the fence. She ain't going to talk to him. So it's full-scale war. He knows whatever he gets, that's just what he could get. He couldn't get what he really wanted to get. Okay, and she ain't bad. Okay, well, he's going to hang with it. So as men, if we want to enjoy the benefits, we're going to have to get in the damn game.
Yes,
and we are going to have to be vocal. We're going to have to be organized. Folks have to hear from us. And here's the issue. The politicians have gotten so set in their ways that, just like with black folk, they figure that if the men do speak up, they're just going to vent for a little while, and then eventually they're going to go back to doing what they were doing. And they're going to leave you alone, and you can get back to bull jiving again.
Right.
Until we make it clear to them that we are here, we are on your ass, and we ain't getting off of it. We're going to make it once a week. We're going to let you know we still here. We're going to have to do all of those things, because those are all the things that we haven't been doing and all the other folk have. The female's been sitting at the house marrying you. You talking about they watching soap operas. She's watching soap operas and then going on the internet bragging that she votes the opposite of you.
Nigga, what?
Oh, wow.
Remember?
Yeah.
So when they start talking about, the black woman female vote, why do you keep making that distinction that they're females? Why do you keep doing that? And the reason they keep doing that is because they put in they've been cultivating this subculture of, hey, ladies, you really know that, wink, wink, you have to vote your own way, remember? Wink, wink. So while you're at home, while you're away, I taught y'all this a few weeks ago. The advertising world keeps talking about the men make the money in the home, but the women make the consumer decisions. So the television is meant to be a Trojan horse inside your own house to circumvent your authority as the man.
Right.
The advertising is mostly geared at your female because they think that she's got more influence with you and she will circumvent whatever it is you trying to do. So whatever it is you decide to do, she's got, all we have to do is influence her, and we have an agent sitting inside your house.
Right.
And you come home from work, hey honey, how's things been? She's like, oh, everything's been fine, while she clicks that ad off. And then you can't figure out where all this defiance is coming from. She's had a nonstop, I'm not talking about just TV shows, a nonstop parade of commercials, ads, pop-ups, YouTube videos, algorithms directed towards her, all of them to encourage her to circumvent your authority and to make decisions that you would not make.
Yes. And then, to add to what you just said, big brother, a lot of brothers never forget the same party that a lot of sisters vote for, the Democrats. Let's never forget it was the Democrats who engineered the official breakup of the black family.
Okay, but understand something. The Republicans know better. The white dudes over there having a conniption right now because they're upset with the Republicans and stuff because they're having this fight about the so-called TradCon, traditional conservatives.
Right.
And what they realized was, we'll be damned. Traditional conservative basically is feminism's greatest gift. Mm-hmm. Because you're preaching to the men that the men are required to be traditional conservative men, but you are not demanding that the females return to their traditional conservative female role. They're not doing that. Right. All of the traditional conservative talk is all being focused and directed at the males. Just the males. Or, at best, it's telling the men that you need to work your ass off.
Of course.
So the woman will stay at home. She sits back, soaks up the benefits. You work your ass off. Okay, but the problem is it leaves you vulnerable, and that 50% divorce rate ain't going nowhere. So after they've encouraged you to be a traditional male, the courts will enforce you continuing to be a traditional male. If she divorces you, you have to continue all of your traditional responsibilities, but it doesn't demand and require that she do the same. So even on the so-called Republican side, those guys over there are finally waking up to realize that's a trap too. It's not an alternative. This is just the flip side of the exact same coin. So now they're starting to feel differently. So I'm just letting you know, it was a trick bag on both sides. If things were going to change, if the social compact with women was going to change, then men's posture needed to change too. If we're going to criminalize men not taking care of their children, we need to also criminalize women not taking care of their children. If we're going to criminalize men not being competitive and doing their best, we need to also criminalize women not being competitive and doing their best. But this idea that the women can do whatever they want to, including kill babies, and the men have to be white knights and honorable, and we need to be faithful slaves who work till the day we're dead, that's when we should have gotten off the boat back then. But the problem was it got introduced in a lopsided fashion. It was weaponized racially, because that's what it was intended from the beginning.
Of course.
And the guys who helped put it into place, now they're screaming about it.
Brother, I do have this. This is a controversial question, though. Particularly, I was thinking about this for a while because I was watching this on another program. Do you think, in your with your wisdom, do you think, look, if this man is getting attacked on both fronts, the woman and the system, wouldn't it be just a best idea for the man to just say, look, I can't do this no more, sign over his parental rights? Because I don't think that's a bad idea.
I mean, signing over your parental rights is only limited. That doesn't protect you.
Well, I'm saying,
child support.
Oh, okay. Right. No, I'm pretty sure you still have to pay the child support, but at least your movement, at least you're just doing that. Look, my whole attitude is, look, if you want to get the state in our business or the state.
Okay, here's the thing. Men today got to move different.
Yeah, yes.
Men today the game has changed. And the reason for it is because everything has been mobilized and organized to put us under subjugation.
Yes,
they
sir.
want us to continue doing everything we've been doing because we're the builders of the society. Mm-hmm. Government doesn't have anything if the men don't continue building. The women can sit down and the wealth will continue. If the men sit down, the society immediately crumbles. So they're now trying to do everything they can to coerce, and badger and intimidate us into continuing to work, continue to slave, work your ass off, and we keep moving the bar higher and higher. So you gotta work harder and harder, do your most, work yourself to death, so the system will keep running. And who cares what benefits you don't receive?
Right.
So the bottom line is that's what you're up against.
Okay.
And those are decisions that you have to make coming in the door.
Yes, sir.
As men, you have no leverage if you're broke, so that's the reason why you have to have resources. Broke men don't have leverage. You have a vote, but you have no influence.
Yes, sir.
You have your vote, but you don't have any influence. So that's the first thing. Men have to have that. The next thing is you have to have a code. And the part of the code that you have to jettison is that we're the boss.
Of course.
And if we're not going to be given our boss status, we're not playing the game. But understand what the game is.
Yes,
the
sir.
game is that you follow a particular life path, like a career
sir.
path. You follow a particular life path. You go to school, you graduate, you go to college, you get a good job so you can make as much money as you can so that you can, quote unquote, support this female over here while you're walking into a situation with rules that are set up to decapitate you, or at least you're at the mercy of everybody else.
Right.
That's
right.
the part that you don't sign up for.
Right, of course.
Now, I'm not long on telling grown men what to do.
Yes,
The real
of course.
issue is I don't think I can trust a lot of their decisions.
Of
But what I
course.
am going to say is that marriage in America is a very, very hazardous thing. It has been completely weaponized.
Yes, sir.
And until that gets straightened out, men are going to have to be extremely careful how they proceed.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you're going to have to wait till you get a pension so you can't get took. I don't know if you're going to have to put everything into a trust. I'm not sure which way you're going to have to move on that. But what I will say is for every man, it's going to be mandatory that you consult a CPA and a divorce attorney before you do anything permanent.
Yes, sir.
You need to consult a lawyer and find out what giving birth can do and what you're really up against. And just for now on, men are going to have to prioritize protecting what they built, protecting their personal legacy. Because the rest of it has been weaponized by the system. And then while you're protecting that, yeah, you become politically active. We're going to have to do all those things because those are all the things that we haven't been doing for the past 5 decades.
Yes, sir.
It's a tall order, but we're going to have to do it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I want you to say hello to my grandmother right here. She's right here. This is my
Hi,
big-
Grandma. Grandma Elijah, how you doing?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are you a big fan?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. I'm glad to see. See, he got raised right, y'all. That is good. That's exactly what you want to see. He got raised right.
Thank you.
She listens to it all the time with me. So, she loves what you say all the time.
And she should listen all the time. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We're gonna find you a pension pimp out there somewhere, baby. Don't worry. He's gonna bring you down to Miami.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for
All
giving us a
right.
call. Yeah, we're gonna help get a pension pimp going on there. Yeah, we're gonna get Grandma out there on the water. We're gonna get out there on the bay. There's no reason she shouldn't. All the rest of them are out there. What? There's no reason Grandma Elijah should be left out. All the rest of them are out there. So, grab your Metamucil and your Icy Hot and let's take you to everything but water and see what we can do. Let's go get our Metamucil and our Icy Hot, and y'all can go look up everything but water if y'all don't know what that is, where that place is. Taking to everything but water and see what else we can get popping. All right, let's see who else we can get on the line here. Let's see who else we can get on the line. Okay, we got Ambrosia up here. Ambrosia, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jason. I wanted to put my little two cents in regarding the Estee Lauder brand. So I'm a Gen Xer, and Estee Lauder has always been a mature brand, I guess you can say. Everybody that I knew that wore it or bought it were way much older than me. So for them to have a senior citizen as their spokesperson, it kind of goes hand in hand. Is pretty much has aged along with their, their demographic, their audience. But the thing about it is, as a brand, you would think that because of how long they've been around, they would want to be around, 100 years more, so they would advertise for a younger audience. 60 years old doesn't make me a woman in her 60s doesn't make me want to buy anything she's advertising. Nothing.
A 60-year-old female is not sexually competitive. She may be nice, she may be polite. That's great, that's wonderful. There is nothing sexually competitive about a 60-year-old female, which of course begs the next question. Then what the hell does she need makeup and beauty and cosmetics for? What? Well, who is that for? No, not who is her competition. Who is her target? Forget the other women. Who is the man she's supposed to be going for at 60?
And at 60, there's nothing glamorous. I'm sure there's some great women out there who have aged well, but when you think of glamour, you don't think senior citizen. When you think of glamour, one of the reasons why I understand why, guys go for the younger girls, because when you see them, it's, exuberance in their face. It's the youth says vitality and vigor, and that's what you want to capture. That's what draws you and me as a Gen Xer. That's what draws me in. I don't see a woman in her 60s and think glam. I think diapers.
You think matronly.
Yes, and it's just like it would be like someone, a clothing line, trying using obese girl, what's her name, the big chick, Lizzo. It would be like Lizzo trying to advertise clothing to me. Nothing Lizzo would ever wear I would ever put on, even if it was something that was designed well. I do not look at a plus size model and anything that they're wearing and be like, that's what I want to wear. So for Estee Lauder to have a brand of a senior citizen is obvious. You're telling me that you're pretty much advertising to, halfway.
Okay, well, let's deal with some demographics here, okay? Let's deal with some basic demographics. If you're a 60-year-old female, generally speaking, you gotta, for females, period, you're usually getting with a guy who's older than you. Mm-hmm. So if she's 60, your target pool you'll be lucky if he's 60 his damn self, but your target's probably gonna be closer to 70, 75.
And I know men in their 70s that don't want women in their 60s or even in their 50s. They want women in their 30s. So even if that is her target audience, as far as what she's trying to, attract, a lot of these senior dudes don't want senior women. They are going for very much younger than me. So,
yeah, I mean, because it costs you. Women don't think about that because women don't have to. So women can say silly things. Yeah, they're not paying the price for it. Being with a woman costs a man. It costs a man to have a woman around. He's taking care of two damn people. Men are minimalists by nature. We're minimalists. Y'all are the ones with 50 different types of underwear. We got 3. Think about that for a few moments. You all got 20 types of shoes. We got 2. Okay, so females are what cause lifestyle inflation and cost inflation. It's females that do that. You have never heard a man say he wants a gourmet kitchen.
Nigga, what?
You have never heard a man say he wants a gourmet kitchen. That's females. You've never seen a man's the double opening refrigerator. That's nice and cool. We aren't the ones who thought of that. That's the females. That was marketed to you all. Jason, how do you know all the ads are featuring whom?
Women.
When they want to sell tools, who do they show in the ads? Men. When they want to sell pickup trucks, who do they show in the ads? Men. When they want to sell a damn stove, who's in the ad? When they're selling their Frigidaire, Kenmore, Samsung double door opening, barn door opening refrigerator, who is it opening it? It's not a man. It's never a man. Hell, in the chat room when they're selling bathtubs, they don't have no men stepping up in there. Bathtubs, showers, buy it for mowing, buy it for life. Yeah, but the man's going to install it. Okay, after he's done doing all he's needed for us, she's like, all right, you can chip your ass off. I'll take it from here. Okay. So that's who that's for, man. Fancy fixtures and swan neck faucets and all that old stuff. That's women. That's women. Women want the fancy microwaves built into the damn cabinets on top of the refrigerator. Man, a man will be happy with his damn microwave on top of the stove. I mean, sitting over there on top of the counter for the rest of his life. We'll be cool. That's not a us thing. That's a y'all thing. So it's expensive for a man to have a woman. And by the way, all those things I just named, women don't believe in paying for any of that. Women do not believe in paying for their ideal stuff. You know why? Because they can't afford it. The amount of work and labor that is required of a female to have the life that she actually wants. Y'all, you have billion-dollar companies advertising million-dollar products to y'all and you make thousands. You're not going to pay that. You want it. Oh, it's the bee's knees. You're not going to do what's necessary to get it because you can't. Women do not handle that level of stress necessary to do that much continuous nonstop labor. So she's not going to do that. A woman is not willing to work until she dies. You're willing to work a little extra harder. You ain't never said, I'm going to go to work today even if it kills me. And you don't mean it. Okay, but men mean that. So you all will never be as competitive and never able to do the same thing because you ain't willing to take it to the extent that we are and you're not willing to do what we do. With that being the case, that means all the really, really fly, all the really nice stuff, if a man don't get it for you, it ain't going to get got. It's not going to get got, period. Once again, show me the chick in Miami pulling up in her $400,000 car with her boyfriend sitting in the passenger seat. I'll wait. It ain't happening, man. And the celebrity females you do see, she doesn't go around with nobody like that. Take a look at Jennifer Lopez. She has the damn Bentley, but she's sitting in Ben Affleck's car. So let me get this straight. Oh, by the way, remember when she was dating the boyfriend who was one of her backup dancers?
The dancer, yeah.
Okay, how many pictures riding around did she put up of them? Yikes.
Even Kim Kardashian, when she was dating Pete Davidson, he was driving around in the car that Kanye bought for Kim.
I got the photographs of him driving to the 7-Eleven, or was that in her Rolls Royce? Not even his own, in hers. Mm-hmm. In
but
her Rolls
man
Royce.
For that.
Okay, so the female's not going to do that even if they got it. She is not going to be seen driving you around. That does not make her feel feminine. Okay, but to achieve that level of quote-unquote femininity, man, look here. Come on, y'all are not going to do that. You're not going to do that. So it costs a man to have a woman. If you go perfume shopping and we're standing next to you, you are not going to be expecting to pay for that. You would rather wait. Y'all will sit up here and buy some Dove soap and keep showering and wait 3 years for a man to buy some perfume before you buy it your damn self. You're not going to do it yourself. If you do, you're going to be very begrudging after that. So if you didn't lay up with him after that, he knows you're going to let him start throwing hints at him and stuff. You had to go buy a new perfume. I had to buy this. He's like, oh, that's nice perfume you got. What is that? The stuff you didn't buy me. Okay, so as a female, you're not going to pay for it unless you have to. And if you have a man, you're like, well, what I got him for if I got to pay for it? Okay, even if a man accepts that situation, and there's the problem with that TradCon thing, but even if a man accepts that particular situation, number one, what's his incentive? And number two, it doesn't make it any easier carrying that burden. Now I'm going to get dirty and I'm going to pick you up and drop you off in Los Angeles, San Diego, New York, DC, Atlanta, Miami. Yikes. Now I need you to do all that stuff only you're in that place. Okay, do you realize what he has to do now? That's a heavy burden. That's a heavy burden. And nobody looks at it from that perspective and thinks of it that way. They just expected us to be an everlasting gobstopper and a bottomless fountain. And that we're always going to keep doing that, even though the rewards we get for it are smaller and smaller. And the problem with older women is that older women do not act less entitled. They actually act more entitled. They come in the door, I'm talking about with an outrageous amount of demands, and then telling you about all the places they've been and that they expect you to start taking care of that on day one. So do you see where the issue is? At least a young chick has to learn that. An older female is expecting you to be doing that walking in the door. Everything that it took her 2 decades to learn and 2 decades to go, she expects you to match those level of experiences right out the gate. What I'm saying is, do you realize she's front loading? There's no way in the hell that a female that you met last year is worth a $10,000 vacation. There's no way. None. And yet this chick who 50 something years old expects you to do that right out the gate, simply on account of the fact of how old you are as a man, how old you are and what you've done for yourself. She should get the benefits of that right now. She shouldn't have to wait 3 or 4 years because with your first, it took you a couple of decades to get to this point. She expects to get all of that walking in the door. No break-in period. No nothing. It's just, nigga, you old enough. That's where we're at. Okay, do you realize what that costs? That costs a lot for an asset that's depreciated out. What's the benefit? So this garbage, 60 years old and whatnot, it's like, okay, Estee Lauder just has money to throw around. Another thing is 60-year-olds are not a growth market. So I don't know where your customers from 10 years from now are going to be, because if you're advertising to a bunch of 65 and 75-year-olds, they're most likely not going to be there in a decade. Who are you cultivating to take their place? The 40-year-olds of today are turned off by what you're doing. You're not cultivating them as your newer customers to come in. There's a reason why Mercedes went from the S-Class down to the A-Class, getting cheaper and cheaper, because those were entry-level models. Focus on the word entry-level. Emphasis on the word entry-level. You're starting off with a bunch of little old ladies. That's not something that a 30-year-old wants to be around.
No.
A 30-year-old wants to be able to talk to her friends and brag to her friends and show her friends status symbols that are among them. The stuff that her mama wears is not a status symbol, including the perfume and makeup her mama wears. Those are not status symbols to a young female. She's not going to get rid of her Fenty, to come snuggle up next to Estee Lauder, and they're not thinking about that. Trying to make a political point. I'm like, man, if you want to stay in business, you better stop that.
Exactly. There is no, maybe jewelry, maybe fine jewelry if I saw, but it would be still something that I couldn't afford. But I'm not running to the store to buy anything that someone that's a senior citizen is advertising.
I mean, look, your senior citizens, they don't wear, let's just keep it straight. Your grandmama ain't really wearing flashy jewelry anyway. She's wearing pearls. Mm-hmm. She's wearing pearl necklaces. That's what grandma is wearing. That 2-carat earring and stuff. She's like, baby, that's for a wedding. She's not going to the mall wearing that. So she's not even going to wear the same stuff.
I actually had a woman in her 60s tell me that I should be wearing pearls. She was like, your earrings, you should be wearing pearls, not your stones. And I was thinking, okay. And that was recent. That was actually recent. And she was in her 60s, actually. She was in her 60s. So that makes
I'll let that speak for itself. So precious metals, precious stones. That's what the younger chicks. That's what I mean by older females slow down. Older females slow down. So it just starts getting in that area. And when I'm saying, don't get me wrong, I bought girlfriends pearls. And there are certain things they can go very well with. That's cool in a certain way. But the other thing is, boy, it depends on what it is. It depends on what it is, because, if you got a halter top, pearls might work with that. It depends on what it is. It really, really does. Halter top bustier, that could actually work. But that's not what grandma wearing. You know, she's wearing some stuff that's damn near up to her ears. So it's going to be a whole different ball game there. So they're giving you all advice for little old ladies, and little old ladies are not active like that. They're more like statuesque. I can't say statuesque, like statues. And what I'm saying is, who's the target audience, man? And furthermore, why would a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old even listen to that kind of advice? You're listening to advice for a woman who's hunting for a man who's 70 or 60 or 70.
And that's exactly what she was doing too.
And if you're a female who's 40, there's no damn reason for a 30-year-old to listen to you, because you're looking for you trying to holler at a dude in his 50s or his 60s. Mm-hmm. And no woman in her 30s is really trying to listen to you. Mm-hmm. It'll take a special kind of man in his 50s at that point, because a lot of them want to slow down too. The difference is they got the bag and can finance some things. The older woman wants to just slow down and pay for nothing. You know, she wants to slow down and, quote, be taken care of. Mm-hmm. And there's the real bigger issue with it. A younger female ain't trying to slow down. She's trying to work. She's trying to move. She's trying to make things happen. And that's why the most competitive females have to be celebrities. They have to keep going. They have to stay competitive or they go broke. The average female doesn't have that option, so she ends up trying to check out. And there are not enough men willing to do that. Today, yeah, there's been enough guys who stopped whining and pitching and moaning and have actually started, waking up to reality and started flexing their advantages. So they're not whining about what's happening in Miami anymore. They're not whining about what's happening. I can't say like a place like Myrtle Beach, there's a bunch of old folk hanging out there, but it depends. When the young folks show up, they'll see that life is actually better in those kind of places. You can get your weight up a lot easier than trying to go down there on the ocean in Miami. But regardless, the older guys and stuff are trying to figure out how they can get. The women had access to the dating market. The internet democratized the dating market for women, but what they didn't expect is it would also democratize it for men. And for the men, especially in the top 5%, it makes things easier than ever, especially if they're on top of their game. So now they have a wide swath to choose from because, talk is cheap. Ferraris are expensive. So it doesn't matter how many, quote, guys there are out there. If this female is looking for a Ferrari experience, there's only one guy she can talk to. So that leveled the playing field across the board. And now those guys are like, well, why would I buy a Ferrari if the chick I'm with don't look like one? And by the way, why should I deny myself a female who looks like a Ferrari so that I spare the feelings of females who aged out? Why should I do that? Furthermore, I had one who was my age. That was a hassle. Why don't I go get me one who's still in the hunt and still in the middle of things? And damn what the old chicks are thinking. They're not going to be here anyway. They're too slow. So the places these guys hang out with are where younger folk are anyway, because he's still competitive. So why would he listen to an older female who isn't even bringing him anything he wants? She's literally got nothing he wants. Why do that? Why? And this is where we are today. It is now a rite of passage for men when they get their act together, get the bag together and the resources together. It's actually a negative to have a female your age. Part of proving you're competitive is having a female who is world class. And a 60-year-old female does not say world class. A 50-year-old female doesn't say that. A 40-year-old female is at the end of her viability. I know a lot of cool 50-year-old females. That's great. That's wonderful. I just don't think that there's $1 million of competitiveness that can be invested there. That's the problem. And here we are. So they can keep trying to badger the men into this. It's a new day. The shaming tactics don't work. Fellas are not ashamed to have a female half their age with them. I mean, to have a real bad one. Nobody's afraid to do that anymore. The men are not afraid to do that anymore. It's everywhere. It's a status symbol. So the women should have just left the feminism thing alone and just left it where it was, because all they really did was create an arms race they couldn't win, because the younger females ain't going to do without. Now, let's be clear. As a female, the one rule for females is get everything you can get however you can get it. The younger females don't have solidarity with the older ones, or at least she's not going to pass up a producer so you can have one. If there's a dude who's 40, 50, 60 years old and he's got the bag and he's got the yacht and he can pony up all the experiences up front, she's not going to turn it down and say, wait now. You know, let these other women, let them have that, you know. We need to spread it around. She's going to be like, man, damn that heifer. Let me hop up in here, daddy.
You got to look good on that yacht and that bikini.
Okay.
And a woman in her 20s.
She can afford the bikini. She can't afford the yacht. He can afford the yacht, and he don't need to wear a bikini. Y'all can make a deal. The 60-year-old ain't brought nothing to bargain with. So that's what I'm saying is that in that kind of situation, it kind of goes hand in hand. So what does this really mean? This reminds me of what Professor Scott Galloway said, and this is why I tell you all, you really need to get good at analyzing information. If you actually take a look at the numbers here, if what we're saying tonight is accurate, and it is, then what does that ultimately add up to? I remember when Professor Galloway said that on television has now become the resort of the elderly and the handicapped. Broadcast television. He said the only people watching television now are the elderly, the very old, and the very poor. Everybody else is watching, you know, from some other outlet. But broadcast television is really the repository of the very old and the very poor now. Okay. Well, when you take a look at how these things are breaking down socially, what does this tell you? It tells you that the older females are going to be picked up by the very poor and the very awkward. If the fly guys with the resources are all looking for 30 and under, then what does that mean for the females 40 and over? Basically, their options, I'm talking about anything that will commit to you, your options are going to be relegated to the very poor and the very awkward. The guy that you accept based on his personality, he doesn't have, you know, he ain't got no money, but he's a nice dude. He helps little ladies. He loves his job at Petco. Okay. Or, well, he does have the bag, but why is he still available to you? Why isn't he with somebody half his age? Oh, because he's too corny. He's too corny. He's too awkward. And, you know, you're going to have to just make it with him when you go to Red Lobster.
And women don't desire nice guys.
No, because women don't want to be nice girls. Every woman wants to be a bad girl, including the old chicks. Every female wants to be a baddie because that's where the most benefits from, the most attention from, the most status from, the most resources from, the most fun. That's where the action is. The action is where the baddies are. And females don't want to give it up. Even if she's too damn old to maintain it. She's slowed down, but she still wants to get that reception. Cassandra, sit your ass down. Anyway, I'll let you have the last word.
That's all I want. Oh, one more thing. With Jennifer Lopez, she can have as many advisors, as many therapists. She can do all those things, psychiatry. None of that is going to work. Therapy only works for those who have a desire to know who they are, who they truly are, and not who they think they are. So it doesn't matter who she seeks out. All she's doing is just wasting her money. Unless you're willing to hold up a mirror and truly see who you are as you are and not who you've made yourself to be in your head of this idea, therapy will never work.
One more thing that's treacherous about older women. Older women will sit up here and nag you to death to marry them. And then as soon as they want to leave, they'll be the first ones talking about, I don't need a man. I'm happy by myself. Mm-hmm. So they'll be the first ones to goad you into investing every damn thing you got and borrowing money and everything else. You're and hock up to your ears investing in her. And then if she doesn't like the situation, the relationship, she gets up and leaves. And when she leaves, she's not talking about, I left a great thing. She's talking about, I'm fine by myself. You know, I really don't need no man. That's literally what men run into with older females today. Literally.
There's nothing ever wrong with that. They never think that anything is wrong with them. It's always the other person. They never, ever see fault in themselves. Never. Ever.
I mean, but you wouldn't take a job that told you that when they hired you. You know, we'd be better off if you weren't here. Okay, well, that's what they said on your last day, that y'all wasn't saying that mess when you hired me. When she was marrying you, she wasn't talking like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but do you realize they were thinking it? And I think more men are actually waking up to realizing that, by the way, that's the way that goes. They'll be cheering if you marry her, but then they'll be cheering her for leaving you. And cheering her for saying she don't need no man. Meanwhile, you're on the hook for a bunch of expenses.
I don't understand the purpose of marrying an older woman anyway, especially if she's past her, her fertility years. What's the point? You can do everything you can with her in this world. There's nothing that you can't do with
If
her.
you all are not going to have children, why do you need to get married? I've been saying this now for 20 years. If you're at that age point, why are you demanding to marry her if you're not going to have children? Mm-hmm. Tell the damn truth, nigga. She's the one pushing that agenda.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the man pushing it, dude. You're just a sap sucker. She's pushing that. And, if you ain't going to marry me, I'm going to start having sex with other men. I'm going to be seeing other people. I'm going to keep my options open. Anything and everything to get that. Okay, why is she so dogged and determined that we must get married if we're not going to have children? What is getting married going to give you? Well, getting married gives her the leverage of the state. Getting married gives her the power of the state behind her. That the state is biased towards her. And once you go ahead and sign this document, now you're not married to her, you're married to the state. And the state gonna take care of her. That's why she's insisting on it. And men have to just say, hey, it's a new day, man. It's a new day. And that's what I'm saying. Hey, fellas, you got to be ready to say in the front door. It's like, hey, baby, look here. I ain't trying to get married to nothing. You can bounce if you want to bounce, but this is what the deal's going to be. Period. You in or you out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jason, what you going to do? I'm going to introduce some of you sad sacks to a new concept. Companion. Go look up the actor Hugo Weaving. He was Agent Smith in the Matrix movies. Y'all don't want to get into this. Goldie Hawn and what's his face? Kurt
Russell?
Kurt Russell. I was about to say Kirk Douglas, the wrong one. But her and Kurt Russell. Come on, man. Some of these cats been about that for a long time. Doofus is out here looking stupid. If your broad is going to mess around with another dude, don't get your ass run through the damn ringer humiliated. Will Smith. It would be one thing if Jada was just his companion and she doing some off-brand stuff. This is your damn wife that you done gave everything to. Now you just look like an ass. So if that's going to go down, you're a whole lot better just having a companion for that, and that's cool. Y'all hang out, you take care of things, whatever. You spend stuff. She's got value. She gonna make sure you straight. If she starts pressing for more, let her know, hey, baby, that's 20th century. That's very 20th century. Just like y'all flipped the script in the 60s. Oh, that's so 1920s. Okay, baby, that's so 1980s. What you talking about? If y'all are not gonna have children, there's literally no reason to marry her. If you want to pass anything on to her, that's what you got a will for. You already have mechanisms in place to do that.
Yes.
If you have not instituted those mechanisms, you need to be asking yourself, why is it I haven't done that? If that's really what she means to me and she's really worth that, why is it I'm not volunteering to do it? I don't have to marry her to make her my heir. That's what you have a will for. Mm-hmm. You can make her your heir without that. Why is it you don't want to do it, man? You know in the back of your mind why you're resisting that. You know why you are. And that's why she has to badger you and bully you into a marriage. Because you don't actually want to do this. Because you know she's not worth it. Now, that's the reality you don't want to admit. Because if you say that, you're scared you're going to be sleeping alone tonight. And I'm just telling you, if men across the board did that, that would break it. If women over the age of 40, the men were just like, yeah, if we're not going to have kids, I'm cool. That would fix it. The women ain't going nowhere. They're trying to hard sell. And when they realize that nobody's making a better offer, they're going to go look for the best companion they can find. Once the sad sacks are all used up and there's none available, they'll go looking for the best companion they can get. But what they're trying to do is get the highest price they can. That's the way that works. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. All right, well, what's his name? Just dropped off of Zoom here. So, okay, buddy, you were next. But let's see if we can go ahead and grab Patricia right quick. Okay, Patricia, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues, just make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for me here. Patricia might have gotten up and left. I'm not sure. Not sure where she went. I'll give her 5 seconds to go ahead and get that resolved for me. Then I'm going to do something different. All right, there you go, Patricia. Don't worry. Nobody sees you except me. I just want to make sure there's no trolling issues. Make sure you unmute yourself, ma'am, and point your thing down some. Don't worry. Nobody sees you. It's just me. It's just you and me. Try to unmute yourself, ma'am. Oh, y'all, somebody's grandma's on here with a bonnet. This newfangled technology has her. This new technology has her astounded. She's not quite sure what to do with it. See, baby Patricia, what you gonna do in the Aston Martin? Damn! Yeah, we ain't being mean-spirited, Patricia. I'm just saying, baby. It's just, if she can't work the Zoom, what was she gonna do with a Bentley anyways? Let this 28-year-old chick get on over here and do something, baby. You've had an iPhone for a decade here. You're not sure which end to use to get yourself on Zoom. Unmute yourself, ma'am. Y'all, she's sitting here looking at me. Unmute yourself. Nobody hears you. Okay, if you have earphones or something, try taking them out. She doesn't know what input to use on the phone or anything. She's trying to cycle through the inputs. Input? What is input? I ain't putting nothing in. Why is he bothering me about the input? What is the input? I ain't putting in nothing. They want me to put in? She's just furiously tapping something on the screen, y'all, just over and over again. She's just tapping and tapping. It's just tap, tap. I guarantee you, if she does get the microphone going, she's going to have YouTube playing in the background. I guarantee you, she's going to have YouTube playing in the background, too. As soon as it comes on, you're going to hear my voice, not even hers. So you just know that's going to happen. Man, Patricia, don't you wish you had kept a man around?
And deal with it.
Hey, Patricia, baby, don't you wish you kept a man around now? So he can go ahead and get that straightened out for you. See, if you had kept Willie James around, Willie James could have fixed this. Yeah, baby, that's where you messed wrong at. See, if you hadn't gave Willie James such a damn tough time, he'd be there with you right now to get that iPhone sorted out for you. But as it stands, you got to get in where you fit in. So Willie James can't help you. That's right. Not here, no grandkids, no nothing. No grand. Y'all know Willie James pull up in that 79 Fleetwood Brougham. Y'all know he step out, slam that door. What the hell going on with you? Damn, what you doing in there? Open this damn door. Hey, I mean, standing out here. Time valuable. Oh, Willie James. Open the damn door. Y'all know them old niggas. They all got boots. They all got gaiters. Y'all know them. They all got their damn gaiters on. Look at this damn thing right here. I bought you this damn phone. Woman, don't you see these 3 buttons up here at the top? You know, I mean, nothing about this. Your old ass, all you do is go on Instagram and YouTube all day. Got me getting up in the middle of the night to come fix this for you. So y'all know how that goes. Y'all know how it goes. Oh, she trying to get back in again, y'all. She trying to get in where she fit in. I'm wondering, did Willie James come by and get that straight? Did she call Willie James to get him straightened out for her? Willie might have gotten it straightened out. I don't know. Unmute yourself, Patricia. Oh, we're going to be here all night with her trying to figure out how to unmute. She probably restarted her phone or something here. Oh, she finally got it. Willie James got you straightened out, Patricia?
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, but turn off your YouTube, ma'am. Turn off YouTube. We can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, I want to make sure YouTube ain't on.
It's not on. I'm just watching the screen. It's not on.
I'm very glad to hear that. Now, Patricia, hold your phone back some, baby. Don't do that. All I see is the ceiling. There, you don't worry. The internet does not see you. I'm the only person who does. Just make sure we don't have any.
I'm getting ready for bed.
That's I obviously you are. Obviously, it looks like a silk bonnet you got on there too.
Yes.
That nylon bonnet. She spent top dollar for it, y'all.
Yes.
She spent top dollar for. Oh, she got sparkly white teeth too. Look at her. What she say? I'm old enough now to get the orthodontists together.
Yes.
I'm counting that top row of teeth. I count 20 teeth on that top row, baby. So it's just. I don't know where you got those. That's like 20 teeth on just the top row. So she got about 40 teeth in there right now.
I take good care of them.
All right, ma'am. Dr. Scholes take good care of them. But go ahead. What's on your mind?
The thing about it is, I'm trying to tell you, I love your political commentary, everything that you do. But when you start talking about women, what is up with that? Especially tonight, you want to throw away old women.
I didn't say that. Don't put that on me. I didn't say that.
No. But the direction that it's going, and then the girl that was on there before, she obviously sounds black, and you know as well as I do, you black and you over 30. They ain't gonna even want you. So, honey, I hope she's listening. They ain't gonna want you either.
Okay, so Patricia, how old are you?
I am 45 years old.
Oh, baby, you done lived a rough life at 45 now. It's a whole lot done happened.
Well, I can tell you, I've lived a rough life, but my bank account shows for it. But anyway,
ma'am, what does your bank account matter to a man?
These days, it does.
Okay,
but
tell me the type of man whose priority is your bank account. What kind of man is that?
I don't really know.
Okay, is that the kind of man you want to be with?
I'm not even looking. So
okay, there's the point. Okay, there's the point. So for the females tonight's program is for the females who want companionship and don't want to be alone. You're okay being alone because you're out the game.
No, that's because I choose to be. But the thing about it is,
no, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
But like I said, because I travel, I do what I want, I come and go as I please.
You travel with who?
I travel with. I have friends. I have family.
A bunch of other old dried out ovarians. Yes.
Whatever. But I base my life on my happiness. I'm not trying to make nobody else happy.
You've never, ma'am. There's a vacation. A vacation is a waste if you don't have a man.
Oh, believe me, when I go on the real vacations that I want to go on, I have somebody. But the thing about it is, I don't like another woman. Whatever, you can think whatever you want because you don't know me. But the thing about it is, I don't like another woman, especially a black woman, with this ageism stuff, because you know as well as I do all of this stuff that you're talking about. That's white men's money that you talking about, that these women trying to get. That's white men's money, and you know black men don't have that kind of money like that.
Okay, then what? Okay, ma'am, Brittany Renner, PJ Washington, he's been through 2 or 3 of them now. So obviously black men do have that.
The average black women that's walking around the day that they have to get up and go to work till 9 to 5 every day. That's the kind of women I'm talking about, and the way that you talk. I mean,
ma'am, does the average black woman qualify for a man who makes $500,000 or more?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Ma'am, I asked a question. I asked a question. You said the average person. Okay, Patricia, calm down, ma'am. You're very triggered. Calm yourself. You are the one who invoked the average black man. I'm very glad that you did that. Now that you've done that, does the average black female qualify for a man above that level anyway?
But see, that's
okay,
my
Patricia.
thing.
Last time, you're the one who said black men don't make that kind of money. Does the average black female Does the average black female qualify for one of those men in the first place?
Well, yeah, a whole lot of them do. A whole lot of
black females qualify for a man who makes $500,000 a year or more.
No, that's not what I'm
okay, thank you.
That's not my point.
No, that's okay. That's the only thing that matters. If you're going to say black men don't make that kind of money, it doesn't matter if the females, ma'am, Patricia, I want you to think about something for a few moments. Do you see how loud and nasty and boorish you are?
Well, you know what? I'm not like that. Just like I said.
Yes, you are. Like yes, you are. Not like that, Patricia, there's nothing. There is nothing soft or feminine or nice or demure about you. There's not a single thing about you that isn't. You are hella masculine.
You don't know me.
Yes, I do. I'm meeting you right now, and I'm meeting a very masculine, hard-edged, roughneck female.
But you see, but just the things that you're saying.
No, what you're doing. I don't have to say anything. People can hear you.
That is the problem.
People can hear you.
You cannot understand that I'm triggered by what you're saying.
Okay, soft feminine females don't get triggered. Apparently, you didn't know that.
Well, like I said,
soft feminine females don't get triggered. You didn't know that. I'm the kind of
female that I want to be. I'm the kind of female that I want to be.
Yes, but the problem is most females don't want to be like you.
Well, I don't want to be like most females because I want to be me. That's the problem.
That's the reason why you're upset.
That's the problem right there. You want to lump you got these categories. That's the thing that I'm saying.
Living life your way got you into the masculine, belligerent female you are right now.
Okay.
Doing it your way. Look how you turned out. Look how you turned out doing it your way.
You don't know how I turned out.
I'm hearing you right now. You're hella masculine. You're hella combative. You're hella unpleasant. You're not even soft and pleasant to talk to. Even if you disagree, you should be soft and pleasant to talk to disagree about. You're a bulldog, and no offense, who looks like a bulldog who's lived a very rough life. And what I'm saying is your attitude and behavior, this is how you ended up there.
Well, you sound gay and you sound bitter against women. So whatever you think I look like, you sound.
How does gay sound?
That's what I've noticed.
How does gay sound?
That's what I've noticed because all the psychologists.
How does gay sound, Patricia?
Men who have so many.
How does gay sound, Patricia?
It sounds like you. It sounds like you.
Okay, why don't you get on camera so folks can see the type of caliber of female who wants to suggest somebody's gay and whether or not you're actually qualified to do it.
But see, the thing about it is...
Why don't you point your camera down so folks can see the caliber of female who thinks she wants to call folk gay?
But you see what you're doing? You see what you're doing?
Yes, I'm saying that since you want to call people gay, why don't you let folks see who it is so that you can show them what gay is?
You're gay because you hate women. Every time you talk about women,
is that supposed to be the killing? Is that supposed to be the master stroke? There is your name calling. You're gay.
When it's black women, yeah, because you have such a venom towards women. So that's what all the psychologists say. When you have so much venom and hate and vitriol.
Okay, so I'm giving mathematics and you think it's venom because I'm giving math.
Yeah, the statistics are right there. You sound gay because you sound like you hate women, you hate older women, and then another thing too, you don't sound like you're that young. So, I mean, and then, once you reach a certain age, 50 and over, because I think you said you're like 50 years old, I bet you have
Okay, you all can take a look at your screens and see for yourself the caliber of individual who wants to lecture all of us. She thinks she's going to tell folks who's gay. I mean, she looks real hermaphroditish. You look real hermaphroditish, Patricia, but I'll let it be there.
And you sound real gay.
Coming from a female, like you who barely qualifies. Okay.
And you sound real gay, Jason. You sound real gay.
If that's the best you can do, that's why you are elderly and your face looks like a sack of potatoes and you're alone tonight. There's a reason for that.
But you don't know that. You don't know that just because I'm here talking to you alone. You don't know if I'm alone.
Ma'am, you are very alone.
That's the kind of psychology.
There's no man who's about anything who would put up with you for 5 minutes. There's a broke fella from the rehab.
You don't know that.
There's a dude at the homeless shelter who'll give you the time of day. There ain't nobody who gonna fool with you, baby.
Whatever, Jason. And then the women that's on the corner.
You all take a look at your screens and you tell me if that's a face that has prime options. You tell me if the face on that screen, you tell me what kind of options the face on that screen got. She looks like one of the damn goons from Popeye. Damn! So she's trying to tell y'all she got options and that she's not alone tonight. If she's not alone tonight, that means that the guard on duty is making rounds is what that means.
You said.
Oh yeah, she says she's 40. I told y'all she says she's 45. It's been a rough ass 45 years with them crayon eyebrows.
Whatever, Jason. Because you're gay, so I already know you're gay. So okay, you're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay.
Man, that's the best. That's the best she's got. What she say? This when the women get old. And by the way, she's not 45. This heifer is every bit of 55.
You're gay.
You all can take a look at her. Does that look like a 45-year-old or does that look like a 55 or 65-year-old? No, why don't you tell people your real age? Why are you ashamed? Tell folk your real age.
And you're gay.
Tell them your real age.
And you're gay. And you're gay.
By the way, she's got one of these foreign last names too, by the way. She's got one of these foreign last names. So, last name Manuel. So, I don't know. She's somebody's used up Dominicana. Somebody's Dominicana grandmama is up here. By the way, I muted her. So, it's going to take her like 3 days to figure out how to unmute herself again. It'll take her 3 days to do that. So, it's just going to be bad in the meantime. But yeah, somebody's granny sat up here and somebody's Dominican grandmama is up here. She's mad as hell. She don't know what to do. It's just a bad look all the way around. And yeah, she's very unhappy about just her whole situation. So she's calling me up because things just didn't work out right. So she's calling me up. Baby, you too dumb to figure this out. You worrying about who's gay. You're too stupid to figure this out. Looking like one-man gang, miss. Let me put this on up here and stuff so y'all can see. It's just like, okay. Now, remember, we don't accept trolling. But, by the way, baby, you worrying about who's G-A-Y. You need to go get yourself a G-E-D.
And deal with it, nigga.
You need to be worried about that. She's worried about who's G-A-Y. You worry about a GED. That's what you worry about. Your illiterate ass can't figure out how to work a Zoom. You had it before that. I told y'all, all I got to do is mute her once. She's never going to figure this out. That's just never going to happen. That's just never going to happen. So we got somebody's 60-something-year-old grandma up here talking about she 45. She told that lie. I said, y'all, if you think this is 45, does this look like 45 to y'all? Hell no. She looks like her butt talks and she's wearing a bonnet on her butt. Damn! And if somebody's butt cheeks, if somebody's 65-year-old butt cheeks could talk and could wear a bonnet, this is what it would look like. It looked like this right here. It would look like this right here. Yeah, buddy. She wants to talk about who the masculine men are. While she's looking like damn me Viscera from the WWE, but she wants to educate us on who the masculine looking people are. It's like, baby, look here. Have you looked in a mirror that didn't break? That might be the issue. All the damn mirrors on the house broke, so she hasn't really been able to properly gauge the situation since then. Oh, can y'all imagine what her kids look like?
Nigga, what?
Oh, can y'all imagine what her kids look like? Can y'all imagine what her kids look like? Oh, boy. I hope she doesn't have any children. Because can you imagine what them kids look like? Because she gonna grab a nigga that's big and ugly as she is. All the kids coming out looking like Biz Markie. They all looking like Biz Markie and Biggie Smalls. They walk with their hands turned to the back. What? Oh, man. Oh, boy. All because she heard the truth, baby. This is the reason you are alone right here. This is the reason. I don't know why she blinked out. I don't know why you jumped off, ma'am. Be wrong and strong. Be wrong and strong. Okay. Don't fake the funk now. Be wrong and strong about it. Stand on it. Stand on it with your Mr. Snuffleupagus looking ass. Stand on it. Stand on that. All you 60-year-olds, she just heard you. Y'all to throw us away. We should throw away ones like you, baby. You're already thrown away for pickup. You hanging out on girls' trip with a bunch of other fat, ugly grandmas on the ship. Y'all trying to figure out if you can push up on Tom Joyner. A bunch of old grannies. They see Samuel L. Jackson. Oh, look, girl, Samuel L. over there. She tries to suck her gut in. Wish me luck. 4 or 5 of them over there. Baby, she bringing her Geritol and her Metamucil. Samuel L. catch a waft of that grandma perfume. Somebody working in the nursing home right here? Samuel L. start cussing. Damn! Somebody working in the nursing home around here? They got that Calgon body spray. Smelling like baby powder. A damn 70-year-old smelling like baby powder. It's just, oh, man. She can't figure out why niggas ain't returning the text. But yeah, y'all, she wanted to educate us on that, so she's had enough to say. All right, whoever's on the iPhone, turn the light on for me here. Don't worry, you're not on where everybody can see you. Nobody can see you. We want things to just stay that way, but let me get the light on for you there. Okay, speaking of bonnets, there's Timmy.
I was napping, but I heard you because I was playing you in the background, and I heard that wacko woman calling, and I just want to say, like, I want to apologize to all men. Sadly, there's a lot of females like that. First of all, she came on acting like an ignoramus and being hostile, and if she felt a certain type of way, she could have told her point without having to act childless.
No, she couldn't, baby. You can't fight harder than your practice. I mean, this is who she is.
It's crazy, and I had a long day, so I'm so dead tired. About to travel tonight. Actually, I was trying to take a nap, but that whole little segment was too funny. You had me laughing, but sadly, there are a lot of females who behave like that, and they're usually the older ones, very belligerent. And it's crazy because it reminded me back in my deployment, I was talking to a younger woman, and her leadership is also a black woman, older black woman, and she was telling me how belligerent and sassy she is. And of course, she looks like a size 20, 25. always has something smart to say, overly emotional, doesn't like the truth.
Well, look, here's the thing. Well, she just told you she doesn't get any male attention. She doesn't get any male attention. And I've told you all this. This is the paradigm I want you all to remember. Short man, little man syndrome, fat girl syndrome. You notice the loudest people in the room, if there's a short guy who comes in or a fat female, they're going to be the loudest people. And the reason is because they're accustomed to being ignored. So they would rather start a fight and no longer be ignored than to be ignored. That's the worst thing that can happen. So they're going to be the loudest. They're going to be the most belligerent. They're going to be the most combative. And it's also because they're the most easily dismissed. Pretty females, men will sit there and talk to them because she's cute. Once you get ugly like her, who's going to argue? What does a man gain to stand there and argue with her?
Nothing.
Like, what is he going to get? If you strip her naked, I mean, it's just, oh boy.
No, yeah, that's not even.
Yeah, can you imagine stripping that chick there naked?
Stop that. No, but
oh, you have entered a dimension where you wish you no longer had sight nor sound. An issue of droopiness, sagginess, Metamucil, Geritol, icy hot, and cold warm. Oh, you have entered the geriatric zone. So yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, stripping a female naked should not be like a trip to a foreign dimension, but for her, it will be. So she's got nothing to lose by being the biggest ass you can imagine. She's got nothing to lose. So I want you to understand where that really comes from. She's been turned down all the time. What she heard tonight was confirmation of everything she's already upset about. Everything that men have told her. I want you all to realize how she got there. She got there the hard way. She is literally wearing her anger, her bitterness, her struggle, her lifetime of foolishness. She's literally wearing all that on her face. Literally. And I'm saying, so she wants to jump up at 60-something years old and dump all that garbage in a man's lap? I wasn't the one who did that. Them niggas you chose from back in the disco era did that. But she wants to find somebody to dump it in his lap. And okay, you need to just sit with that while she is the worst, most disagreeable version of herself she could be. And you can see her misery, her anger, her hostility. It's manifest over her. Her whole face, her whole body shows that.
Yeah, but there are
with that raggedy ass bonnet with the hole in it.
Deal with it, nigga.
Oh, please.
By the way, hey, heifer, you got so much damn money you can't get an up-to-date bonnet? They giving the damn things away at Sally Beauty Supply, Sally and whoever the other place there. Yeah, that place that Brittany Renner racked up all that damn debt at. Baby, look here. Hell, what's wrong? She talking about all that money she got. Clearly, that's a lie. Clearly, that's a lie. You can't afford a bonnet. Talking about she can afford a vacation. Your ass can't afford a bonnet. You could have sewn one together if you've been paying attention back in home ec classes. You could have sewn that together. So.
Well, so I would say this. There are some old females that are not like that. They're very nice. However, they lived a different life. And you can see that the females who do carry themselves with grace, who are older, they led a different life and they made the right decision. And also, there are some big females who are not belligerent like her. However, those big females that I have met, they're prettier, but also they carry themselves and their life went differently because they made better decisions. Now, it's never good to be overweight, no matter what age you are. But I would say this, it bothers me, especially with Black females. She tried to use that wealth thing, like comparison Black men with white men, and that thing kind of bothers me because females like her, and no matter what type of age, what age they are.
Well, did you notice that she got triggered when I was talking about that?
Right.
She wants to compare black men to white men. I'm like, okay, well, who's the black? The black men don't even make that kind of money. Okay, who's the black female who qualifies for it? That sent her off the deep end.
Most females don't qualify for a millionaire, and there's nothing even wrong with what you just said. That's not even offensive.
That heifer don't qualify for a nigga panhandling.
Damn. Like, I know I'm not gonna meet an eight-figure dude or somebody who make like 80,000. Is like, first of all, those guys are rare, and let's all be realistic. Like, look at the financial situation of today, and especially in Western society, is very competitive. Like, most of these men, they can't even survive on their own. It's not realistic. I think that as females, particularly with the civil rights generation, they messed everything up. They turned it upside down when they pushed feminism and females in the workplace. We actually, 90 years ago, females had it good. I don't care what anybody said. Like, they had it easy. The simple life was better back then. But your grandmother, your great-great-grandmother, your great-great-grandfather, they were different people. Females were more virtuous back in the 1930s and 20s than they are now. I mean, there's a lot of things that's against us. But
yeah, I mean, let's be honest with that. That heifer ain't no Gen Z or Gen X or millennial. So,
no,
and take a look at where she is. So, she obviously came from that era, and she is as angry and bitter as she can be. And here's the real thing, baby. The bottom line is, she didn't want me to say what I was going to say next. Okay, you're upset with what I'm saying. Where's the lie? Tell me anything that I said tonight that was untrue. Because if what I'm saying is true and you called up to argue with the truth, that's something you're not going to win. You're just wasting time.
No,
I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, that just shows her and many females who they are. If they want to be angry about the situation, we actually were the ones who created the situation, and no female should be mad. There's nothing wrong with a guy who's a technician, who's a carpenter.
Yes, there is.
Well, here's the problem. They have this crazy standard that's not going to be met. We're not going to have, nobody's going to have the 10%. It's rare that we're going to have.
Okay, but here's the thing. They want a man that every female tries to tell herself that she's a celebrity, a closet celebrity. And so they want a man who is glamorous.
That's stupid.
And the bottom line is, if he's not glamorous, she feels like she's settled.
That's a dumb, even mentality they have, because that's a fake life. Like, even with some celebrities, majority of celebrities are actually poor, to be honest. And
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say the majority are poor. I will say the majority are not as well off as y'all might think, and they're not as cash rich as people might think. But the bottom line is, glamour is an intangible. Glamour is something that has an effect, but it's an intangible. And if a man when you tell women they can have it all, they also think that includes being glamorous. She wants a man who she can show off.
No.
So she wants a man to be a damn trophy piece in addition to everything else. Never mind the fact that she's grandma's gone wild sitting over here. She wants Idris Elba. She wants Denzel. And otherwise, what he does otherwise, that's not enough. It's only when the phone stops ringing and her opportunities dry up. Now she's with you, but just remember, she's with you because she thinks she's with you, maybe, but, quote, with you. But in her mind, she still thinks she's settled. If it weren't for the fact that things didn't come together properly. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Sean up here on Zoom. Let me get Sean up here right quick. All right, we got Sean here. Sean, wake up.
Oh, hey, what's up?
All right, Sean. Why you look like CeeLo Brown? Damn! All right, y'all look like Carl Winslow on the screen. All right, sir, Sean, what's on your mind?
Hello,
you know, Eddie got arrested, Sean. Eddie got arrested, Carl.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Sean. I'm just saying, you look like Carl Winslow from Family Matters. I was telling you, Eddie got arrested. Y'all need to go down there and bail him out.
I heard about that, man.
I hope you got some bail money from Urkel. All right, what's on your mind, Sean?
No. I just thought your show was interesting. I was listening. I didn't even think I was going to get through. Usually when I try to get through. But I agree with what you're saying about, for the most part, great topic, great thing to talk about. That lady was I don't know why she was calling you gay, the last lady. I didn't understand her logic.
Because that's the frustrated last resort of all females. Well, you're gay. And I'm like, baby, if you were something I was sexually interested in, that would bother me. That would only bother me if you were a chick I was trying to get with. It's the only thing she can do for me is take my garbage out to the roadside. That's out to the end of the curb. That's all she can do for me. And
But
literally, she can't do it
you-
from inside the house. I got to throw the bag out there.
Let me ask your opinion. I slightly disagreed when you were saying the age thing, because I saw what you call it is 65, and the other one is 70. Gayle King and Angela Bassett, they're kind of sexy for
Nigga, what?
Brother. Brother.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, brother. Did you say Gayle King?
Yeah, look at Gayle King. Watch her in the 2 o'clock. I mean, she come on.
Brother,
She looks pretty good.
you're comparing Gayle King to Angela Bassett?
No, I'm just giving you an example of two women,
right? But
up in age that look pretty good for their age. I'm not comparing them. I'm just giving you a scenario.
Gayle is 70.
Right, and Angela Bassett. That's why I mentioned it. And
okay, brother. By what? Tell me what exactly is the standard that you are using to qualify Gayle's whatever it is you consider to be attractive?
Age. Just age.
No. You said she looks good for her age. Looks good where?
Body. Her face looks okay. Her body's
okay. When have you seen Gayle King's body, sir?
I saw it on when I watch her, she comes on the regular, she throws on like tight form-fitting skirts.
No, sir. Okay, that's
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Sean, are we really having this? Is this conversation really happening?
Yeah, you have made a statement about age.
Sean,
unless I misunderstood.
Sean, I'm going to ask a question right now, and I'm serious when I ask this. I'm dead serious when I ask. Brother, did you just get out of jail?
No. No. I just give credit where I think it's due.
Brother.
I'm listening.
Y'all, the things I do. Oh man, the things I have to do out here.
And what about Angela Bassett?
Brother, I mean, I'm just okay. Y'all keep your eyes on your screen right now. And Sean, you get your eyes on that damn screen too.
Okay.
I already did this program, not a show. I already did this program.
So I just got a question for you.
Okay, Sean, I'm putting up on the screen, brother. I didn't bring receipts. I brought invoices. This is the best they could do on Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
They turned her over to the Sports Illustrated people.
Okay.
Now I'm asking you a simple question, brother. What in the hell is a man making $1 million a year supposed to do with that?
If he's up in age, he can handle that's pretty decent for like I guess a 60-year-old man.
Okay, but she's 70. So you're saying if he's 60, he should get an older female.
No, I'm not saying that he should.
That's what you just said. You just said if he's 60.
I said that. No, I said that you had mentioned age, and I mentioned some women that were up in age, but they were kind of decent looking. That's what I said.
Yeah. She's decent for an 80-year-old.
So that's not decent for a 70-year-old?
A 70-year-old making $1 million a year?
I mean, you keep putting money on everything. I'm just talking about straight up.
Okay, let's try this again, Sean. Money is a. By the way, you just told everybody everything they need to know. I just thought you should know that, Sean. What I'm saying is that men with no options have extremely broad, very excessive quote standards, which is to say they don't have any. So they'll look at anything from 18 to 80 and sit up here and grade them on this outrageous curve. Gayle King looks like the average grandma. Now, have you seen some grandmas who make it look worse or driving they hover around? Well, yeah.
No, I've seen grandmas that like.
Okay, you've seen grandmas who are worse, yeah. But the bottom line is she doesn't look great for her age. She just looks like the average grandma. Who, by the way, she's built like that with no kids. So far as I know, I don't think she has any
No,
children.
no, she got no. See, misinformation. She's a grandmother.
Okay, she's a legitimate grandmother. Well, then she got that shape, honestly. But the bottom line is, by the way, she looks like the average grandmother. And with as much and having Oprah Winfrey as a best friend, she didn't have to work. And so take a look at Jada Pinkett's mother, and then take a look at Gayle King.
Well,
Gayle ain't even been trying. And you talking about how great that is. What I'm saying is that shows your standards.
No, I'm looking at it for what it is. I'm looking at it for.
She has not a lick of muscle tone nowhere.
She got a nice little shape. What about
Sir? Okay, you can't make that distinction because she's not wearing something that shows her shape, buddy. She's wearing one of them body shaping outfits. You don't know what you're seeing. Haven't you seen all the videos of females who can be fat and sloppy as hell, and they got pants and Spanx and everything else that shape them?
I've never seen her naked, of course.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that she's not wearing a two-piece either, and she's not doing that for a reason.
I don't know. I don't know. I never thought about that. I just
you have. Yes, you have. Angela can wear one. Angela can wear one. Angela can wear one.
Well, that's why I mentioned
Angela can wear one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said don't mention her next to Angela. Angela can wear one.
I think that they're two. The reason I mentioned them, I think that they're two women that happen to be sisters that happen to be aging pretty well. They don't look bad. They move good. They get around good. They got their faculties, and they're not.
Brother, for a 70-year-old, you're saying all that based on a 70-year-old. What I'm saying is, if a man making $1 million a year, since you don't like that because a man can have standards. A fella making $1 million a year can get a chick 30 years old. Why would he stop and give Gayle King the time of day on a Taco Bell wrapper? Why would he do that?
Because sometimes a 30-year-old chick might not be about nothing.
Okay, but most 60-year-old females ain't about nothing. A 30-year-old chick has a runway in front of her to be coached. With a 60-year-old, what you see is what you get, and usually it's like the heifer who just got off the phone with me. Hard-headed, belligerent, stupid as hell. That chick who just got off the phone is in her 60s. There's your example. How much better than a 30-year-old is she?
No, I agree with you on that. But the thing is, you have to understand, sometimes people, because of the way people treat them on the outside, it makes them ugly on the inside.
No, brother, you did that to your damn self. You're responsible for how you turn out. Everything happens to us in life. It is how you deal with it that determines what you become.
I agree with that. But
okay, then that's it. You can't say anything else beyond that. You can't agree with that and then say, well, but
I do agree with you. I do agree with you.
Thank you. Okay, life is 10% what happens to you, 90% what you do about it. And if you allow things to weigh you down, or you're just a very unpleasant person and you keep attracting unpleasant conditions and circumstances. How about that one, Sean? Unpleasant, nasty people are very good at attracting unpleasant, nasty circumstances.
No.
And unpleasant, nasty other people.
I disagree, because sometimes what you have to understand, they did a survey.
Oh, goodness.
And the survey showed...
Who's they? Who's they?
Let me make my point.
Who's they? Who did the survey?
I was watching. It was BET. Let me use that example.
BET don't do surveys.
BET used to have, when it was black owned, it used to have a show called Old Drama. And they took these girls. They were nice looking girls, but what they did was they put them in bodysuits and made them look unattractive. And you had to see the way they were being treated. And then when they dressed them up, almost like spring breakers, they were treated different. And sometimes that has an effect.
Okay, brother, then you are responsible for what you do to get the results that you want. Other people are not obligated. Okay, Sean, time for you to listen, Sean. Other people are not obligated to treat you how you want them to treat you off the bat. So if you want a specific type of treatment from the world at large, that means you need to do what's necessary to get that.
But then how do you do that if you're okay? Now I'm going to throw what you just said back at you. What if you're of a different color, of a different race, and you get mistreated? What do you do about that then?
Okay, sir, the problem is that attractiveness is a standard worldwide. So there's a reason why women who got flat stomachs and large breasts have millions of followers, and females who look like Patricia can't get the garbage man to stop and honk the horn.
Yeah, but how is that her fault?
What has she been eating? What's been eating her? Has she seen the inside of a gym other than to go in and ask to use the bathroom?
No, I don't know her. I'm speaking.
Okay, sir. Well, that's why I'm okay. You asked a question. I just answered it.
No, it seems like you, and it's not a bad thing about.
Okay, sir. I just answered it.
No, I'm saying I'm making a point after what you said. I'm saying it seems like you have your own opinions, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, this is an opinion.
I agree with you. 90% of the time, I agree with you.
This is an opinion. She is objectively ugly and overweight. Though that's not an opinion. She's objectively ugly, and she is definitely objectively way overweight.
No,
that's not an opinion.
Okay,
that's not an opinion. And you only get overweight one way, sir. So that's not an opinion.
No, you don't know that. No. You
okay,
don't
so I know how. So I know how she got there. You said, "How do you know how she got there?" I know how she got there. There's only one way you can get there.
Let me
okay, I'm substantiating that now because you're just gonna ramble. I'm substantiating now for what you said earlier. How do you know that? Because there's only one way you can get there, sir. This is just one. Just one.
No. You can. Let me explain something to you. When you first saw me, you said, "Well, I've been on your thing before, but just on the phone, not face to face." You basically made a reference to Carl Winslow, which is pretty heavy. You know how I got heavy like this? I'm gonna keep it real with you. I had foot surgery. I used to be athletic. I used to play basketball, football, ride my bike, and everything. I had surgery, and I can't do that stuff no more. So the weight came on. So when weight comes on,
you had surgery where, on your foot?
No, I had surgery on my feet. I used to walk no matter what the weather is, 3 or 4 miles to work every day, to and from. I had surgery and I have back problems and I can't do that. I'm not as active. So the weight came on. So sometimes,
okay, well, so that's half the equation, sir. This is single mom talk, by the way. I'm used to single moms talking like this. I'm not used to men doing this.
So you don't let people finish what they saying.
Okay, sir, I'm only saying that I'm used to hearing something different. What you're saying, that's only half the story because that's not what you're saying. It's not accurate.
Why is it not accurate if I'm just telling you what happened to me? How is it not accurate?
Because you don't need feet to eat.
No. I'm saying the weight came on. That's
no. The weight didn't mug you in an alley and jump on you and follow you home.
Let me finish. In my family, I'm talking about me and my brother. We got the same mother and the same father. My brothers and my sister. I got a sister that's older than me. And I got 2 brothers that are younger and they're not athletic. They can still wear, and I just want you to put yourself in these shoes. They can still wear the stuff that they wore in high school. I'm the only one out of all the siblings that put the weight on by not doing anything different but stop playing sports.
Okay, sir. No, fitness is 70% what you eat.
No, I agree with you.
Okay, it has nothing to do with your feet or your back, sir.
No, I'm speaking from.
There are plenty of people who are disabled and don't have that issue.
You're right. No, in general, yes. I'm not disagreeing.
That's not, no, sir. Whoa, stop. Hey, that's not the in general. That's biology. That's physiology. That's not in general, sir. This is what I'm talking about. This is single mother babble. You're making things up. That's not in general. That's biology. Did you not know that? Did you not know the metabolism is physiology? That's not in general. That's the human race.
Didn't I just say I agree with you?
No. You said no. You said in general. No, it's not in general. It's in biology and physiology. There are no exceptions to it, sir. That's not in general. There are no exceptions.
So then why? Let me ask you this. So why? I'm just gonna ask you this one question.
No wonder he's bagging up the females. I mean,
why did Al Sharpton get the stomach tuck?
Because he was concerned about. It depends on which one of his statements he wanted.
Because he couldn't take the weight off. They interviewed him.
Excuse me. It depends on which one of his explanations you want to believe. No.
Ask him yourself.
I don't have to ask myself.
He did the surgery because no matter what he did or didn't do, he could eat like a vegan and a vegetarian.
Okay, yeah. Al Sharpton was very famous for doing that. What he's not famous for is willpower. Excuse me, Sean.
No.
He's not famous for that, nor is he famous for something you'll identify with: lack of self-control or restraint.
No, that's not the case with him.
Okay, Sean.
Ask him.
Sean, I have a simple question for you.
Go ahead.
Can you tell me exactly how many calories you ate yesterday?
Less than 3,000.
How tall are you?
5'11".
You're eating way too much.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you is.
Let me make my point.
Do y'all hear he's arguing with math and biology
No,
now?
let me make my point specifically, then I'll let you talk. My blood sugar was going too high, and my nutritionist told me what I had to do. And now my blood sugar is back to normal. So
3,000 calories is what an athlete should be eating. And you said you're no longer athletic.
I just told you I'm athletic. I just don't run like I used to. I don't play basketball. I don't play football.
Okay, sir, if you're eating 3,000 calories a day, you should look like a bodybuilder.
No, I said no more than 3,000. I didn't say 3,000. I said no more.
Sir, if you're eating over 1,800 calories a day, you ought to look like a bodybuilder.
Not necessarily.
And you don't.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, I know what exercise you ain't doing.
Well, let me ask you a question. How tall are you? How much you weigh?
I'm taller than you, and I don't know how much you weigh.
I'm 5'11", 239.
Okay, well, I weigh less than you do, so. But
well, that's why I asked you.
I weigh less than you do.
Okay.
And my point is, at 3,000 calories, I'm like, yeah, I know
less than 3,000.
okay,
no more than 3,000.
Yeah, y'all, 2,900 calories. And the bottom line is, brother, people don't do that out of nowhere. They don't do that out of nowhere. And you talking this silliness, I got big bones, it's physiology, my thyroid. Okay, it's none of that right there, brother. I'm just being straight with you here. When females do that, they're just being contrary. Men aren't supposed to talk like this. Men are not supposed to speak this way. Men are not supposed to be making excuses for this stuff and talking about biology and physiology don't count and saying things that are completely contrary to it.
It does count.
Okay, then the bottom line is it works for everybody the same way.
No, it doesn't. I disagree.
And yet he's disagreeing with metabolism and biology.
Yes, I disagree with that. Yes, I disagree because I got, like I said, my siblings and my family, my father. No matter what he did or didn't eat, he wouldn't gain no weight. And my brothers are the same way.
Okay, your father's not eating what you do.
No,
your father is not pulling. Your father is not. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. No, he could not.
Tell me what my father did and didn't do?
Sir, no, he couldn't. He would look, because you are the genetic proof of what he would look like if he tried it.
No, he did. He won't gain weight. His weight. We had to
dude. Okay, the bottom line is we all know what your problem is, brother. You have a lifetime pass to the drive-through with Krispy Kreme, and we all know that.
That's not true. No, you're wrong.
Brother, it's just like it's written all over her face. I'm looking at you right now. It's written all over yours.
No, and I tell you, you're wrong,
son. I've got. Wait a minute. And one more thing here, Sean. Now, Sean, I'm half a century old. How old are you?
Around the same age.
Around the same age. Are you younger than me?
No, look.
Okay, right Sean, that's a simple question. Simple question. Are you younger than me? Because you look. Okay. No, Sean, I've got injuries.
You got what?
I've got injuries. And I've told people about mine. I messed up my chromium. I've got tennis elbow. Is it tendinitis?
Oh, okay, I understand.
I've got injuries, and I still clang and bang them. And I've got injuries I've dealt with.
You still what?
I still clang and bang them. Okay, you don't know nothing about the gym. If you did, you hear weights banging and clanging.
Oh, you're in the weight.
But in any case, okay. Whoa. But that's with a messed up chromium, and that's with tendinitis. I do that with that. You know what I ain't did? I ain't making an excuse for it. I do that with the discomfort. I don't take the steroids and stuff anymore, but I do it with that. Okay, well,
I never did that. Yeah, I hear you.
I was supposed to do that for a little bit, and I just decided I don't like the way that stuff feels. So
I like calisthenics better.
Okay, but brother, the bottom line is, for what I do, don't require a bunch of walking neither. So when you tell me about you used to walk, okay, you replace it with something else. There's a million exercises in this world.
No, I do. I ride the bike.
That's not exercise.
Yeah, I do. I go to the bike. Certain things I do, certain exercises.
Okay, the only way a bike is going to help a man is if he's biking 30 miles a day. If you're doing that,
it might have been that much. Yeah, sure.
Okay, might have been me ass. I'm looking at you, bro.
Yeah. You can't judge a book by its cover.
Yes,
brother.
You can.
Not all the time. No,
okay, if you tell me it's X-Men, that's a comic book.
To tell you what?
If you tell me X-Men, that's a comic book. If you tell me Merriam-Webster, that's a dictionary.
No, I understand that.
Okay, you can judge a book by its cover.
No, not all the time. No, you can't.
Yeah, you want to bet? Yeah,
okay, so how much? Let me ask you a question. How much money am I?
How much money you're worth?
Yeah.
You're worth enough to think that Gayle King is a catch at her age.
You don't think she is?
Anybody who says that, he's got about $10,000 of value.
Well, I don't know what that means, but
okay, Sean, I'm not going to put the number on you that I want to put on you. I'm just going to say I'm going to let your statements here today and how contrary you've been and complete evasion of logic and what you said about Gayle King. I'll let that tell people how much that net worth is. I'll let that be the storyteller, not me. Because when a man gets to a certain point, he puts away his childish things and he's got very firm, very solid standards. He don't do this, man.
Who's that?
A man who has actually got a lot of value. He doesn't have a bunch. He doesn't act like this, man. He doesn't act like this. Gayle King is a chick that he knows. He does not say stuff like this about her because
I just use him as an example.
She is an example of what a man with no options ends up with.
I don't know.
Okay, how much are you worth? Not much. Well, so that response you just gave, that's the response of a man who ain't worth much. I am worth enough to do whatever I want to do anytime I want to do it.
No, you talk in circles.
Sir, I'm worth enough at the top of the Mandarin Oriental. I'm worth enough in the side of Times Square in Manhattan. How much worth you want to compare, brother? Would you like? No. Hey, Sean, why don't we do this? Why don't you name the city and you and me can have a car show, dude?
No, I don't have a car.
Get your broke ass off my phone.
No, I don't have a car. I don't want one.
Okay. Yeah, he don't want one.
No, I don't want.
Okay, well, why don't we discuss? Okay, sir, you're talking as if you got the bag. You should be able to get one.
No, I just.
Do you know how many things? Do you know how many expensive things I have that I don't want? That's why I got 3 girlfriends.
No, give me an example of the expensive thing you don't want. I don't know what that is. I can't relate to that.
Sir, I ain't got no damn use for all those cars. I got somebody else for that. I don't have a damn use for a Range Rover Autobiography. I got somebody else doing that. I don't have any damn use for any of that.
I can't relate to that.
Okay, well, that's why she got it. So I don't have use for that. That's why they have it. I don't have any use for that. Life lesson. Listen, dude. I'm just saying, bro. You don't want to make this big bank versus little bank. You don't want to compare this, and you don't want to say what you got or whatever. Because I'm like, hey, dude.
No, I don't.
Hey, brother, look here. My stuff. I've got Amazon bestsellers that document the folk I know, and you don't get to see them sitting up here talking bull crap on the internet. You are either on that level or you're not.
What book you're talking about?
Y'all, this dummy. All right.
So you call people out their name when you disagree with them. Okay. I don't do that.
Sean, you must be new. You've got to be new. Okay.
What do you mean new?
You're new around here. Okay.
No, I listen. I don't, like I said, I listen to you. I don't always agree with you. I disagree with you a lot. Sometimes I agree with you.
Well, dude, the bottom line is broke fellas got very, very weak standards. They include everything. They'll accept everything. They'll eat everything. They'll taste everything. They won't turn anything down because they can't afford to turn anything down. And in the process, they leak out their contaminated standards, or should I say lack thereof, on the rest of the male population. And this becomes the garbage that men start talking in circles about with a fella who can't do nothing for nobody. Well, and he comes on the phone defending the lowest common denominator of dumpster gutter females, and he's their defense attorney. And the problem is when you have enough dudes who are, no offense, broke, sloppy, overweight, and that this is what they all end up doing.
No, because they got skinny guys that do.
Where's your truck, Sean?
I don't have a truck. I don't want one.
You don't have a CDL?
No, I got it. My brother was killed, so sometimes I have nightmares. I don't really want to get behind the wheel right now.
Okay, so I'm right about the CDL.
Huh?
So I'm right about the CDL.
What do you mean?
You have a trucker's license?
No, I got just a regular license.
Okay, because you look like a truck driver.
No, I mean, like I said, I just said to you, looks could be deceiving.
Okay, sir. If you're not a truck driver, you're due till the truck driver gets here. But a man.
No, I mean, I could. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Sean, do you realize that everything you say you have an excuse for? Do you realize that?
I didn't have no excuse. I said I don't have a drug license. What's the excuse for that? I said I don't have a drug driver license. What excuse did I say?
He has an excuse.
You said I look like a truck driver, I said I don't have
no,
one.
I think you were saying before you didn't want to drive.
No, I don't want to drive right now. No.
Right. You have an excuse for driving.
Well, I don't really have the resources right now. That's the main reason.
Right. How's a grown man who's 50 years old and got resources?
You don't know my situation.
Yes, I do. I'm listening to this lazy ass right now.
No, you don't know my situation.
You realize everything's a situation with you? You're just a bunch of problems.
Life is a situation.
Everything is a big ass struggle.
No. You don't think life is a situation?
Brother, your whole life is struggle, though.
No, in general. I'm not speaking to me and you.
Sir, at half a century old, you should have the whole game sewn up. You should have all this. You should have all this mastered by now.
No.
You're supposed to have the hang of this by now.
You don't know what can happen in life. That's not true.
Sir, if you're weak and you ain't trying, that's what happened.
What's his name is our age. He just died.
Sir,
D'Angelo.
If you're weak and not okay,
sir,
D'Angelo died of cancer. He didn't die of failure.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just
okay.
saying,
Your problem is not D'Angelo's. Don't compare yourself to D'Angelo. D'Angelo did not die of failure. He died of cancer.
I'm just saying to you, I'm making a point.
Okay, and D'Angelo was resourceful and productive till he died. What's your excuse?
Who said I'm not productive? I just don't put all my business out there.
You ain't got no business.
Everybody does.
No, you don't. You just said you don't. You don't even have a car.
No, I said everybody got their bit. I don't want to put mines out.
You don't even have a car. What business do you got?
Because I live in a city where I don't need one. That's why I don't have one. Well, let me ask you
okay, then you ought to be balling the hell out. Then, if you save car money, you should be balling the hell out.
What city are you from?
I'm from the city of fresh off a nigga's ass, and you making me homesick.
No, I'm like, what city are you in? Chicago? Or you in Manhattan? Or you in, Compton? Where are you at?
Get off my phone!
All right, y'all. This is what happens when folks, Sissy Five Mama's boys call up here. He's talking like he got the bag. You don't know how much money I got. You don't have any. I got plenty. Okay, well, why don't we meet up and have a car show here? I ain't got no car. Nigga, would you like to drive one of mine?
And deal with it, nigga.
Hey, you broke spud looking nigga, would you like to drive one of mine then? This the kind of bastard right here, if you want to whoop his ass, you'd have to buy him a pair of boxing gloves so you can beat the hell out of him. He was talking like he got you don't know what I got. You ain't got a damn thing. Including tastes in females. You ain't got that either. You don't know what I got. I know what you ain't got. You don't have any money. You don't have a car. You don't have any tastes. You don't have any standards. You don't have reliable transportation. You don't have gainful employment. You don't have working feet. You don't have an answer to your problems. You don't have anything but excuses. I know exactly what you got. That's why he's talking like a hoe and standing up for them. And then you talk in circles and stuff. It was like talking to Patricia's ugly ass. That's what ends up happening. It's like talking to children. He's going around in circles. He's trying to bluff like he got something going on. Then you're like, oh, that's great. That's wonderful. Let me come show you mine. Okay, I'll show you mine and you can show me yours. Well, I ain't got it for you. I ain't got it. This kind of nigga you got to chase around for money. I ain't got it. He had surgery on his feet. Then it should have fixed your damn problem. Unless they cut your feet off. And even then, I don't want to hear it. You got athletes with no damn legs. Fellas on YouTube every day with no damn legs. Nigga, just tell the damn truth. You have a lifetime subscription to Netflix and Five Guys. They know you at the drive-thru at Wendy's by name. 3,000 calories a day. 3,000 calories a day. We all know the average is supposed to be 2,000. And truth be told, that's a bit much. $3,000 a damn day. Nigga, you supposed to look like the bouncer at Club Lexus. So I'm looking at you. That 3,000 calories is not protein. That's not beef and potatoes and rice. That is processed foods and a coupon at the drive-thru. That's what that is. And you all just heard why. He's very, very good for talking. He's very good for talking in circles. Ain't no woman who's dependent on a man to lead her, defend her life, gonna listen to a nigga talk like that. There's no woman who's gonna bet her future on a guy who acts like that. You have a bunch of problems at 50 years old. He looks like he's younger than that, so he didn't want to actually say he's less younger than that. Dude, you're going on half a century old and you have no answers to your problems. No solutions. You're just begging for sympathy. We're men. Them broads are supposed to be begging for sympathy. He called us broads! I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
Females are expected to beg for sympathy. A grown-ass man going on 50 years old, talking like somebody's little fifth-in-line baby brother and begging for sympathy and giving excuses. As if he lays that on us long enough, we're going to get more sympathetic. Well, y'all can tell if he's with a female, because why he ain't got one, he's going to take any female who rumbles in the room. Patricia is his prime candidate because Patricia will listen to him give her his excuses. Patricia will take that. Well, baby, you see what happened? I messed up my foot. I messed up both of my foots. I can't walk like I used to. Nigga, if you can cycle, how the hell you can't walk? How are you bike? He can bike, but he can't walk. He's bringing you a list of excuses. Every one of us is seen on YouTube and anything else. You got fitness folk who don't even got legs. I'm talking about their whole legs from their hips down. And he's coming to all of us talking about, well, he can bike. Okay, nigga, that biking is not going to burn off no 3,000 calories. Not what you doing. Next time the crack over there at Bojangles and Red Robin be calling you, you need to turn on some music so you can get by there. He drives by Red Robin. He hears that waft of that beef. So he start going,
Cookie! Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
He smells it. It'd be like going to the strip club. It'd be like dollar night at the strip club for him. He smells that beef. Oh, man. Oh, the music start playing. He feel like he at the strip club. He just lose control. Okay, that explains that. No, he had to let go. How many calories did you get? 3,000. And I'm about to say, if he said 3,000, then it was probably closer to 4. But you all can imagine he's going to do that and then give you his sob story. Well, you see, what happened was, I just felt bad, it's just a weekend, so much be happening to me. Okay, failure attracts failure. Let me call up Jason and explain to him why you too hard on these hoes. And Gail King, y'all, this nigga said Gail King. She look good for her age. Brother, do you see how wide take a look at how wide Gail King's hips are, quote unquote, sitting down. Do you see this? Do you see how wide these hips are, just quote unquote sitting down? Look at these thighs. Do you see how wide this is, just quote unquote sitting down? Then when she stand up, it's like damn me Letitia James in New York. Come on now. And this yellow one over here, Photoshop. I guess they figure we gotta sell some magazines here, but this is the most cringe grin. If y'all don't quit, this fella know better. Okay, Ms. de Blasio, I don't know where you went, ma'am. She was there, but then she ain't. Look, this is why I had my program last week on Patreon to talk about male warning signs. We're going to be talking about that here on YouTube also. That dude who just got off the phone, that was every male warning sign known to man. Ladies, if you get with a dude like that, forget your hopes, forget your dreams, forget your ambitions, forget ever having a good look. You gonna be humping it on your own, and that nigga ain't gonna help you. Every day you come in, he's gonna have a new sob story. He has no answers to anything, and every day you show up, he's gonna have a new excuse for why he couldn't get it done. He's gonna tell you that you're expecting too much, life is too difficult, you're asking too much, things is hard. Why can't you just love him for him? Can't you just love him for his personality? You're expecting too much. Why do you need me to be competitive? I ain't competing with nobody. You just greedy. You just a gold digger with a nigga with no gold to dig. First he said he couldn't afford a car. First he said he didn't want a car. He didn't have a car. Then he said he didn't want to drive one because of his brother. Then he says he don't need one. Okay, ladies, so what he's telling y'all is you're going to spend your life with him studying what you're going to do without. His contribution to your life is that you will be doing without. And he's going to be proud to watch you do without for the rest of your days. Rest of your days. That's just going to be where you at. Period. Okay, let me just put this to rest right quick. For those of you, I don't know how many of y'all think I don't get around. Look, y'all, I get around. I get around. Please sit your ass down trying to fool anybody into thinking you live in New York City and you ballin' and you ain't got a car.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please. I need y'all to understand that. In New York City, you ain't ballin', you ain't got one. You're not doing well, you ain't got one. Yeah, the subway system is nice. Sit your ass down talking about there's millionaires on the subway. New York City's got car services for all their millionaires. Have all these seats, fool. Have all these seats. New York, LA, Miami, the rich folk is rolling on wheels. So don't let any jackass sit up here and tell you that they live in New York City and their money is straight and they don't have a car. Just don't let any fool sit up here and fool you with that. That's why I'm not even going to argue with you over that. The subway is nice. That's cute. All your millionaires in New York got cars. So just quit. Quit. All your affluent people have cars. The really affluent ones have a garage. That's a real status symbol in New York. So, yeah, you're in the parking garage. So if they're in New York City and they're bragging that they don't have a car, they either don't have a license or they can't afford one. And I'm not dissing on them. I'm just saying, don't tell me you're affluent in New York and you don't have a car, because I know the affluent, well-to-do people in New York and they all got cars. So, yeah. Yeah. Nah, Cadario, he's been off the line. When you heard the get off my phone, don't y'all know this? This is the drop sound. Okay, for those of you who don't know, if I'm talking to somebody, when you hear, that's them getting dropped off. Especially when you hear,
Get off my phone!
Okay, that is not a warning. I'm just saying, that's why the niggas up in the middle of the damn night talking to me and whatnot. I'm like, ain't no female gonna listen to you. No female is gonna listen to that damn broke nigga babble. No woman's gonna sit there and listen to that. I've had girlfriends from New York City.
Nigga, what?
I've had girlfriends from New York. Hell, probably gonna go get me another one here in just a minute.
Damn!
Probably gonna get another one here in just a minute. Give me just a few minutes. Probably gonna go grab me another one. Just cause I can. And them chicks ain't taking no damn excuses. My numbers dropped when I said that. Hate if you want to. Y'all, New York broads don't take no damn excuses. New York females, if she cute and got it going, they don't take excuses like that, dude. You better catch them young and stupid. If you can catch one young and stupid, you might get over. If she's over the age of 25, that's it. She's a New Yorker. She knows what you know. She's met too many people. New York has too many damn millionaires and billionaires. She's not going to sit. That place is too damn expensive. She's not going to give her life to somebody who ain't got a damn clue unless she's young and stupid. And then she going to try to figure out how to get the hell away from you as quick as she can. She does not intend to live in the richest damn city in America and spend the rest of her damn life window shopping and struggling. That is not a New York broad. A New York broad is not trying to figure out how to struggle for the rest of her damn life. Real talk. There are entirely too many well-to-do, rich men, affluent, balling out. There's too damn many of them. For her to sit there with you, giving her your excuses. She gonna be like, well, you sit here with your excuse. Let me tell you something. New York is the city with no pity.
And deal with it, nigga.
I don't know who in the hell told y'all different. New York is the city with no pity. They got a damn city income tax. New York ain't got no sympathy for your ass. The females don't want to hear your sob story. Nigga, you in New York City. Ball out or get out. It's ball out or get out. Ain't no sympathy in New York. If another man is doing better than you and she got access to him, nigga, you won't notice. You have 60 days to get your accounts in order. Oh, you ain't? She's like, all right, well, it ain't never happening. Let me grab this dude over here before I miss my chance. So no, you understand, New York ain't got no damn sympathy. New York ain't got no pity. Ain't never had it. So if you ain't got it, that's it. That's your ass. So you end up on my phone sitting up here trying to bluff your way through a conversation, and look how easily I dismantled you. Don't you know them chicks in New York can hear that too? Sean, why are you in my chat room being all saucy? Why are you in my chat room being all saucy? Don't get mad now, nigga. You need to go get a foot rub.
Damn!
You don't need to be in my chat room talking trash, nigga. You need to be somewhere in Chinatown getting a foot rub on them bunions. If you still got all your toes. You need to be down there getting a foot rub, nigga. Don't be in my chat room talking stupid. I thought your bunions was bothering you. You had surgery on your foot. You need to be in an orthopedics surgeon's office and get you a foot rub. All right, we got my man CJ here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Man, brother Jason, man, I had to call, give you some peace of mind, brother. That last call was a beast. First of all, I was just in New York. I was stayed at the Conrad, and I was shocked. I mean, because you already know Toronto's like a mini baby Manhattan. Unless you work in a remote job, how are you making anything shake and move without a vehicle? I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of car it is. If you're doing any type of work, a little cheap pickup truck, any type of vehicle, but that's neither here nor there.
How he gonna drive? He ain't got no foots. What? So he already told you they come up eating. So he's got a bicycle. All right.
Man. Oh man. So I gotta get straight to the point, brother. I know it's getting late too. I know you Central Time too, but I gotta tell you, bro, this DVD, this is powerful, man. I watched it twice, and I want to watch it again probably tonight, but I gotta take some notes. But brother Virgil, he was dropping some heat. I mean, everybody was dropping some heat, but everything that you teach, you always say focus on one thing. But I think my biggest takeaway was creating content. So I don't want to, diverge into so many different things. Focus on what I'm doing, in the medical space. But
he's referring to my last documentary film, 8 a.m. is what he's referring to. So you've seen that film. Once again, by the way, I'm talking to certified millionaires and multimillionaires, icons, legends, whole 9 yards, and this is my fourth one. This is not my first one. This is my fourth one. So I've been doing this summers and winters. So when somebody's mama's baby boy failure clown comes in trying to bluff his way through the discussion, I'm like, dude, I've been around too many people for you to bluff your way through this. If you were winning, I'd know. When you're a failure, brother, it shows without you saying anything. A man who's on top of his game has a certain vocabulary, has a certain repertoire. He's got certain standards. The ones who don't, Sean is what happens when you never got your life together.
And it's interesting too, and I've heard people try to show their ignorance in terms of challenging you on your own broadcast. And because it's so interesting. You got Don Peoples, like just him alone is unbelievable that you've interviewed with him directly, right? Like you can hear your voice in all the interviews. And so all of these people are certified billionaires, millionaires, and they're seeing you live in person. And so for people that are like haters of this broadcast, like I said, I've used it as a platform to vet out women that I've dealt with, and it always vets them real quick.
No, I mean, look here, brother. I mean, I ain't got nothing to prove to him. All I can say is he wants to know what I drive. Give me your broad's address. I'll show you what I drive. 100%. And I'll throw a key fob in her hands too, so she can see what a real nigga do. So if he wants to know what I drive, Jason, what you drive? Give me your broad's address. Text me the Addy. I'll let her see it, and then she can tell you what it was like.
And then so I kind of want to segue just because of the vibe after that call. I was like, I had to call in. I had to give you an update on some things that you asked me to work on anyway. And I may call in, I don't want to get too specifically draw out the call, but you asked me about my home situation and about how much to pay off and everything. But the other thing, man, and I put it in the chat, is when it say join me, you'll complete our training, where you play that little sound bite. And this is absolutely true, man. And for somebody like that to call in with that energy, you can't tell that this dude is out here really building men. Like you're helping women, but for me at least, like I always speak to this. This program changed my life. What was it? 8 going on 9 years ago. You know what I mean? And so for somebody to call in from a dusty standpoint, bro, it's like get the game, update your files, and level up, brother. Because
brother, that's hard.
Time is on our side.
But that's hard, CJ. That's hard. And it's hard because it takes work. It takes sacrifice. The first thing you have to lose are your excuses. Because the truth of the matter is you have an excuse for literally everything in this world you want to dream up to not do it. I guarantee if there's something you want to do, there's an excuse that justifies not doing it. Anything. Mm-hmm. And the first thing a man has to do is say, there will be no excuses today. None. Because if you allow even one excuse in, there's some excuse that will justify you not doing it. Period. And the first thing you have to do is get rid of that. Sean was not raised around with people who do that. He's never seen anybody do it. He's been coddled. You can obviously see that. He's been coddled. He's been mama's boyed. Now he's half a century old. And he's still looking for that. In a world that ain't going to give you nothing but a hard damn time. So this is how a man ends up halfway through his life with nothing but a bunch of ugly females, ugly money, ugly circumstances. This is how he ends up there. It's not accidental. He lived a life making excuses when he didn't have one. Something happened to him. He didn't say, all right, I'm going to show y'all how you overcome adversity. He's talking about how great his dad's metabolism is. Nigga, you're supposed to be doing better than your dad. That's what your dad had you for. Your dad had you so you could do better than him. You doing worse than your dad? So you letting every damn body down. I'll be damned, nigga. And his excuse, he had surgery on his feet. Do you think I'm listening to that? Do you think I'm listening to that?
How old was the brother?
He claimed he says he's around 50 years old. So the bottom line is, nigga, you over the age of 40, you supposed to have a handle on this. And he doesn't. That's the embarrassing part is, dude, you don't, it's so obvious. I ask basic questions. You don't, the moment you said Gayle King looked good for her age, that's it. You're not supposed to be invoking her name. And then you notice I stopped him right when he put her next to Angela Bassett. Gayle King has never been banging, ever, in her life. Angela always been banging. You can't compare those. That's comparing the damn Volkswagen Beetle to a Ferrari. You can't compare either one of those.
Not only that, she's carried herself with a level of decorum, a level of that her presence, like Felicia Rashad. When she was on that, she did that one interview. The way she commands a room is unbelievable. Like, you can't compare it. And then, like you said, physically.
Right, but then he goes on beyond that. Remember, he's talking about there's a reason why you can't get it done, and things happen to people and stuff. Well, okay, things happen to everybody. Things happen to everybody. Nigga, that's not an excuse. Things happen to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to tell me about his damn feet. I'm not even talking about my damn shoulder. And he wants to come to me with his damn problems, as if everybody else don't have any. Mm-hmm. There's the real problem, is that the hallmark of being a man is you do not present with your problems. That's the whole point of it. He's a grown man who presents with his problems and presents with his issues. Men don't get respect when we do that. We don't. And I'm just saying, when a guy thinks that Gayle King is banging, he doesn't want respect. He doesn't know what respect is. He'll take whatever takes him. And I'm just saying, hey, do I want to raise a bunch of fellas around here who just take whatever will take them? I'm like, okay, you can do that, but that's just going to be a recipe for being dissatisfied for the rest of your life.
Hopefully, brother's not a part of the Patreon, because that's, I mean, that's
hopefully he is. He needs to be. He needs to sign up for the next 5 years.
He should be, but people, like, based on what I heard, he feels like he probably knows it all, and that's the unfortunate part. I was gonna say is people that, like, he doesn't need a car. It's like, dude's 50 years old. Dude's supposed to be gamed up so he can teach the younger generation, bro. You always, like, I don't ever go to the airport without wearing a suit, because you never know who you're going to come in contact with. It's a very selfish way to live, saying what you don't need. You don't know who you're going to have an influence on in raising up, you know, the younger generations, particularly Black men. So I just look at it from a selfish standpoint, brother. And it was, like I said, it was killing me to hear that. I was like,
you never met a man who everything for him was an excuse for why things can't get done, whoever took you anywhere. Literally everything I said to him, he was telling me that it was perfectly rational for you to accept going downhill. It's okay to underperform. It's okay not to get it. It's okay what you don't have. Too many things happen here. Life occurs. There's an excuse for that. And I'm like, okay, y'all, is that type of nigga ever going to take us anywhere? Mm-hmm. Anywhere. No. What he's going to tell you is that exactly where we stand, and this is good enough right here.
And you know what's interesting, too? You said this almost a decade ago I always bring it up, Fight of the Century. You said racism was about who's going to have the best cuts. Who's going to have the best of the best. And the one particular group of people said, we are. And that's why I say it's a selfish thing, brother. There's too many sacrifices, man. We got, just look at the work you're doing. Look at the work, like our great, immortal ancestor, Dr. First Cress Wilson, brother. I mean, she talked about not getting married until you're 35. And I've been using y'all's teachings, man, the way I run my life. And it's so unfortunate here. I hope he joins the Patreon to change his ways, man. But it's unfortunate, man. That sucks, man. But I did want to give you an update, man. If that's straight, super quick, I want to take up the call. $530 was what I left on I had on the mortgage. I think we talked about the value and if I can sell it or whatnot. I'm still working that out. I'll send that. I'll talk about that on Patreon. But I did want to let you know, brother, what you talk about on Patreon and everything like that in the network. So I wanted to let you know that one of the professors referred me, brother, for this alumni program at Harvard. So I did just get accepted to that, applying a lot of the principles that you talk on Patreon. And it was real easy for me to make an excuse to say, how in the hell am I going to raise $56,000 to pay for this program that I just got accepted to? So There's no excuses. I'm going to pay for it. I just lost my grandmother. It was a promise I made to her. But because of your teachings, man, I'm looking at possibly being a director in the next year and a half, with my company too. So that's just an update. I'm working on I got a corporate contract coming in for this house for a corporate, actually, what is it? A travel doctor to rent it out for $8,000 a month. So that's going to help me with that transition to Houston too. So I'm going to actually keep the house and that's more than double than I pay for my mortgage. So that's the plan. That's my update as far as that, brother. But this documentary, man, has been I'm going to have to study this harder than I studied my damn MBA. So that's all I got, man. Unless you got any questions for me, but I just had to give you some good vibes and pay it forward and say thank you again for everything you're doing, man. This is a lot.
Well, like I said, I started doing this because I simply wanted to make a repository of information that I wish had been available when I was you all's age. When I was your age coming up, I wish there had been something like this I could have tapped into that was actually real and it was substantiated and it wasn't folk pulling bull jive and you could ask questions and get real answers. Oh yeah, and one more thing, they weren't making a bunch of excuses about it either. So
hell no.
Certainly, I guess to that extent, I've earned my keep. So
actually, I do have one last question. I just thought about it. I'm coming up on I got a 2021. I'm not even thinking about getting a new car, but we talk about late model vehicles. I'm looking towards the SUV in the next probably 2 years. Is there any timeline that you think of to hold out on that in terms of either depreciation? I know you did the car broadcast where you could pick up a Bentley Bentayga for around 109 or something like that, late model. Any recommendations from an SUV standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, don't start with an exotic necessarily. I know you've been having some kind of up there cars, so I know that. But that's a whole different ball game when you get into that area because BMW makes a lot more BMW M8s than they make Bentley Bentaygas, for example. And the problem is they're very limited run vehicles. And believe it or not, you have more bugs and problems out of exotics than you do with more mass market cars because they make a lot more of them, which means they deal with a lot more of them coming back in. So there's more of an impetus to fix them. Smaller run cars have fewer parts that are available. And so really they kind of just keep running them until it's time to get a redesign. And they may fix one thing, but then they start adding a bunch of new features, and now we kind of start that cycle over again. So believe it or not, it's not that easy.
It's more inconvenient.
I mean, well, it can't. I'm just saying, believe it or not, it's not that. Believe it or not, there's a lot of assumptions people make that they because they don't know, and that's fine. But I would never tell somebody to start there. If they are going to start there, it can't be your daily driver. It simply can't.
Yep.
Do not do that. So if you get anything that's over $100,000, that cannot be your daily driver.
Okay. That's good enough.
No, that's your second or third car, preferably third, but that's your second or third. You don't get a Maybach or a Bentayga or a Aston Martin DBX. You don't get one of those as your daily driver. That's your tuxedo. So you just drive that for weekends, good time, whatever. That's why your insurance rates stay low because it's not a daily driver. Those cars are not really designed with the idea that you're going to put hundreds of thousands of miles on them.
Yep. And that's why I asked you because, I fly. Like I literally just landed. I just got to the house 20 minutes before I called in. So I'm flying every week now, multiple times a week. So
well, and also because these cars snitch on you. So there's a lot of things folks don't know, and especially now it's gotten worse. They're putting subscriptions on things for Mercedes. You can't even have remote keyless start without the subscription. So, for Chevy or Cadillac, your key fob can remote start it. You can't do that with Mercedes. I think some of the Audis now, a lot of them don't do it. And a lot of the BMWs don't do it now. Now Toyota is starting to do it. So there's a lot for you to think about in that regard. I'm not even getting into maintenance. I'm just talking about owning it. Then you have parts that wear out and parts that time out. And once again, like I said, the car will snitch on you. So if you're not doing these things, the car is keeping a record of it.
Yeah, that's why I try to keep it. Like you say, you do your oil changes way ahead of time, and you do full synthetic. So that's the type of game that I'm talking about. Yeah,
because if anything goes wrong, the car will keep a record of these things. It'll just keep a record of when the maintenance was done or when it wasn't. And if they can get out of it, they'll get out of it. So it doesn't work that way, and you're constantly getting these nagging things on the apps when it's time for maintenance and stuff. So it does not make life simple in that regard. So I would not have a person start there. Okay. If I were and furthermore, it's more about what you want to do with it. Because if you're not seeing a bunch of people, you'd be far better off putting that kind of money into something else.
Understood.
You'd be far better off doing that. For me, I meet a bunch of people. I go a bunch of places. I have reasons for it. If you're not doing that, I mean, that's just a relative thing. If you're looking for a company car, now that's a different story, if that's what you're looking for. But remember, that's got to be for somebody who's earned it already. Yeah, that's not where fellas blow money and waste money at where females are concerned is they give them gifts for what they hope she will do in the future, as opposed to buying her a gift as a gesture of appreciation for what she's already done. Mm-hmm. So she's supposed to have already done the work, already performed, already pleased you, and then that comes after that. Fellas sit up here and be buying things first and then gambling that this will keep her, this will make her mind her manners going forward. And that's where folks are messing up at. So if it's time for the company car conversation, it really just depends on whether or not she's earned it. If she has, we probably need to chop this up tomorrow. If she hasn't, this isn't a conversation to be having right now because we got bigger issues. The issue is, by the way, is she ever going to be worth this?
Yeah, no, we're definitely not in that realm of company car right now.
And the other thing is, but before you buy her one, you better buy yourself one.
Oh, yeah, that's why I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I mean,
company car ain't even in the question right now. There's no female I'm even entertaining. Like I'm on the road, I'm flying, I'm moving.
The bottom line is, if you're going to start with that, there the three that really run the yard: Cadillac Escalade, BMW X7 Alpina, and the and the new Lincoln Navigator. I've always had a soft spot for Navigator. I just wish they would get the damn software straightened out. Yeah, Navigator is a phenomenal vehicle. It's a little on the biggish side, even compared to Escalade, but it's got a lot. I wish they would straighten out the software. I just hate it. The software and the Rebel sound system does not impress me. Those are going to be where you're going to start at from the bottom. You can try Audi. I don't really think so. I think the ones I just named are much better, to be totally honest. And the GLS, I'm just like, once you've been in the Maybach GLS, you're not going to want the regular one. So that's just the bottom line. But just be prepared to pay a premium over that. Mm-hmm. If you're going to step up beyond that, the next natural step, if you're going to, I agree with DJ Academics. DJ Academics talked about this and he was absolutely right. If you're going to get an exotic to start with, the G-Wagon's probably the best one to start with. For price, value, and everything else, that's probably going to be the best one to start with. But right now, it's a foot race between that and the Maybach GLS. So basically, between those two, you're going to be paying somewhere around $150 to $180. Everything else is going to come over that. So now we're talking Range Rover Autobiography. If you're paying full price for a Maybach, you can get up to $200,000 with it fully equipped if you want to do a bunch of things to it. If you want like the two-tone paint job, that's going to put you over $200,000. Okay. But now when you get into Aston Martin DBX, Range Rover Autobiography, now you're at $200,000. $250,000 to $350,000. Now we're Bentley Bentayga, Aston Martin DBX fully equipped. Now you're in that range when you get there,
and that's new. Because to your point, when you showed us in the Patreon,
you're saying too much, but typically speaking, though, no, you're going to be paying $300. So if you're going to get one new, you're going to be paying around $300. If it's 1 to 3 years old, now that price could be cut anywhere from 25% to half.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But once again, like I say, you have to keep all those things into account. You're not using regular wheels on a G-Wagon, you're using Pirellis. So, for example, go price them for yourself and see how much that is. So I'm just saying is that you're going to be paying more for it. So it depends on what you want to do. I recommend that it's just like getting your credit up. I recommend that you take a look at price ranges. And for me, I think that if you can handle a Navigator or a BMW X7 without doing something stupid, or without wrecking it or killing yourself or messing up the maintenance. If you can learn how to do the maintenance on that yourself, now I'm pretty sure you can do a G-Wagon. You got to take down the skid plates. You can do the maintenance for that. You're going to be spending a lot of time looking things up, but it's worth it. I'll believe you can handle it then. But if you can't handle an Escalade and doing the regular maintenance on it yourself, then why would I believe that you can handle a Bentley Bentayga that now you have to have a scanner to reset the oil life monitor? So why would I believe you can handle that? And you need to be able to do as much on these cars as you can. Nobody tells you this either. It's not a money-saving measure. I mean, it does save a bunch of money, don't get me wrong. But you need to be able to know how to do your regular maintenance on these exotics to the extent that you can, because every time you take a car to the dealership, you're taking a chance on something bad happening. You're just assuming their techs know it best and this, that, and the other. I can't tell you how many bad situations I've had. A couple of them I'm dealing with right now. So, simply, contrary to popular belief, like let's just say, for example, you have a Maybach. You take it to the Mercedes dealership. The truth of the matter is most of the techs don't know how to work on it. Same thing with the G-Wagon G63, AMG. Most of the techs don't know how to work on it. You got people who drive Camrys working on a $300,000 car. I'm not dissing them or anything. I'm just saying. So they work on E-classes and C-classes, but it's very rare. The more rare the car is, the less experience they have with it. So in a lot of cases, they're going to this database that's supposed to tell them what to do. And I can't tell you how many times I've dealt with situations where bolts were tightened down way too hard. Now, I'm trying to say they wasn't just hating because I'm black and this is why he's driving. But I'm just saying I've had some horrendous situations happen where I found out trying to change the oil on it. So these are things you don't find out till later. So try to avoid letting them do maintenance on it if you can, because you don't want to be. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you'll find out later, and they may not give a damn. I mean, they'll be hating this like, this nigga driving the BMW M8, damn him, and he's tightening on your bolts on your oil thing. They don't care how tight they put on the oil plug. Things like that. And if that gets stripped out, you know you're going to have that drilled out. That's going to be work. Okay, but these are like cast aluminum pans now that crack easy. So drilling through that, it's not like they're real steel or aluminum anymore. Right. On most of them for your European cars. So what I'm saying is nobody tells you any of this. GM, they're still using metal on them for the most part. Ford, same thing. So I'm just saying, if you can handle that, keep it for a year. You can handle it. Do everything on it yourself. Maybe in a couple of years, let's talk about something 150, 200. Okay. And then you've proven you can handle that. Now you're ready to step up to the next one. And now you can start looking up to do that. Do your engine filters, your cabin filters, your AC filters, changing out the headlight bulbs for the ones that still take the bulbs and not those laser projectors. Things like that. So if you can start doing that, now I feel like you can own it and nothing really stupid will happen. So I really think it's something you need to work your way up to. So I know about what you got now, but if you're asking me, I'm not starting at that yet. Prove to me you can deal with the best of the lower level, and then I don't think you'll have any real major surprises when you start with this other stuff, because there's a lot that goes to there's more that goes to it. Okay. There's more that goes to it because you're not going to have any dipsticks anymore. Stuff like that. You don't have dipsticks anymore. No oil dipstick, no transmission dipstick. You can't open the radiators like a normal person. The exotics have much more of a draw. The exotics draw power a lot more. Not a little, a lot. You can't leave them sitting up for a month. You can't leave a G-Wagon, a Bentley Bentayga, a Bentley Continental. You can't leave that sitting up for a month. They sell with them. You can buy extra a trickle charger. They don't sell it standard, but you can buy a trickle charger. You can't leave them sitting up for any real length of time. So every couple of weeks, you really need to be driving it. Even if you can put it in standby mode, it's really going to be on standby mode for like 2 weeks. But even when you put it in standby mode, it won't tell you if the car is getting stolen. So they're constantly drawing power because they're constantly communicating with the app, and they're constantly phoning. Remember, I told you it's always snitching on you. It's constantly phoning home. To Mercedes, to Bentley, whatever. These cars are constantly phoning home. So it's constantly drawing power. That's why they got these gigantic batteries in them. Okay, which cost you like $300 to replace. Well, yeah. But
that's not even electrical power. That's gasoline power. They still draw that off just the battery.
Yeah, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about an electric car. I'm talking about a regular gas car.
Jesus, damn.
If you get a regular gasoline car from now, for any of those Bentleys, any of those G wagons, although those are mild hybrids now, but with any of them now, they got a great big huge battery because they draw power while the car is quote off, and nobody tells you this either. They'll mention the trickle charger, but they're not really going to push it on you. So you'll leave the dealership, you have no trickle charger, and then things start happening. I really think they do that to make you come back and stuff, because if the battery dies, now they won't let you, you can't change the battery on your own. Even if you know how to change it, which I do, they won't let you change it on your own. If it's still under warranty, they're going to demand that they bring it to the dealership, even if it has to be towed. But they're not going to, you can't do it on your own. They won't let you do it on your own. Things like that would never be a problem with Cadillac or Lincoln, but all of a sudden that's an issue. So what I'm saying is you don't find out any of these things. And most of the people at these dealerships, they don't know how to work on an R8. If you buy an Audi R8 and you love that car, okay, but most of the folk at the dealership don't know how to work on it. Yeah, that's their halo car for Audi, but there's so few of them sold, they don't get a lot of experience working on them. So you pull up, cross your fingers. I hope this doesn't go too terrible. God help you at an aftermarket shop. So that's and believe it or not, this is the short explanation. So if I were to get you fellas together, I would never start you there. There's a lot you want to learn. Show me you can handle a Cadillac or an Escalade, because that's going to be expensive enough. Trust me. That'll be expensive enough. You can handle that with not a bunch of craziness going on, and you're competent with it. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to handle everything above that, and you'll have a more appreciation for it. Once you start struggling with those things, you'll have more of an appreciation for it going forward, and getting it right and not blowing an engine or doing something stupid, putting in the wrong oil. If you learn how to do a transmission oil change on one of those GM full-size vehicles, that's a big, big plus. I'll figure you can pretty much do everything you want to do at that point.
Wow.
If you learn how to do those things, but you have to look that up because they don't help you. They will not help you at all. There's sealed transmissions now. So you have to have a pump to be able to take the oil fluid out and pump new fluid in. And you don't even want to know
get a lot of that equipment.
You don't even want to know what Mercedes does. Y'all don't even want to know what that does. They have an extraction machine that puts a hose down into it to suck the old oil out, transmission fluid out, and put new transmission fluid in from the top of it. So it's a lot involved.
And, you want me asking? And
remember, they got giant skid plates under the cars now too. So you have to take all that stuff down before you can get to any of it. So you can't just change your oil. You have to take down the skid plates first. For Mercedes and Audi and Bentley, they're big heavy metal ones with big Torx heads on them. Not even bolts, they're Torx heads. So imagine like a way bigger version of that kind of bolt they have for your Apple iPhones. It's a Torx head. So that was what happens.
Dude, do you mind me asking? I hate to ask, like, obviously on a broadcast, but is there like a recommended, I guess not really a kit, but some of the major equipment to do a lot of this stuff in my garage?
Technically speaking, you can buy a pump for it. I mean, they sell them in Harbor Freight and places like that. It's really about knowing what you're buying. So they have pumps that will suck fluid out. You know, like a way of being able to take like gasoline out of your tank. You got the hand pump you can use to take it out. But they also have electric ones that you can use for that as well.
Okay.
It's a bit of a process. There are folks on YouTube who have done it, so you can look those videos up. But it's really about just getting the oil out by hook or by crook. You get the oil out, but then you have to pump the oil back in. For General Motors, the easiest way to do it is to get through the radiator, where the transmission cooling lines are, where they hook up to the radiator. That's really the easiest way to do it from there. So imagine to get the transmission, you don't go through the transmission lines on the transmission. It's easier to go through the radiator. Ask me how I know. So in any case, and then you pump the stuff in there. And you have to keep doing it until you have to pump the old fluid out by pumping the new fluid in. And you have to keep doing it till the fluid comes out bright red. Old fluid kind of looks dark red, and keep pumping it until the new fluid comes out bright red. Now you can seal everything off, but you have to keep the car running and keep putting fluid into it till it starts coming out of the weep hole. Starts coming out of the side of the transmission. And even then, for me, I have a little nozzle that I use to go up to the bottom of the pan, because they have trick pans on these oil pans from General Motors now. So you'll see it for yourself. There's a trick pan into it. It's got a weep hole at the bottom of it, but in reality, when you take the pan down, you can see it's got a spout on the inside. And that's how they can keep you from checking the oil. They can keep it. That's how they can keep you from being able to top it off unless you know what you're doing. So I know what it is now. So I've taken it all apart. Now I know what it is, so I can do it. But you can buy a pump for it. You want to get your own hoses. They need to be the right size. There's folks on YouTube who've done it. But the bottom line is, if you're able to handle that and you can learn that, I think you can buy these other things and you'll be able to maintain it on your own. You'll be able to keep the cost as low as you can if you do your own maintenance, because like it was $1,200-$1,300 for an A service.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I got the 750, so I'm trying to get as much done, especially with the weather getting way cooler. I can do a lot of stuff in the garage instead of taking it to
if you can save that and keep them from busting things and breaking things, and if you can do it yourself, it was done right, and it'll save you money, but it'll also save you aggravation. And now you're ready for that world. I don't recommend anybody leave themselves at the mercy of the dealerships. I don't think you're ready to own one of these things if you are.
Right.
The only thing now when we start getting the Ferraris and Lamborghinis, now we're a little bit different because they seal off the engines. So you can change the oil, but that's going to be about it. Unless you know how to take that chassis apart in the back to get to it, which you can do, by the way, but you're going to need to have some real tools to get it. But that's what I'm saying. If you start with like a G-Wagon, you can handle that. A Range Rover, you can handle that. Aston Martin DBX, you can handle that. Above that, Bentley, Aston Martin DBX, you can handle those two. But if you can do a G-Wagon, Maybach, GLS, Range Rover, those three are the ones above the Escalade Navigator level. If you can handle those, you can handle those.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because you taught us about the Section 179, and with me having...
Well, now that's permanent. So Section 179 was just what it is you can use. The real thing that allowed us to write off the 100% was the bonus depreciation.
Right.
That was the part that was sunsetting. Who was back in the White House, so the big, beautiful bill has made bonus depreciation permanent. So we're not sitting around waiting for it to sunset anymore. Bonus depreciation is permanent now. And I was sitting there waiting to see if they were going to do that. So I looked into it and I'm like, oh, I'll be damned that they're not just putting it back, they're making it permanent. So dude, it's about the good times are about to roll here in just a moment.
Yeah, and I apologize for going off the rails, but that's why I brought it up about the SUVs for that weight limit. And I wanted to ask you first, this is a year in advance, but you taught us to stay ahead of the curve. So
the party's back on. I mean, with bonus depreciation, we get our 100% now, and that's it. You are free to ride. So we can run wild now about this. So the only thing I hate about it is the car manufacturers are probably going to jack up prices even more now because they see us coming.
Like they did you with the G-Wagon.
Yeah, now they see us coming. So that's the only bad part about it is all of us being able to write it off. That is probably going to incentivize them to charge even more since they know they can get away with it. They know we're going to come by for deductions. But the bottom line is, you're going to have that option available to you. Although I also think it's going to lead to more sales, which will make more of them on the used market, which will actually drive prices down. But it'll take a while for it to get there. In the short term, I think things are going to be good. All the prices for everything I named for you there before, that all still stands. So all that is standing there. I just want you to be ready for it when you get it. Because there are going to be a lot of surprises. They don't treat any of these cars the way they do the regular ones. You can't have any of the normal expectations. They are going to be shameless about telling you what the prices are they want for maintenance. And if you go to the dealerships, and if you go to an aftermarket shop, even still, you're kind of running some of the same problems. It might cost you a little bit less, but I want you to know as much as you can, because I don't think you should own this thing if you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, and that's why I called you. Like I said, this is a year or so in advance. So just to even be thinking about it, I wanted to run it past you. So, man, that's it. That's all I got, brother. I want to hold you up for the rest of the program. I'm looking forward to hearing what you got going on. They pushing the society's pushing the old gals out.
Yeah, go get you a Bentley Bentayga so you can mac on a 60-year-old.
Oh hell no,
nigga! What?
25.
I want to go do that so you can go grab one of these grandma baddies. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Had to do a little bit of housekeeping there in that regard. Had to do that. Yeah, I can talk about these things. Talk about what you know. Talk about what you know. That's the difference between somebody who knows versus somebody bringing you their excuses. Yeah, just a reminder. I know for some of y'all listening, Jason, why are you going on so long? That's the difference between somebody who knows versus somebody who's guessing their way through it and failing. Those are the kind of conversations that you have with people who do that kind of thing. If you want to do small stuff, people who are doing small things, they have small conversations. Folks who are doing real things, you can have some real conversations. You got some folk passing out some free game. Hey, let me explain to you how you put you ahead. Hey, if you didn't grow up in a family where they do this kind of thing, let me go ahead and give you some tips that go ahead and make this easier for you so you don't find this out going way down the road and be like, damn, I wish somebody had told me. The nigga without a car is talking to the fellows who aspire to drive a Maybach, and it's okay. And he's trying to tell you what you don't need and what's okay for you to do without. Nah, don't do that. No, we ain't doing that. Not at all. All right, we're going to take one more call here on Zoom. I'll see if I can get Brandon up here on Zoom with me right quick. Let me see if I can get Brandon on Zoom up here right quick. All right, Brandon, what's on your mind?
On Jason, man. No, man, just had to go ahead and call on up after my long shift, though, man. Oh, definitely listen to you. Definitely been keeping me, man, on game throughout my driving night, though. So I'm just shutting it on down now. But yeah, man, I had to go ahead and call on up. Man, and just basically just try to go ahead and definitely, man, say you was hitting on all cylinders tonight, man. Definitely, I think that there is too a mass push to get men to accept older women, man, because it most definitely is just everywhere of just trying to get men to accept older, worn out women who have already been passed around, who have already had their fun and all their fun in their lives, and they just want to go ahead and just finally say, all right, I'm done with this life. Now here goes the bill for all my troubles and all the stuff and all the men I've ran through, all the stuff I did. I had my fun. Now here's the bill for my fun, and you just pay it. And I think that there is just a mass push, though, man, for that, man. It gets very dangerous out here, though, man, and I think I started to notice it a little bit way years ago, because I mean, I just gotta just be real, you know what I'm saying? No, this the family, so I just gotta keeping it real though. Shoot, I noticed that when I would visit you know what I'm saying, like porn sites or whatever, and the first thing you would see as soon as you clicked on the first damn pages, you would just see all these women over 40. The front page, first videos, first every damn thing, you would just see all these ads for older women. And it was like, though, shoot, all the younger females, they just damn near got pushed on all the way to the back. Nope, first damn thing forward, though, as soon as you click on it, though, MILF stuff, though, shit. Women over 40, women over 45, women in their 50s, and it seemed like, though, that they're even trying to condition young men to accept older women.
Yeah, so I mean, they get cycled and recycled back through the system. The only place you really get promoted actual young females is on Instagram. That's the only place that actual young females are promoted. Everywhere else, Hollywood, the porn industry, cable TV, Sports Illustrated, nobody's bringing us young females anymore. Everybody's bringing us chicks with their AARP cards and get on the bus for half fare. That's what everybody is promoting to us now, and it's not accidental. It's a steady stream of it. That's an agenda. That's not a fluke. That's an agenda.
Hell yeah, and I was arguing with one damn female about that stuff, about that same damn stuff. I'm like, though, dude, I told this damn one girl some years ago, I was like, though, do you realize that in Black Hollywood art cinemas, that they were recycling these black women all the way from the 90s, and it wasn't until they finally just aged all the way out. You know what I'm saying? The Nina Longs, the Vivica Foxes, the Regina Halls, though, the Stacey Dashes, though, shoot, all those chicks from the 90s who we talk about and to talk about in nostalgia, that it wasn't until they hit all the way in the wall, like, all right, baby, You can't pass for no 22, 23-year-old no damn more that they finally had to go ahead and get try to recop another damn generation. And I was like, though, shoot, tell me the black women in Hollywood who came on up in the 2000s and the 2010s, and they can't tell you because they were recycling all these same women all throughout for like 20 years, 25 years, a quarter century. They recycled them damn women all the way from the 1990s all the way up to like at least 2017 is finally when they finally like, all right then, baby ladies, y'all in y'all late 40s, 50s, some of y'all are even pushing 60, and we can't let you sit up there and play no 22, 23, 30-year-old no damn more. And there hasn't been a new crop of women since. If there is a new crop, y'all somebody tell me. I can't think of not a one. Megan Good was at the end of that low shoot, and I think what was that Journey Smollett? She kind of just crept her way through, but there hasn't been a brand new roster of black females in Hollywood and cinematography though since. All them older women, they kept straight on in there all the way up until they
kept running them till they burned. They kept running them till they burned out. We just
till it was over.
All we had was the same recycled roster of the same 5 or 6 chicks, just like for black male Hollywood. You had Denzel, Samuel L. Jackson, and Will Smith, and that was it. For about 20-something years, that was all you had. For the females, you had more of them, but we really just kind of run that into the ground. And my problem is when people feed you swill long enough, you begin to develop a taste for it. Now, there's my issue. And that's why I'm saying that they keep trying to force feed this to us until we all end up like Sean. That's really what they're trying to do. They really want to, and for a lot of males, they succeeded. It's starting to shake off for a lot of fellas because they started questioning, hey, why do I got to settle for that? But for a lot of dudes out here, they're programming you to gain a taste for it. And then next thing you know, I mean, I'm just calling it what it is. You're sitting up here fighting over expired wombs. You know, it's just them, the Taraji P. Hensons and the whoever in the hell it was, Nia Longs and whatnot. It's like, hey, man, no, that's it. That's expired, dude. We can't do nothing. Halle Berry is literally on Capitol Hill protesting for damn me menopause.
Nigga, what?
She's literally on Capitol Hill talking. Did you ever think that was going to be the fate of Halle Berry when you was looking at her in the 90s? So I'm just saying, at this point, what more sign do you need that it is time to hang up her jersey? You can't be menopause and sex symbol are not synonymous. It's not synonymous. Plus, when she's telling you, by the way, not only is she in menopause, but she needs some extra. She needs a trip to Diddy's house because she's dry and achy and uncomfortable. And it's just like, okay, fellas, do you realize how ditch low your standards gotta be if she's still on the roster? At some point, you have to stop being a sexual scavenger because this stuff is starting to get creepy, man. This is starting to get real creepy.
But that's what they did it for, Jason. No, these women out here, they know they've been out here sexually starving men for the past few damn decades, though. I heard some of the damn white supremacists said, though, the other damn day when he was talking about some of the dudes who joined white supremacist gang. They called white supremacist organizations. These dudes have came up with the term called what they call it though, something, damn it though, celibacy. They call it forced celibate. They call them forced celibacy though, and it's just crazy, and that just comes along with the idea that these women know they have been sitting up here passing over dudes, not giving them any sex, and they believe that as soon as when they get ready to, they're gonna be able to say, all right, I'm ready. come drop off all these houses, these resources, and all this stuff at my feet because I know you've been desperate to go ahead and get some sexual access, and some dudes are falling for it, and the last dudes who've been falling for it the last past 10 years, we've been seeing how that's been going. They've been just ended up getting divorced, getting their money taken from them in sexless marriages, and that came up with the rise of OnlyFans, of married men sitting around still on the internet pleasuring themselves while they got a woman that they paying top dollar and paying on out for. So it's become absolutely ridiculous on out here. And I'm like, these older women out here, if you go get an old broad, like, what's the point? Getting an old broad while you got money is like getting a turd on it's like a turd sitting on the table. I don't care how good the food is, though, whatever it look like. If it's a turd sitting in the middle of the table, you don't want nothing on the damn table. So it don't matter if I get a Bentley, a damn Escalade, a big house, or whatever, though, shoot. If this is if this gonna be my reward, then damn it, though, just screw it all. And that's just how I feel about it.
They want us to give maximum effort, and all I'm just saying is ask yourselves what you're getting. Is this really what you want, or is this what you feel like is all you can actually get? And as men, if we don't demand more, we're certainly not going to get more. But ask yourselves these questions. Why is it you're still talking about Angela Bassett? We discovered her back in the 90s. Why are you still talking about her in the context of sex symbols? I talk about Felicia Rashad, hell yeah, but I talk about it as the Cosby Show, nigga. I know it's been 40 years. I don't talk about Felicia Rashad today. I talk about the standard that she set then. I am not stupid, blind, or ignorant of the passage of time. You got fellas out here, if you're still talking about Halle Berry, do you realize just how devoid of actual options we are? Do you realize even if you're saying Beyonce, she's over 40 now. This is how shallow the pool of talent is. And what I'm saying is that men's standards have reduced along with it. And what guys don't want to admit is that when they're like Sean, their standards for females reflect their social standing. But they don't want to have that conversation or talk about that. It's like, dude, the only reason you're talking like this is because you can't do better. You can't. So, of course, you have to be a cheerleader for the chicks at the old folks' home, because that's all you can really compete for. A female who's actually competitive.
They don't want them.
Well, a female who's actually competitive and got options, she's not trying to have a guy who would even do that.
But they don't even have the options. They don't. We are sitting up here, the dudes who are actually trying, even letting them know, that's the point. Even the dudes who don't have it, who are listening to you and trying and aiming for the lifestyle that you're talking about, to have that yacht in Miami and waking up, putting in the work to try to have it. It's like, baby, you already don't even qualify. If I was trying to aim for this and it said at the end of it, you would be my prize, I would quit where I'm at. I would stop. The juice just ain't worth the squeeze. You cannot be the damn prize that I'm aiming for. I would literally, nigga, cancel the damn platinum card, throw all the business away, grab me my damn my Amazon vest, and I'm finna grab my Amazon vest and my video game controller and sit my ass down. It's too much work out here trying to get to this lifestyle and maintaining it. It's too much work to maintain good credit, 800 plus credit score. It's too much work to go ahead and do all this. And if I'm looking at a damn chick and she sit up here telling me like, oh my God, like the chick that called up the geriatric trick that called up earlier. If you finna tell me that this is finna be my prize, that this is what I need to work for, nigga, throw it all away. Don't throw some of it away. Throw it all away. I want a blunt, an Xbox controller, and an Amazon vest. I'm not doing shit.
You said the magic words up in there, Brandon. He's yelling it because ain't nobody else telling it. You said the magic words there, brother. When you said, I'm going to go sit my ass down. Brother, you and me are at the age now where all the females in our age group are approaching us talking about they ready to sit down.
Nigga, what?
Think about that for a few moments. For you cats in your 30s listening or your 20s, I need y'all to understand once females get in their 40s and 50s, it is a nonstop parade of women telling you that they tired, that they've been, I need to just be able to sit down, that I want to sit down. That sentence, we hear it at least 3 or 4 times a year. At least 3 or 4 times a year. So now she doesn't want you to talk about that. You can see that little spark in her eyes goes away when you say it. But they come in the door telling us about how they tired. And I'm like, okay, but I'm not the one who made you tired. You just met me. So I'm hearing about you tired walking in the door. Fellas, she's looking for you to fix something. And I just understand, that's why when he said that, if we say that, everybody gets upset. Okay, well, what makes you think the hell we want to hear it? That's what the hell is the problem. What the hell makes you think we want to hear it? So you want a man who is competitive and competent with a female who is sitting and isn't producing. What kind of incentive is that? And plus she's 6, she old as hell too. It's like, okay, just where's the upside? Where's the upside?
No upside, man. There's no upside to that shit, and they can't see it. And it's just time to even. And I think it's important that females just hear it though. Like, look, baby, you are not worth the amount of effort that it takes to go ahead and maintain that shit. Sorry, but not sorry. You better go find you the old boy who got some nostalgic value for you and sit your ass down. Cause I'm telling you, when it's come down to even Jason, most of these damn females, the average woman in America ain't even qualified to even get a damn house with a damn dude. Let's keep it real. These average house, $360,000 damn dollars, $400,000, and that's just in the cheapest places. You talking about a place in New York or California? Oh my God.
She wants to live in a certain neighborhood, in a certain house, in a certain gated community. She wants a certain amount of square feet. She wants a certain type of kitchen. She wants a kitchen island. She wants a den. She wants a foyer, and a grand room. And she wants you to take care of all that. And what I'm saying is, okay, that's going to be a lot of investment going forward. And if you're going to do that, why would you do it for a female who ain't got that much runway of a future going forward? That's the only real question. And at 50 and 60, how much return on investment are you expecting to get by doing that for a 45-year-old or a 55-year-old or, goodness gracious, a 60-year-old? What's the return on investment you're looking to get? And for the fella in the chat room here earlier, I'm not going to say your name, brother. I already said, dude, are you serious? Bruh, what is the quality of sex with a 55-year-old, 60-year-old female? Brother, if you got access to a 30-year-old, please tell me if you are providing 6 figures of productivity for a female and for her sexual companionship, what is the quality of that for a 60-year-old or a 50-year-old? Are you getting 6 figures of sexual value and sexual, productivity and excellence? I want to know exactly what are you expecting?
Or Jason.
Because Halle Berry said it's dry and itchy and uncomfortable.
Because, Jason, what about this one, though? Add on to this one. How about a sex from a 60, 50, or 40-some-odd-year-old chick who don't even really want you? Now, that's another one right there. Now, she don't even have a passion or wants to even be with you. She's just getting with you because you just a sucker enough to foot
You're the
bill.
best option.
She doesn't, you a sucker and the best damn thing that she can get, and she don't even want to be there. So not only is this cooched and already dried on up and dried on out, but it's still going to even be some flat back dry cooch.
Well, she's just avoiding you. She wants you finance her lifestyle. Now she starts taking up hobbies. When you're younger, females get pregnant and start having kids so they can avoid having sex with you. And Because when they're in their hoe stage, they don't want any kids because they're trying to have a bunch of sex. Okay, when they get done getting hoed out, now they want to have a bunch of kids because that's her way of, okay, I gave you some sex. Now I shouldn't have to give you any for the next decade unless it's once a month or once a year. So having kids when they're younger is how they evade sex with you. Picking up hobbies when they're older is how they evade it with you. So you're financing her life and paying for her lifestyle, and you thought your home was going to be the Playboy Mansion, and finally you can go ahead and have all the sex you want, all the ways you want, and then you find out, no, actually you're having less than you ever had and paying more than you've ever paid. And that's where you end up being. So it's not, fellas, listen to me. Here's the bottom line. And I'm so glad we stayed up this late so I can go ahead and say this like it is after midnight. Jason Black After Dark. Fellas, please stop lying to yourselves. There ain't no such damn thing as a 60-year-old freak.
And deal with it, nigga.
Y'all fellas talking like these women, they get 50 and 60 years old, they gonna be freaks. I don't know who the hell told you that. They on social media just saying everything, dude. There ain't no broads triple X rated at 50 years old and just competing. That's a dream. That's a little fantasy you telling yourself. That's why Brandon was talking about porn sites. That's the stuff you all fall for at porn sites. That is not in. I don't know why you need me to tell you. There's no such animal as a 55-year-old, 60-year-old freak. It ain't happening. There are no females in here right now, 50 years old, talking about, damn, I wish I had a man who wanted sex nightly. There's not a single one. And you ain't met it and seen it on social media. The only reason that they put on skirts and dresses and be trying to show some booty meat is so they can get a fella in the door. That's the bait and switch. I don't know why y'all don't know this yet. I guess because I hadn't told you. And the rest of your red pillars don't know. I'm not the rest of them. Fellas, no, these chicks go on social media for the purposes of getting you in the DMs. The DM is the lure. Once she gets you in the real world, okay, she is going to hold her nose and grit her teeth and be throwing you sex and stuff till she starts pressuring you for marriage. That's going to be about month 3. Although for a lot of them, they coming in the damn door with it now, and a lot of you fellas are buckling. They coming in the door talking about, I ain't doing this if this ain't going somewhere. Where's it need to go? To the altar? I ain't looking to be being with you in 8 years and we ain't married. You can't even have kids. That don't mean nothing. If I can't have your name, she's trying to set you up, dude. So y'all fall for that. You look on social media, you got somebody's 58-year-old grandmama up there and you see that and you thinking that's how she's living. No, she's trying to lure you in. She's trying to entice you. And once she gets you where she wants you, the switch flips. And now all of a sudden, she's not doing any of those things she was before. If she was doing it in the first place, because that's another reason why these old hoes like long distance relationships. They like the internet and long distance relationships because that gives her a reason not to be around you. You start making all kinds of assumptions about what it'll be if you could be around them butt cheeks, them flabby, saggy butt cheeks full time. And when you finally get there, like, damn, I thought you was a 60-year-old freak. No, she's 60-year-old frigid. And now she's got you where she wants you. Now she's like, oh, nigga, we married. I ain't got to do nothing for you now. You should just be with me. Why I got to do all that? You supposed to be loving me and not demanding nothing. Okay, while she's demanding everything from you. So, fellas, I don't know how many of you all just didn't figure this out. Ain't no 50-year-old and 55-year-old and 60-year-old freaks out here, man. There's not. She might be freaky one day a month. That heifer's in front of the Hallmark channel for the other 29 days. So I don't know who led you all to believe that's the way it is. Oh, you just want to believe it because you think older women have fewer options. And you're right, they do. But bruh, she ain't really trying to do that. Even if you that dude in the neighborhood, she might let you come tiptoe by once a week. That's not going to be no nightly thing. And it never has been. Ain't no 60-year-old freaks out here. Ain't no real 50-year-old freaks, truth be told. Get that fantasy out your heads, fellas.
Man,
I'll let you have the last word.
Man, appreciate that, man. And one other thing I just wanted to go ahead and just say before I leave on out is my young dudes, you know what I'm saying, late teens, 20s though, man, who dealing with these cougars though, man. Listen here. Let me tell y'all brothers something if y'all listening. Y'all make sure y'all spread this. do not fall for these damn older ass damn women. As you can sit back and see, you are in here. If you're in this room, man, you hear the brothers who got the bread, who can actually pull this shit on off, who can buy. We can go buy the Escalades. We can go buy the $100,000 cars. We can go buy the houses. We got the platinum cards. We are that we are actually doing this and moving forward. And you know, and besides Jason, there I don't think there's too many other certified millionaires. But even to the dudes who are guaranteed 6 figures and up, you see, we not showing these damn older broads no damn real love like this. It's not really happening. It's a handful of lame, game goofy niggas in the late game, but we're not really fucking with these broads. So when they in your DMs talking about they looking for some young meat and some young damn dudes, though, no dude. Be careful. A lot of these chicks are also looking for a do-over. They want a do-over from all the damn past that they have fucked on up, and that they already know that the dudes in their age group and in their cities, though, already know their reputation and what it's like, and we are not going to invest in these chicks. Might knock them down, but we're not going to cuff them and invest in them. And a lot of these women already understand that, and they're looking for somebody who's young, who don't know their history, who is going to invest their future in them. They know they don't have a future with us, but they're hoping that they can get a second, a mulligan and a do-over with you. Do not fall for that stuff right there. These chicks they are in desperate need. Hoeing is going to die, but it's going to die a slow death. So just be prepared for that. Do not let these chicks get caught up in it. If you're going to knock her down, no, but shoot. Do not let these chicks confuse you on something else. They don't have the options that they tell yourself they do. You seen it by this old ass broad who called on up, though, talking about options, though, she thinking that she had, though, and she ain't fooling no damn body. They ain't fooling nobody. So my young brothers, don't get caught up in those shoes, though, man. Do not let these old broads get you messed up in the game, no, man. Be one, my brother, and I'll holler at you tomorrow.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Yeah, man. Like I say, Jason, what's the point? It's not all gloom and doom. It is not all gloom and doom. I'm trying to tell y'all, look, it's a new day. Ladies, we got to be honest with you. Come on now, just tell the truth. You thought in your 20s, we know the game. You figured you could just go ahead and sexually just wild out, do whatever you want to, and that when you finally got ready or you were forced to retire your draws, that one of those simps would be sitting on the curbside and you can just go ahead and pick up one of their sad sack asses and say, all right, come on with me. That's what you really thought. Here's the problem. There were too many of you all thinking the exact same thing. And what you did was you drained the pool. So there are still some simps out there, but y'all are looking for high productivity, glamorous, exciting, magnetic, admired by other men. Oh, you don't get that. You get the pinch and pimp and the salary simp. That's who you get. A fella who is run out of options. He's nobody's first or second choice except all the baby mamas and all the ragged out chicks. I mean, okay, I'm just saying the math takes over. Look, you enjoyed it on the front end. You were not complaining when you were reaping all the benefits on the front end. All right, this is the natural order of things. This is the other side of it. Now we're on the other end of it. And when you were delaying and saying, oh, no, I'm not going to cash out, and, oh, this nigga lame, he's boring. It's like, okay, well, I'm still trying to have fun. Pookie Ray Ray still calling. I'm getting lit. All right. Well, just remember, once you hit a certain point, everything flips. You can keep telling yourself, I look good for 30 when Sean, she looked good for 70. Baby, y'all realize something. You look good to be alive. Okay, you look better than the person over here in the casket. You can keep moving that artificial line and looking as stupid as you can. I look good for 30. I look good for 40. Okay, and what have you leveraged it for? What's on the menu? So, Jason, where does it go? Don't get mad about it. What I'm saying is, here's the math. The math is that America's more expensive than it's ever been, and they ain't going nowhere else. The bankers run everything. The corporations run everything. The oligarchs run everything. And they are not trying to turn America into a depreciating asset. They're trying to inflate the value as much as they can for themselves. Here we go. So since that's not going to change, and as a female, you want what you want, you had a bunch of dudes show you a nice time when you were in your 20s and 30s, and you trying to get back to that and stay back to that, so you don't really want to settle. There's too many of you who want the whole exact thing. Most females are sixes, and they had a one-night stand or a week in the Bahamas with a dude who had the bag, and now you're telling yourself that that's what you deserve for the rest of your days, and use a lie. Lie. If nobody told you, use a lie. Reality is going to come into view. There are a small number of those really valuable simps you all want that you can hold your nose for. He's the ones who make you vomit the least. Okay, but after y'all are going to have a damn barroom brawl over him, and after you all suck it up and simp it up for him, that's it. There's too many females for every one of them simps out there. You realize how hard it is for a man to be productive? So there's still way too many females for even the productive males, even for the productive simps. There's too many of you. Somebody gonna get left without a chair when the music stops. And most of you gonna be without a chair when the music stops. That's just what it was gonna be. Now, I know you're gonna lie to that fellow when you get with him, okay, but you ain't gonna lie here. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be companionship, it's gonna be side chick applications. For a lot of you, it's gonna be jump off applications, and I do mean applications. Somebody needs to be honest and just tell it for what the hell it is. Some of you will get quote unquote married. It's not going to be a fella who thrills you. You just going to have to get in where you fit in, and you're going to be that 50% of females who are unhappy, trying to avoid sex, and he's really quirky, but you got a roof over your head. And eventually, I suppose you'll get used to the stench, because you won't have much of a choice. But by the way, we all know you don't like it. You're sitting there on social media. You're doing every damn thing except spending time with him. That man did not bring you under his roof because he was trying to give you a place to get on the internet and play Candy Crush. He brought you under his roof because he thought it was going to be triple X-rated slicking from sunup to sundown. I know better, and the rest of us know better, and we all know that when you get with him, that's all it's going to be. You're not actually going to be doing what he thought was going to happen. You let him on, and once you figured you had your end solid, you're like, okay, I ain't got to do nothing. So this is where it really is. So the media and the corporations and the government, they can all sit up here and keep trying to push this thing. I'm just letting y'all know it's a new day. It's a new day. And just like the females have been living out their fantasies on social media, this success porn, she's going to have a great handbag and a nice skirt and a great pair of shoes. Okay, just like the females are trying to preserve being 25 years old, the men don't have a problem going back for that. They don't have a problem going back for that. And it's no longer taboo, baby. It's not. It really, really ain't. These 25-year-old females are not trying to wait till they're 45 to get to the Ritz-Carlton, to get to the Waldorf Astoria, to get to the Hawaiian Prince. They're not trying to wait till they're 45 to do that. And the fellas in your age group, yeah, that's her prime candidate. So these magazine articles and Jennifer Lopez, all I can say is denial always dies a long, ugly, agonizing death. It always does. For my females out here in your 40s, look for a nigga that's 50, 55, 60. For my females who are 50, there's a 60, 65-year-old dude with your name on it. Or at least he'll co-sign your name on his benefits there. If you 60 years old, baby, he can be 70, 75. I know that doesn't sound very optimistic. What? Hey, baby, why don't you get you a 75-year-old? I know that does not sound optimistic. And I get it. You were sitting up here thinking to yourself, you 60 years old, you should at least get, somebody look like Idris Elba or something. It's like, wait, damn, if I'm 60, can't he at least just he can be 64, 65. Oh, no, they didn't want to hear that. These women did not want to hear that. No, you're going to get Willie James. You're going to get the deacon down there at the church. You're going to get the fella retired from the water department. You're going to get, the fellow with his military pension. Shout out Prince. It's going to be that. You're going to get a nigga smell like barbecue sauce on the weekends. Damn! It's going to be that. I didn't say barbecue pit. I said barbecue sauce. But for most of you, that's what it will be. It's going to be that for most of you. That's if you want to know what your real options are. Your real options are a man 10 to 15 years older than you. He better not have a bunch of disposable income because you will not be his preferred candidate. Something half your age would actually be more suiting to it because he wants to stunt, and you can't stunt with a 60-year-old. You can't stunt with a 50-year-old. Rare you can find a 40-year-old. Every female tells herself at 40 that she looks like 30.
Oh, please.
No. But in any case, that's what it's going to be. You know why that's what it's going to be? Because that's what it already is.
And deal with it, nigga.
We're already there. We're not on our way to this. We're not going to be on our way to this in 10, 15 years, but we're already there. You go to the most expensive places in this country. You go to the most glamorous places in this country, and there's a bunch of old women there. It's a bunch of fellas who got their money built all the way up, and it's a chick usually in her 30s, no older than 40. That's it. The old folks are sitting in their damn cars. They're sitting on the beach and in the chairs, and not even sitting on the sand. We're already there. You go to the most expensive hotels, the most expensive resorts in America, man. It's not a bunch of 60-year-old chicks. All the 60-year-old chicks are going on their damn cruises because that's the only thing he's going to pop for as a special occasion. This is not going to be a regular thing. And by the way, just like you dribbling out sex to placate him, he took you on that cruise to placate you. But after that, he's going to go look for something that makes him look like he's stunting. I'm just telling y'all, go to the most expensive hotels, the most expensive resorts, the most expensive restaurants. It's not a bunch of 60-year-old females in there walking with the man. It's not going to be, there's not a bunch of 60-year-old females in there walking with the man. That's just the bottom line. She ain't with the dude. She with Willie James. And he's like, baby, you better appreciate this little old retirement check and leave me alone. It's that. And he's trying to figure out how to pull back on expenses. He's not trying to figure out how to splurge. The ones who are willing to actually spend real money and really splurge, baby, it's standing room only for him. For the fellas who actually can and are available, most of them today are figuring out, man, what the hell I gotta do all that for? When those guys finally realize that all the chips are on their side of the table, they're not doing all that. And we are already there today. Go down to Miami, go to Atlanta, go to Myrtle Beach, go to Hawaii, go to LA. Ain't no 60-year-olds or 50-year-olds running the yard. Go to the lobby of the Wilshire Grand, downtown Los Angeles. It ain't a bunch of 60-year-old females lighting up the sky. That's not what's happening. Go to the Kempton Epic, downtown Miami. They ain't there, man. They ain't there. They sitting at home trying to rest their hip bone and their knee. They're sitting at home trying to plot their next doctor's visit. You think a man is going to the damn Mercedes dealership to go drop $250, and you sitting up here talking about getting some milk of magnesia and some Epsom salt. And thinking that he should be grateful. Okay. And one more thing, y'all ain't gonna like this, but one more thing. Gray hair ain't hitting on a female. Damn! Gray hair don't work on a female, not unless she has a gorgeous face. And even then, it can't be all gray hair, though. It's got to be like, some real black streaks in it. But, yeah, it's got gray hair don't work on females like that. It really doesn't. That's why I made these images the way I did. Is gray hair don't work on females. Like salt and pepper hair don't work on females like that. It's giving grandma. It's giving grandma. When you say last time I was hugged up with something with hair like this, she was fixing Thanksgiving dinner when I was 8 years old. So it don't hit the same, y'all. It don't hit the same. So just letting you know. Jason, you're being mean. I'm not being mean. I'm just telling the truth here. Somebody needs to be freaking honest in the 21st century. This mess ain't gonna work. Men are not working their whole damn lives to drop off $1 million of value with a chick who's bringing the leftovers. So we're not on our way to that being the situation. That is the situation right now. We are there today. It's been a feeding frenzy. For the men who have resources and willing to spend it, it's already been a feeding frenzy. It's only going to get more intense. And what's going to happen, and this is where we really ending up, and by the way, ladies, you asked for it, so you will get it. When it's all over within the next 10 years, the average 50-year-old female will be in a relationship with a man who's already got another woman.
And deal with it, nigga.
Now, that's becoming more common today, but I'm just letting you know, over the course of the next 10 years, that won't be more common. That'll just be the way it is. If you're a female over the age of 50, you ain't gonna be asking no questions. As long as he answers the phone for you when you call, or if he eventually returns your text messages. But I'm just letting you all know, the math is the math. The math is the math. The average 50-year-old female is going to be part of a roster. That's what it's going to be. Or you can go get somebody like Sean. By the way, the fellas like Sean will be available. You better take a look at the job market and what it's doing and what jobs will be available and what they'll be paying for it. Yeah, you'll get somebody like Sean. It's becoming more common today, so it's already happening today, but it is not mathematically the majority. It's not the norm yet. There's still a lot of fighting and resistance. We're not going to be having this conversation in the next 10, 20 years because everybody knows the women will all be doing it. They'll all be doing it. They'll just be the ones who admit it and the ones who don't. That's all it's going to be. You know, I mean, you can call it poly, but the real thing is, it's just going to be non-exclusive. I mean, you're just going to be calling it the relationship. That's it. It's just men going to have more than one female. You're going to have to share. You're going to have to share. You're going to keep it on the low. You're going to be quiet. You ain't going to tell the kids, nor the grandkids. But that's what we're going to, and that's what it's going to be. If the men continue to elevate their productivity, continue to remain competitive, and continue to demand the best, that's what it's going to be. The 50 and 60-year-olds going to have to muscle in to be on the roster. You're going to have to compete to get that. I'll get me some pets. Ain't nobody worried about your goofy ass. Nobody's worried about the little goofy grannies, man. It's too much going on out here. Nobody's worried about your little goofy grandma. If she wants to sit at home smelling like kitty litter, that's her thing. Ain't nobody worried about her. Baby, you ain't got no leverage. You ain't got no leverage. So I'm telling you all what the end game is. I'm telling you where this goes. For the females today, forget the man of your dreams. You fighting for a nigga 10, 15 years older than you. And you better hope his hip and his knees still work and the diabetes ain't kicked in. That's where you're going to be at today. If you're over the age of 40, you understand something. You better be trying to holler at a dude in his 50s and whatever last little bit of triple X-rated sex you got, you better deposit it over there. 40, 50, 60, yeah. Once you get past 55, 60 years old, the bidding started 15 years out. Because an old woman just makes a man feel old. Hey, baby, if anybody else told you, I'm telling you. Don't shoot the messenger. And the attitude issues, yeah, that's going to have to go for real. It'll be the real thing is with men backing off of marriage, and as we get older, more of us back off of it. Baby, that's it. He doesn't have to put up with nothing. As soon as you start displeasing him, he can tell you, man, get your ass up out of here. And he doesn't have to worry because if you're on a roster, it's just like, okay, bye. This is her last day. I'm just telling you all what's coming. I'm just telling you what it's going to be. I'm just telling you how the math is going to work out. The math is already skewing that way for the men in the top 10%. The men in the top 10% are already living this way, which is why you talk about all the 80% of the females going after 20% of the men. The men in the top 10% are already there. The men in the top 10% are already spoiled for choice. The men in the top 10% already have a wealth of options. So those are the ones that's already the norm for them today. That's not the norm for the majority of the male population, but it will be. Most men are going to have more than one female. And what I'm saying is that it won't be the female begrudging. She just going to keep her mouth closed because she got to get in where she fit in. That's what you're going to see, I predict, in the next 10 to 20 years. That's what the conversation will be, assuming that the men still stay competitive and keep raising themselves up and keep upgrading. As long as the men keep doing that, it makes it the females don't have anything to bargain with. And the chicks who are actually desired in their 20s and 30s, they're going to be lined up to get it. So if grandma starts giving a bunch of problems, she's not even in the game. It's too easy to just move her out of line and replace her with somebody else because she was not the prime candidate to begin with. So she's going to have to do all the best things so she can outclass the younger, better options. That's not going to be easy. Now add to it that most of your cities are completely gentrified and are outrageously expensive to be in. How competitive is she going to be in 10 years? How competitive is she going to be in 10 years? So she's not going to have the ability to smart off. The landlord going to take care of that. So this is what it's going to be if nobody told you. So the media can keep trying this, but they got another thought coming. There's not this super heavy competition for it, nor should it be. Nor should it be. It shouldn't be. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. Man, we've been on for 5.5 hours. I was only going to do a couple. Oh, well, we have done it again. We've done it again. We've done it again for all my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my self-employed people. We done got you through another shift, at least halfway through it. For those of them, they love it when they pop up. My folks who have to stay up all night, they love it when they pop up on the job and they're going to have me bumping for 4-5 hours. They love it. So we done did it again. If you've enjoyed what you've heard here tonight, hopefully we have earned you clicking the subscribe button for us. And if we haven't, hey, come on back next week. We'll have another program. We'll go at it again. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every Saturday, 12 noon Central Time. We have the next book list event is coming up for it here. That one's going to be a bit of a long one for the next one. So we got that coming up. Be on the lookout for that here as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.